right, good morning, Space Pirate America Cup 2024. This is day 4. I'm joined here, this is Cliff Olmstead this morning, and I'm joined also by Steve Taylor and Logan Herrera. Logan Herrera, where did that come from? Chris Lopez.
Good morning, Cliff.
That's my gravelly morning voice. We're already hitting it right off with the bat. So, Steve, don't you tell us what's going on this morning? It's been a busy yesterday, and
I'll tell you, the enthusiasm is here, but the energy level might be down just a hair because of lack of sleep. But we've got teams that are prepped and ready out on the solids banks right now. And actually the first bank that will launch today is the 2-stage bank. So some exciting flights to start off the morning.
Yeah, a lot to do. I think we've got about 30 teams yet to get in the air.
Yeah, total of 92 teams that have already flown, which actually kind of surprised me given the weather that we've had. But, today the weather's going to be perfect for us. We got a little bit of high clouds, but nothing that's going to stop a launch. So really looking to get everybody done by hopefully noon.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see in the view from our cams right now that the weather's looking really nice. Chris, how did it go for you yesterday?
No, that weather, it's always, whenever you can't fly, it always kind of zaps a different kind of energy from you. And so yesterday, overall, logistically, everybody stayed safe and everyone was driving very safely, communicating with the teams. And really, when it slows down like this, you kind of see, you see us take a different posture of being more of that mentor, trying to help those students learn the word perseverance. And we've talked about how this competition is helping develop their careers, those first steps into their careers. And as you know, when you're problem solving like engineers do and the business logistics and project managers have to do, unexpected items happen out of your control, and now you got to persevere to make the best decision to get to your ultimate success of trying to launch those rockets. So it was a different kind of day because we were mentoring more while trying to keep everybody organized. But it was a good day. But we are at the end of the week, and like Steve said, if that energy's down just a bit, we always find a reason and find a way to remember that we still have 30 teams that need a fantastic experience, and we will do our best to make sure it does happen for them.
Yeah, as soon as they get in the air, the energy level will pick right up. Yep. So it's exactly what I expect from these guys, because the hooting and the hollering and the hugging and dancing is why we do it.
Yeah, and that's going to happen too.
Yeah, it will.
Even though I'm still waking up, I know once we start getting rockets really ready, I will snap out of it. Yep. That's excellent. So you were making some calls, Chris, yesterday to kind of, for those who didn't see yesterday, the live stream, we were actually off air for a little bit because of internet issues while we're struggling with the rain and storms. And, well, it wasn't really stormy, but just those clouds coming through and interfering with a few things. But, the team's persevering. But you were also making some calls to Weather Service and friends that you know.
Absolutely. We were getting weather reports. And, of course, speaking of weather, let me take just a step back just a bit to show everybody how dramatic that, the Wednesday evening storm that really hit us. So this morning I'm starting to do my briefings, and I see on the front page of USA Today that haboob that moved through New Mexico actually was one of the largest ever that they've ever recorded. Wow. And they absolutely saw it from space.
That. Wow.
It traveled over 200 miles. So that really just set the tone of all the weather. Now, what that did is that means those weather forecasts that we've been watching on a daily basis just got thrown out the window for the next couple of days. So yesterday was a great example of how we were calling every couple hours just to revalidate what is National Weather Service and our partners there at NOAA out of the San Esteban El Paso area office. What were they seeing? And we were helping give them information of what we're seeing so that they can run those models for the next few hours, and we could give accurate information to the teams about what were we expecting on the ceilings, on how long the rain was going to last, would the sky open up, would those clouds go higher, and that way they could plan. So even though we were off air at I think about 1-ish, noonish, we were still giving information to those Rocketeers about what is the weather going on so they can make informed decisions. And even when we learned, hey, at first they didn't think the clouds were going to open up till 4 or 5, we kept in touch and kept that information flowing. It's the good old data management and making informed decisions.
Yeah, for sure. And, I just was thinking about that. It's so helpful for the teams to know what we know, at least the latest information, so they can make those informed decisions, and also helps to kind of bring the the tension down just a bit, and they can plan for that. In fact, we were out, and it was too bad that we couldn't be on the air at that time. But teams were out cooking food. We had people making snacks. People were playing tennis ball, baseball, and frisbee. I think we saw some football floating around, and we even had one team making. What were they making? Mud houses. Yeah.
Well, hey,
they had a whole scene going on.
This is an aerospace community, right? I caught one team having a crater competition. They invented a new game.
Wow.
So they had a baton, that was probably about 6 inches, but it had a little bit of heft to it. And they were from standing position, they were throwing it on the ground to see who made the largest crater. Aerospace, they were creating craters. So
we are an inventive group.
Well, we had one of the Canadian teams actually playing Duck Duck Goose out there, which cracked me up because they didn't really know the rules. So what they did is they asked the older folks here, "Hey, so how do you play Duck Duck Goose?" It was actually
we
really
just keep
funny.
going around duck, and I don't know what happens.
Well, do you run in the same direction or do you run in opposite directions? I mean,
man, I don't know those rules.
It was funny. Yeah,
Oh, that's funny. So what's on dock today?
Well, today, listen, the goal is every rocket in the air. They're ready. The waiver opens at 7, so I expect the first rocket to hit the air at 7.
Excellent.
And then I think we have maybe 1 or potentially 2 more salvos, and then we should be done. We have a total of 4 stage projects that need to get off. And we have a total of 3 hybrids to get in the air, in addition to our solid rockets. So yeah, it should be a full day, hopefully a full morning, so that we're done by noon. So
yeah,
it's important to be done by noon, so that we have the opportunity to collect all of the data that we need to do the scoring for the competition.
Yeah, that's one of the big challenges with Saturday, the last day. It's only a half day. Well, it's open. The range is open till noon, but teams really need to be able to fly, recover, get that data back to the recovery tent, and get their final rocket assessment completed.
The real secret here is that although we say noon, that's for scoring. But if there's teams here that haven't launched, the real window is open till 3. Because we really want to make sure that every team gets the best chance that they can to get in the air.
Yeah, for sure. So I know we'll get some status on the hybrid teams as we go, because they just take a lot of time to prep. We saw that yesterday, and we had, I think, did we have 2 flights? We had 1 good flight of hybrids. That was Carleton University.
We did. Yep. Yes.
If I'm remembering right.
Well, yeah, they had a grade up and they had an unfortunate down on that flight. So yeah.
We don't have the good status on it, the exact status on what happens when they come back down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But overall, and actually yesterday afternoon was pretty exciting. We managed to get that final salvo off just before the window closed. I think we got 20 rockets in the air from the solids pads, about 20. And most of those were pretty good flights.
The total for yesterday, because we were able to launch a little bit in the morning, we had a total of 40 flights yesterday.
Yeah.
That surprised me.
Yeah, me too. That's great. We had some in the morning and just some of the tail end of the day when the conditions got better.
Yep.
Well, the thing that we did yesterday was, I called it dancing, right? Dancing with the wind, dancing with the rain and the clouds particularly. We didn't have so much wind. It was really quite calm. Today, I don't know that we have to do any dance.
There's not a lick of wind,
keep the conditions as it is.
Yeah.
And we've got some very high clouds right now, but I don't know what the levels are. I don't think those will be any issues for our 3K launches.
Certainly not. I think that certainly every 10K launch is going to go, and then the 30K we'll carefully watch it. We'll get our weather information to find out how high those clouds are, and I'm sure we're going to get everything in the air today.
For sure. Yeah, exactly.
When I say sure, I mean I got to knock on wood, right?
The teams that are declared safe to fly and can get out to the rails in a timely fashion, we will give them every opportunity.
Every opportunity. And I think it's a great time for the Rocketeers to kind of reflect a little bit here. We talk about our sponsors, and it's a long week. Our sponsors make it possible. Those sponsors, like Blue Origin, Los Alamos Labs, Sandia Labs, and let's not forget our title sponsor this year, PTC OnShape. They have the challenges in their respective businesses. And so this is an opportunity that the sponsors are taking to really watch those students. How are they behaving at a grinding week? Really learn more about the character and value that the various teammates bring to their team. So it's just, this grind week, long week, and now we're having an opportunity for good news. Our sponsors get to see, hey, how are these candidates working? And this is the true value for our sponsors to be able to get hands-on looking at the candidates. But we remind the Rocketeers, this is an opportunity to become a better engineer, a better manager, a better teammate. And so this is really a training ground for that next industry, so that our sponsors out there like Onshape, like Blue Origin, Los Alamos, and Sandia Labs can get those engineers and get those business leaders into their organization with a little bit of experience under their belt. So it's a great week, great opportunity, and I'm glad we get to end with some great skies today.
I totally agree. Let's go ahead and cut to, in fact, our video from Onshape right now.
All right.
Onshape is excited to sponsor collegiate teams with donations of our cloud-native product design platform. Trusted in industry by companies like Trek and Form Labs, Onshape is a professional computer-aided design tool with product data management, simulation, and more, all built into one accessible platform. You can use Onshape to bring your team's ideas to life faster and more efficiently. Explore different builds, test your designs, communicate improvements, and do it all entirely online. No need to download or install. You can all work together in your Onshape document at the same time, from any device, anywhere, collaborating digitally in real time. Learn more about getting your team sponsored by Onshape by visiting us at onshape.com/edu.
So we were just watching a couple of sponsor videos. A huge shout out to all of our sponsors. You know, this event is just huge. And one of our additional sponsors was actually New Mexico Space Grant Consortium. And Steve, maybe you can talk a little bit to that.
Yeah, we are very focused on bringing STEM to the community, to develop the next group of aerospace engineers. The New Mexico Space Consortium grant is absolutely, the mission is to bring aerospace and STEM to the college students, but also even down into the grade schools and middle schools and high schools. So it's to get kids excited about space and to be able to share that. And there were multiple vendors, not vendors, they were sponsors that were dedicated to just that STEM mission and bringing STEM to that community. And I know it's also a big mission for the Spaceport America. To actually, part of their charter is to bring STEM into the community. So and drive the aerospace business. So yeah, it's very rewarding to have this academic component to this competition and to have the support from the folks like the New Mexico Space Consortium grant.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, we were talking a little bit about the aspect of payloads and the payload challenge, and it's an opportunity for the universities and colleges to tie in potentially with high school groups that may want to participate in some of the design or conceptualization of those payloads.
Yeah, we have had collaboration on some of those items that giving those teams and other areas to be able to launch payloads as part of this competition.
Yeah, for sure. Well, one of the things we're getting ready for this evening, as we listen to a few tests on the PA system, is this evening will be the award ceremony. So do not miss the award ceremony. It's a huge event, and actually what really brings it home for me is, man, you feel the passion from these teams. It is highly emotional in a good way, and I really like that. And Chris, you had some thoughts about kind of how we tie in and what's happening as we prepare for tonight and what we think about.
No, absolutely. And first, hey, if you are in that Las Cruces area, if you can make your way to Las Cruces this evening, please come to the Pan American Center. Doors are open for all who want to learn a little bit more about this competition, the Rocketeer event. You want to expose, maybe you have a young one in your household or your neighbor that you want to expose to the science STEM and see what the end of a long week is. Please come on into Pan Am, because the award ceremony is just full of energy and passion. 6:30 at the Pan American Center. You'll learn more about our sponsors again, because they're gonna be have a presence there. Onshape, I believe, is going to have a presence. Blue Origin's going to have a presence. So you'll learn more even about our sponsor opportunities. But when you talk about passion and we talk about the perseverance to get through this week and keep those values and great attitudes up. You know, Cliff, I can't help but think of a friend of ours that is no longer able to be with us at this competition. And shout out to Dr. Nancy Squires of Oregon State University. And Nancy, you really helped set the tone of helping us grow this competition. I think when we first got here, we barely had 60 teams, and she really helped grow it. And now we were making 122 teams. But Nancy's example of how you mentor these students, and then Oregon State stepped up as a team, and how do you help your fellow teammate, and you make a better aerospace community. That example that Nancy set and Oregon State is helping us build is just phenomenal, and reminds me that this evening is a celebration of all those achievements of the journey of this week. You may not have had a nominal flight, but look at the journey of what you accomplished, of how you learned how to design, get through adversity through the whole year. How did you fundraise? Nancy always reminded me, Chris, look at all those accomplishments to get to the flight, and make sure the students recognize that and appreciate it, especially at awards ceremony tonight. So it's really neat to just see that climax this evening, to remind the students to just enjoy themselves and also celebrate what they have learned this week. It is awesome. Thank you, Nancy, for doing that for us.
And we actually have an award named after her, specifically for a team that it demonstrated those values.
Yeah,
so
the
Nancy
Squires
Squires Award.
Yeah.
So you know, it's her legacy will live on.
For sure. I had a chance to work with Nancy directly because she was the Ezra academic advisor for a time.
Yeah.
And, you know, we've had some great conversations about what it means to grow the competition, what it means to grow Ezra. And she's just always a bright light. So it was really a unique opportunity to have an award named after her. So, you know, again, it just brings all that passion home and makes it personable.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. You know, and you're seeing that in the students. It's not just from us in the Ezra Blue Shirts that have worked with Nancy. We are seeing that, you know, kind of by osmosis almost, you know, that lead by example, because Nancy set that example. All of a sudden, a university from the East Coast set the example. And now we're starting to see international teams carry on that legacy here at the event. I can't tell you the number of stories we've had this week where students are actually helping other teams, even being selfless. And in that vein of selflessness, we always talk about what kind of industry do these young people want to be working in. Well, I tell you what, the industry is bright, both from what they're innovating, inventing, but just that attitude. And I've got to give a shout out from yesterday to team number 4, Arizona State University. Arizona State, you Sun Devils out there, we witnessed your rocket team sacrifice their space in line, because we were rushing to get those launches off, that bad weather. And Arizona State gave up their space in line to an international team because their philosophy was, you know what, we're a short drive away to Phoenix comparatively. That international team is flying over the ocean. ASU gave up their launch spot. So ASU, much respect to you guys. Yeah. That was incredible. Yeah. Great job, well represented, and I hope you Sun Devils are proud out there of your Rocketeer team here.
Yeah, for sure. Just to check in on kind of overall status, number 1, to my left, a bunch of teams are getting set up, and I also already see telemetry antennas out and starting to get ready. I just heard that 2 stagers are also prepping for launch. I don't know if we have quite an imminent countdown, but we'll definitely be jumping over to that as soon as that happens. Let's see, I was going to talk about something interesting that was on my mind, and now it's gone. So
you can pick a numerous topics here.
Yeah, can we go hockey? I mean, you know.
Let's go play some tennis,
right,
baseball. It'll be great.
Yeah, the Stanley Cup is going to Game 7, so, you know.
No. Again, you know, we're looking forward to all these teams playing. What I was going to say, there it came, is on the award ceremony, I hope that there's teams that have had great success. There's teams that have had some disappointing, you know, rapid unscheduled disassembly and some shreds, things like that. I hope that those teams will also come to the award ceremony because it's about the community. It's about that passion. And even though you might not have had the most successful flight that you wanted and you've traveled all this way and there's just been months and months of hard work to get there, you know, being at the award ceremony just brings it home and reminds you that, you know what, it's okay.
Yep.
And you can learn and grow from that.
Yep.
Well, and you grow your network. And frankly, Cliff, I have seen some teams that were very disappointed in their flight, and with all the variables that the judges take into consideration when they're awarding the points and they're putting things together, there have been a few surprises, and rightfully so, because what is so neat about this competition is how the scoring is so data analytical driven. So the judges here just really look at that entire process, because the students started preparing for this all the way back in October. They start getting judged back in October, and my hat's off to Ezra and all the volunteers and the countless hours that they are working with each of these teams, the safety reviews, the Zoom calls. That all adds to the success of this journey that we talk about. So you may not have flown exactly perfect, but because the students showed their proficiency, expertise, and efforts through the entire year, sometimes there are surprises at that award ceremony. So, and again, you hit the nail on the head. Just because you didn't take any hardware home, solidify those relationships you've got. Absolutely. The mentors you developed, the new friends you made. The award ceremony is a fantastic place to do that.
That's for sure. And that's a good reminder. The competition is really 50-50 between the academic performance, if you will, the technical writing, the performance, the technical reports itself and the design, and then also your flight performance and the actual build and quality of your rocket. So there's, other awards that are really recognize that beyond just how well you flew. Maybe you can talk to that a little bit.
Right, yeah, so there's several categories. We have the Barrowman Award, which is for the team that got closest to the predicted altitude. We have, and I'm drawing a little bit of a blank, the Nancy Squires Award. We have
the Charles Holt Award.
Here within minutes.
Right.
Stand by.
I'm drawing a little bit of a blank here.
That's okay, Steve. It's day 4. It's been a long week, buddy.
It's a sleep deprivation thing. But Cliff, you go ahead. You go ahead. As a former president, you go ahead and
we'll
talk
pull
about
up
the Charles Holt Award and the.
We have a series of technical awards. It's still bright and early, so you'll have
to forgive me on that one. Hey, in the interim, let me just say one more part about the what Chris was talking about in terms of the team's collaboration and building that network of individuals, and that happens both with our teams and this year because we had to consolidate them due to the a historic sandstorm that we had. So at any rate, we were able to squish teams together, and I'm telling you, the bond that the students make with each other is just phenomenal to me. So Cliff was kind enough to pull up the list of our awards. So Barrowman Award I talked about. There's a Dr. Gil Moore Award for innovation. So the one thing that I really enjoy about the competition is these students think differently than we do. We've had this long linear career, or maybe not linear, but now with the way they go after this agile, both agile like processing. I was with Onshape it was at the convention center, and the founder of Onshape was sitting on the floor with a group of students who were 3D printing something that was on the floor, and that's a very innovative, iterative, very amazing process. And he was talking to him about how they were maybe making design decisions on the fly and executing on that in that sort of agile way of doing things. So that's an example of what we would use for an innovation award. And I will tell you, the founder, and his name escapes me right now, of Onshape, John was completely engrossed in this process. And you could see, his mind working on, this is exactly what his product is for.
Right.
And that was one of those things that really impressed me about that, and about the student team there on the fly printing new 3D parts. We talked about the Charles Holt Award, and that's really for simulation. I mean, the teams, the only way they can get to what their predicted altitude is by doing phenomenal simulations. So there's simulations for laminar flow. There's what's the performance of the rocket going to be based on their center of pressure and center of gravity, and figuring out the coefficient of drag and just all the elements of that. And the way they approach modeling now is a little bit, we had our standard tools, but they're using the tool set that's available to them and actually creating their own models, which is really, really interesting. The Team Conduct Award is the one similar to what we talked about with the team from team number 4 from ASU.
Right, from ASU.
Would be one of the real strong candidates for that, and also the Sportsman Award, which they would be a candidate for that. So frequently we have the Nancy Squires Award and the Team Conduct Award. They're almost synonyms, but the one with the passion and the example that you had given is sort of a very strong candidate for that award.
Yeah, for sure. The Team Spirit Award in particular, is looking for the teams that are, just rallying the crowd, rallying themselves, rallying other teams, and bringing the energy into the room. And then you consider the Sportsmanship Award, and you look for the teams that are, hey, who are the ones that are helping out other teams and helping, with the site. There's a ton of activity to do, and all the logistics and cleanup day and all those kinds of things are all, just good examples of the kinds of things that we look for as part of this event.
No, it is. And I want to go back to what Steve was mentioning about John Hirschtick, a chief evangelist, as he likes to call himself, for our lead sponsor, PTC Onshape. It was invigorating to see John literally sitting on the floor, almost and sitting with one of the teams. They had a 3D printer out, they had their laptops out, and just like back in my day, we used to sit there and play jacks in a circle, or play jacks in a circle on the floor. Here is the founder of a fantastic company with fantastic products, sitting around innovating with our Rocketeers on the fly and printing up a new solution for a problem they discovered. So it was great to see how Onshape just, he set the example and how they operate, and they're trying to teach that energy and that innovation and boldness to the Rocketeers here. So thank you again to our sponsors. Not only do they help us financially, but they're showing us an example of what we talked about earlier. How do we spread this value? Fantastic. So really proud to have them part of us here at Spaceport America, so we can have some fantastic launches.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just hearing news that our 2-stage pads are getting ready to go, and it sounds like maybe one of our teams is getting close. Didn't quite hear the team number yet.
Team 31.
Oh, that was Team 31. Okay, Team 31 is Embry Riddle out of Daytona. So we're looking for cams to get set on that, and we should be hearing some announcements pretty soon.
I think Embry Riddle, I think they've been here all 5 years that we've been on site, if memory serves correct.
That's true, yeah.
I think that's a great team.
It's great to see the teams that have come back. It's great to see the teams that are new and have never been at this event before.
Well, Embry Riddle, I remember I met one of their lead officers who actually started with this competition in Green River. And here's another example. We talked about the character. Embry Riddle's chief officer was walking around the site and making sure teams and sites were prepared and just helping us be safer. So Embry Riddle, good luck.
America Cup on Saturday. We're going to start with Team 31 out at Echo 1. They're out at the 2-stage pads. Team Echo 1 is from Embry Riddle Aeronautical University, Daytona Beach in Daytona Beach, Florida. They're competing in the 30K COTS, all propulsion types. The team's name is ERF SEDS, or ERF SEDS, and the rocket's name is Artemis Mark V. It's a 30,000-foot commercial off-the-shelf flying on a Cicerone N5800, followed by a M1670. Rockets is utilizing homemade filament-wound carbon fiber tube, as well as pre-formed fin attachments. They have a payload. It's going to do some atmospheric particle sampling designed to test particle concentration at the altitudes. The Mark V is about 20.5 feet tall and weighs 47.5 pounds. We are standing by on Echo 1.
Okay, so the team is standing by. That's really good news. We're waiting for the countdown as they make their final preps for that. There's a nice shot of the rocket itself, And we'll get our drone cams up in the air, too, as they're getting situated so we have
all right, range
the
is clear,
angles.
weather's clear. We are a go. We are going with Embry Riddle, Team 31 on Echo 1 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Two-stage.
Liftoff, liftoff. Looking for a second stage ignition.
Looking for that.
Listening for a second stage ignition.
Listening closely. First stage went well. Sounded good. You can see nice calm wind conditions too. That's good signs. Okay, well, we'll continue listening in. And
all right, we are still looking for the status of the second stage.
good replay of the initial launch there. And we'll see what happens with our second stage. No news yet. Got eyes in the air around camp, and telemetry antennas are up. I haven't heard from the teams any particular status. So I suspect we will wait for a while to see if we can get some status, and if we have not seen what occurred, we'll probably move on to our next rockets. I know our solid stages are pretty well loaded. I haven't seen the flag conditions. I think we saw a red flag earlier, and we'll cut over to some replay. There it is. They move so fast. It's so hard to get a tracking camera on that. A shout out to our friends at NASA Spaceflight who have been with us for a couple of years now, and they've done just a stellar job in helping us to get some of this extra footage that is incredibly difficult to capture. Even with all the cameras that we have and the drones and we've got the pad cams, plus our other cameras, it's really helpful to have them out there, and so we're just super appreciative. And, okay, so no news yet. I think we were listening to see if there were any signs of a drogue, but nothing at this point. In the meantime, we should have a full salvo, I hope, loaded on there, or at least finishing their final preparations again for the solids pads. And so we'll be looking for that. What I have not seen this morning is the water truck. And if the water truck shows up, we'll definitely get footage if we're not flying rockets at the same time. As we look at our pad cams here, I do see some vehicles heading back. So that may be a good sign that things are pretty close to being ready. We'll look for that convoy of vehicles when they get back over here by our live stream booth. And it's really nice to be able to sit outside and see what's happening. And we get a sense of the action a lot better than we're inside a building, and it's a lot harder to see and actually feel what's happening. And, again, listening to those rockets, you can get a sense, too, just in how they sound with how that launch went. If there was a Cato or a Rudd or a Shred, you can hear things get cut off pretty quick, and so it makes it a little exciting. Nace joined me here in the live stream booth.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, Cliff. How are you this morning?
I'm getting there. It's been quite a week, so we're on the last day, and I think I'm a little more awake now than I was maybe 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Partly because of the energy, because we've actually got rockets going in the air, so I love that.
It's quite amazing. I think I was hearing we have at least 2 stages out there at the moment.
Yeah, that's excellent.
And then we have a full salvo at solid pad, so it's going to be an amazing morning. I'm quite excited. All the students out here are quite excited to just get their rockets up and get going.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we have 3 hybrids left to go.
Ooh.
So we're waiting for status on hybrids as they work through their preparations. And you can see, we talked about this before, the hybrids take a long time to assemble and get ready and go through checks. They started before this event actually really kicked off. I think the teams showed up Saturday or Sunday.
Sunday, yeah. I saw on the schedule, it's an optional, get in on Sunday, get set up, get your things ready to go. And I know me and another live streamer volunteer, we went out to the pads I think it was on Wednesday. We went out
All right,
there
Embry
around
Riddle.
7.
Looks like we have one of your parts coming down over near the 2-stage pads.
Oh, okay, so it sounded like
Okay.
a
That
part
looks
came
like
down.
probably the stainer. We've got something up high.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that. It sounds like some parts may be coming down.
Yeah, but we were out there by the
And the
hybrids.
observers are saying everything's coming down nice and slow, so it looks like you got 2 mains out of this.
Ooh, good
Ooh.
main.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah.
See the parachute coming down. Touchdown in 3, 2, 1. There we go.
Touchdown.
Nice. Okay, well, nice to see some things coming down in controlled fashion, and
Yeah.
we'll have to find out what happened to the rest of the second stage on that.
Yeah. You know, there's a lot of things that can happen, and especially when we're on a quick kind of notice. It's just we go, and hopefully something happens. Well, we love seeing rockets fly in the air, and it's good. What a good morning to start off. That's
oh, yeah,
for sure.
absolutely.
Right. What? So, as of yesterday, going back to the previous conversation, sorry, not
Sure.
yesterday, of the hybrids, we were out there somewhere around 8 or 9, and there were still teams trying to get their rockets down, take things down for just safety. And I think it was, I want to say it was Paul that was out there, but I might be super incorrect on that. And he was just out there, and we're like, why are you guys still out here? Well, we're trying to get things cleared out by 8. So,
Yeah, a lot of late night preparations and cleanup and so much activity. There's that convoy coming from the solids pads. Ooh, that's really good news. It's funny. I was a long time ago in I think it was 2017, maybe 2018. We did not have the technology. We had no live stream. We didn't have a digital system for tracking rocket status. It was spreadsheets and Google Sheets and shared Google Drives, that kind of thing. And out not far from where we're at, we had a dry erase board, and we would write down the status of rocket flights. We had a list of all the teams and whether they flew and whether it was a Kato or Shred or Apogee at Maine or whether it was nominal. And so one of the Korean teams came up to me, and I was writing the word nominal next to the team, and they said, Cliff, what is nominal? And I said, oh, that means your flight was normal. And it took him a couple seconds, and then he got a big smile, and he's like, yeah, that's what we're looking for. It's a nominal flight, meaning it went exactly as planned with your drogue at the apogee there, and then the main popping at about 1,500 feet and just drifting down nicely, and your rocket is perfectly flyable again and recoverable. It's great.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
And stating on that, so what are the different kinds of statuses that teams can have when reporting on that?
Sure, yeah. Well, we track, the whole process, starting with safety reviews, actually, and even initial team check-in.
All right, just to
This
give
is
you a
over
quick
the entire
update.
week.
On the 2-stage side, we are still waiting for some of the high clouds to move away. They're moving around. We're going to keep an eye on them, but we've got a guy ready to go as soon as they're out. On the solid side, the convoy has returned, and solid should be getting ready to go pretty soon.
Ooh.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, okay.
That's
Well,
really
we'll talk about weather, but let's cut over to an interview, and we'll go from there. Night.
Hello, you guys. Welcome back to day 4 of Spaceport America Cup. I am here with the team that is about, queued up, getting ready to launch. Hello, how are you guys? Can you introduce yourselves?
We're doing great. Good morning, and we are Team 43 from IIT Madras. This is our second time here in Spaceport America. We participate in the 10K COTS category, and we have our very cool rocket lined up for the queue waiting to launch. The weather's looking good, so yeah.
Awesome. How are you guys feeling now? You guys are almost about to launch. What is going through your mind?
Well, we are almost about to launch, but the competition is also almost about to end. So we came all the way from India, and we are very happy we got it. We got our rocket into this salvo. Yesterday, we were in the last one where we kind of went to the launch pads and came right back due to some issues. But yeah, today we are all set to launch, hopefully.
Hopefully everything goes well and y'all are able to launch. You said you guys had a very cool rocket. Tell me why you guys think it's very cool.
Well, we think it's very cool because we put whatever we could think of into one rocket. So we have canard systems for active roll control. We have a minimum diameter rocket on our Cicerone M3400 White Thunder, and we have our own flight computer, which is good because it's only our second launch. We have reefing on our parachutes, and we have it very well painted, so it looks cool from the outside as well. Some good artists in our team.
Awesome. You said this is your second time. Tell me about your first experience here. Like, how are you guys trying to improve?
For sure. Yeah, I was here last year as well. So it was a really good experience. The first time SA Cup is a big thing, and we see 1,000 Rocketeers together in the one convention center. We talked to everyone. So that's when I realized what the potential was, and hence I'm here for the second year. But last year we got a lot of feedback from the judges. The judges especially, they're really commendable. All age groups, they're really helpful. They talk to you. They treat our rocket as their own. So we got a lot of feedback about how it was over-engineered sometimes. It was a little too thick, a little too bulky for 10,000 feet. We had a couple of issues with the avionics and things like that, but we fixed them at the end. And yeah, recovery was almost good. Our nose cone went ballistic, but hopefully that doesn't happen this time. So
yeah, well, hopefully y'all are able to recover everything this time. Any final words, any final thoughts going into the launch?
No, let's hope for a good launch. And thank you to all of you guys supporting us from India. Special thanks to Mr. Hector, Sijo sir, Aditya, and James, our flyer of record. He's basically a student in NMSU, and he knows so much about rocketry. He got it alive, basically.
Awesome. Okay, well, thank you guys for being here with me, and good luck later on.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Hello.
It's really nice to hear from our Indian teams. A shout out to all of our teams from India. And actually a shout out to all of our international teams. They've traveled a long way to get here. And it's complex to bring a rocket across the border into the United States.
Yeah, I was being told last night that some are having to ship their stuff in basically cardboard boxes, and it becomes an adventure for TSA and getting that across the borders and over the sea. They're like, I heard one story of they had put them in a cardboard box. They are putting it on the plane, and then the guys at check-in were looking at these cardboard boxes, going like, what are we putting on our plane? So it's definitely a challenge for anybody that's having to fly internationally. It's kudos to you guys, how you guys kind of just get in, kind of work through it and just get in here. It's quite amazing.
Yeah, we've heard from a number of teams. We asked what was your most difficult challenge, and they said, logistics. Far and above the technical challenge. It's actually figuring out how to get their rocket here and, have it show up in one piece and in time for the competition. I know last year we had at least 2 or maybe 3 teams that, in fact, we spoke with one of the Australian teams, Monash University. Their rocket showed up actually after the event started. And so it really makes it a big challenge.
Wow, that's kind of crazy. It's like, I would be super stressed about that if I only had one day. It's like the day before. I'm like,
Yeah, exactly. So we were just hearing an update from the weather, and right now I thought we would be clear of clouds. We do have some high-level, just wispy clouds, so it's a little bit of that dance, as we said. But we also heard, and in fact, they were just doing some team work here with the groups that are out on solid pads to get them ready. We saw the convoy a few minutes ago coming back.
Yeah.
Looking forward to those rockets imminently launching. We'll be listening to see who's going to go first. It's a competition. Is it going to be 2 stages, or is it going to be the single stage?
I know we've joked about here on live stream of like, let's have a rockets drag race. This is our drag racing right here.
Oh, it's such an opportunity to do that. Oh, if only we could work out the logistics to launch all of them at once. We were doing super chats yesterday on YouTube about, in support of Ezra, and it was pretty hilarious that, the super chats are in support of voting for, launching all 20 rockets at once. Again, boy, we would have to work hard to see if we can clear some logistics and regulatory hurdles for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would definitely be a sight.
Oh yeah, just seeing having all 20 rockets launch at once. What a sight. I don't even know the logistics of just the safety of that.
I would fear for our drone cameras. I think our drones might get taken out by that. It'd be a little wild.
And
It turns out that in the rules, you can't launch all 20 rockets all at the same time. Damn it.
Dang.
But
Well.
you can actually still contribute to us. And actually, Super Chats is a great way to do that. Those Super Chats are supporting our live stream and the Experimental Sounding Rocket Association. We are a nonprofit organization. Everybody in this organization is volunteer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And anything that comes back in or comes to us, we're pushing right back out to the next year.
That's absolutely correct. Yeah.
And just for example, our live stream last year, we only just started with like, simple camera setups, and now this year we have an entire commentators booth that could not have been possible without your guys' support.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, there you can see the overview of the teams getting ready. We talked about that energy level, and it was a little slow this morning, myself included. But boy, it's picking up now, especially as we're getting really close.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just kind of wanted to mention about a quick shout out to all our sponsors as well. They're a huge contributor to just the operations as well as just funding for this event, because yet again, without them, this becomes really hard to pull off.
Yeah, that's for sure. And a fun fact: did you know that porta potties alone for a week, for the number that we have, cost more than $10,000?
Oh man,
that's just the porta potties. The rest of the infrastructure, the tents in the background, the Da Vinci crew, the maintenance
All right,
for the launch
looks
pads.
like everybody is back from solids. We are now
all the work
working
that
with
it
the
takes
teams to make sure they have telemetry
listening in on
lock.
announcements.
Once they have confirmed telemetry lock, we will start launching.
Well, I couldn't quite hear that announcement, but at any rate, the okay, sounds like we're waiting for some telemetry, and the other aspect is the effort it takes to get the convention center ready. And so the Las Cruces Convention Center is a big effort, and it's a venue that we need to use, and boy, we fill it to the max. So there's costs involved with that. There's costs involved with the award ceremony and the Pan Am Center, and so all of those support dollars come into us. It's a huge, we couldn't do the event without that.
Yeah, and I mean, just talking about the convention center, I didn't go to the Tuesday event, but I was there on Monday, and even on Monday, it was just packed with students. We got to see some start of their rockets that we could see. We could see all the different sponsors that were lined up, just talking to the students, as well as like I actually got to personally talk to some folks that visit Las Cruces, because little shameless plug, but I got to.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the whole Alpha Bank has telemetry, and we're going to continue now on pad Alpha 1, Team 29.
So it's awesome seeing them here
from the
and seeing
National
just
Polytechnic of
Spaceport
Oran
America themselves and
in
having
Algeria.
them help.
They're competing in the 10K COTS. The team's name
listening
is SkyDZ, and the rocket's name is Ecole 2. SkyDZ is an Algerian rocketry team representing Algeria for the second consecutive time at Spaceport America Cup. And this year, SkyDZ represents the African continent in the competition. The Ecole rocket has a conical nose, 3 fins, fiberglass structure, and an M3400 from CTI. Looking for 10,000 feet, it weighs in at 30 pounds. We have good continuity on Alpha 1. The range is still clear. The sky is clear on Alpha 1. Going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. Liftoff.
Switching to that rocket track. Oh, that's great. That's great.
That was a wonderful little launch.
So that's interesting. SkyDZ is one of our teams from Algeria.
Oh.
And actually, we've been working with one of the mentors from the Algeria and talking about, hey, we would like to have a competition.
Looks like an event and a backup.
Oh, I'm hearing of an event.
Yeah.
And they have a drogue. Congratulations.
Hey.
Drogue, nice. Good job.
We'll keep an eye on
They've
him.
traveled
And as we
so
go to
far.
Alpha 2,
And
it'll be Team
so what they've
156
done
from the
is there's a
University of
competition
Windsor
in
Windsor,
Algeria.
Ontario. They're competing in the 10K SRAD. Their team's name is Windsor Rocketry Team, and the rocket's name is Lancer 7. University of Windsor's first rocket to compete in the 10K SRAD category. Lancer 7, 9 feet tall, weighing in at 35 pounds, and it's going up on an M motor.
And the winners of that competition were then elected to apply and
So
come
yeah,
here.
it's a Cicerone 1450 for the SRAD project. All right, skies clear, range clear, pad Alpha 2, going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke.
Oh, see that smoke? That's the igniter. Oh, yeah.
Launch.
Lift off, lift off.
Oh, good drone shot. Look at that. Beautiful.
He's going live on pad Alpha 3, team 41, going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke.
Lift off.
Goes. Yes. Short burn, a lot of energy, just in a few seconds.
Yeah.
1.5 seconds of sheer power.
Looking for that event. Oh, there's that helpful little wispy trail at the top
over the
there.
top. Event and drogue.
There it is.
Oh, that's good. You saw those little puffs of smoke.
All right, sounds like a good drogue.
Those little puffs of smoke signifying an event.
All right, going over to
where
Alpha 4 is team 38.
the charges have gone off to separate the rocket, and
Alpha 2
ideally
has their
just the
main.
drogue comes
They're from
out.
Turkey. They're competing in the 10K COTS, and their name is Eternal Rocket Team. Their rocket's name is Eternity Prime. Eternal Rocket Team is consisting of 4 engineering students, 1 physics student, and a queen from Turkey. They traveled 6,600 miles to get here, and now they're about to launch their COTS rocket engine from the ramp to 10,000 feet.
Shout out to Turkey.
Eternity
There's a ton
Prime
of Turkish
is
teams.
a little over 8 feet tall, weighing in at 38 pounds on a Cicerone M2020.
I'm expecting to see
Alpha
a
4 is
ton of
ready.
Turkish
Skies
flags in
clear,
chat.
range clear. Team 38, you're going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke.
Smoke liftoff.
Ooh, looking good. Long burn. Oh, look at how long that burn is.
Oh, wow.
I love to see the different chemistry of these solids.
Yeah.
Some are just incredibly short, high G, big push. And these others have this nice, long, slow burn. That's cool.
And you can kind of just tell which kind of motor is happening. Like from here, you can hear the sounds of the rockets going, and you just know one is going super quick, one is burning long.
Standing by for spotter status on that last flight.
And I just especially, I think I've heard a supersonic at one point.
Yeah, I thought I heard a sonic boom the other day.
I was like,
Yeah, these rockets, especially the 30Ks, are
Spotter
going
still checking out
supersonic
that last flight.
in some cases. It's a whole other level of
look at
technical
that.
challenge.
looks like we are getting a good track of the drogue.
We got a drogue.
Ooh, just heard. Ooh, just
Hey,
heard.
shout
that-
out to Tim for the very generous super chat. See you in space. Proud of you all, Carleton University. Thank you very much, Tim. If you've got a favorite team, feel free to put in a super chat and give them a shout out because, A, the teams love it and we super appreciate it. Again, everything goes into this live stream and back to Ezra to support this event. We're going to cut over to some replay of that. Oh, look at that. Little wobble right off the rail. Just getting that velocity up to get stable. And, boy, nice track.
Ooh.
It might have been the main that popped over there.
I love these wide drone shots. You get to see from the start to the.
All right, moving over
as
to
high as we
Bravo
can get.
1. Bravo 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bravo 1's Team 77 from the Rowan University in Glassboro,
Oh,
New Jersey.
Rowan University.
They're competing in 10K COTS. Their team's name is Rowan IREC.
Oh,
and the
I'm
rocket's
excited.
name is Propulsion. It's their first flight at Spaceport America Cup in 6 years. Rowan University's rocket is flying on an M1850 and will reach an altitude of 9,800 feet with a maximum speed of 553 miles an hour. It is 10 feet tall, weighing in at 31 pounds and going on an M2000. All right, Bravo 1 is ready to go. Team 77, you are going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke. Oh, yeah.
Lift
Oh,
off.
yeah. Ooh, look at that.
Oh, I'm so excited for them. Oh, that's so cool.
What a wonderful shot.
You need to understand, Rowan University was here in Utah with us in 2016. They had a 4-person team. They didn't fly, and actually their team captain said, you know what, our rocket's not safe, we're not going to fly. It was a big, big call for them. They've been out of the competition for a while. They actually entered last year, but they weren't able to fly. This year they're back, and their rocket looked good. It looks like they've got a drogue out.
So we see an event.
Looking to see if they get a main. Nice track.
All right, that last flight may have had a separation, so the fin can may be flying on its own. We do not see a drogue.
Okay, don't see a drogue yet. Or it didn't inflate. We'll see if we get a main.
Okay, got it. All right.
That happens at a lower altitude, and the reason is we want to get the rocket down to a lower point before that main pops. That way it doesn't drift so far.
All right, moving over to Bravo 2. It's Team 46 from
We'll check in with them later.
Institute Natural Campus in Guadalajara in
There's a replay
Cielo
of
de la
that
Victoria
previous launch and
in Mexico.
Nice
They're
replay.
competing in 10K
I just
COTS.
love the fact
Their
that
team name is
from the different motors.
Kondakova Rocket Club, and the rocket's name is, it's spelled X-O-L-O, Coco Rocket. Kondakova Rocketry Club presents its project on its second participation, launching a rocket made from natural fibers. It is 10 feet tall, weighing in at 22 pounds, and going up on an Aerotech M1845.
Shout out on the Super Chats to
Bravo
D-Fleck.
2, Team 46, you are going up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff!
Oh, it's looking good.
Good track.
Look at those fins. Oh, it's tough to keep that track on.
The roar of the rocket
go.
drowned out by the roar of the crowd.
Wow, look at it. Hitting it, the apogee.
Event.
Looks like an event.
We're hearing the cheers. Hey, on the Super Chats, shout out to D-Fleck for Case Western hitting 30K.
All right, you got your main up at altitude. Nice
We
one.
got
Nice
cheers.
one.
I see the main there.
Ooh.
Amy Bell, Carleton's Day.
Moving over to
go,
Bravo
Team
3, it's Team
15.
145. They're from the Vellore Institute of Technology in Vellore, Tamil Nadu, India. They are competing in the 10K COTS, and their team name is Team Sammard. The rocket's name is Abhyuday. They're a student-run rocketry team from the Vellore Institute of Technology. Founded in 2017,
Right.
the team designs and builds sounding rockets. They've been competing in Spaceport America Cup since 2021. After a successful first launch and recovery, they're setting their sights even higher this year, aiming to etch the memory of their rockets into everyone's mind. Abhyuday is 7 feet tall, weighs 31 pounds, and flying on an M1845.
Okay, we're still watching some replays. So
Team
we'll cut over to the
145 on
live shot.
Bravo 3. You are going in 5, 4,
There we go.
3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Oh, there you go. Oh, it's so helpful to have that little wisp of a trail to see where the rocket is. Oh,
Arcing over an event.
Yay.
saw that event. Looking
It
for
does
that. Oh, that's.
And it's coming down pretty fast after its event. We're keeping an eye on it. It's farther out to the range to the south.
Yep, sounds like that didn't eject. You might still have a main try to eject, but they're going so fast that can sometimes just shred the parachute and it doesn't really have an effect. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard hit. On the Super Chats, hey, reminder, if you have a favorite team you want to give a shout out to, that's super helpful and we appreciate it. Sean, let's go Bessie the Cow, go Queens University.
We got this replay up here. That was a beautiful straight launch from this rocket, and it's just unfortunate that during an event there was no drogue, there was no main.
Yep. Carly, we see your chat replaying University of Windsor. We'll see if we can do that. We'll see what we can do, but I appreciate the shout out. And from Greg, congrats and good luck to everyone. Have fun. Very much appreciative Floppy, let's go UTRGV. V's up. And Amy, if I didn't call you out, finally Carleton's
Moving over
day.
to
Go,
the
go,
Charlie
go,
Banks.
Team 15. Thank you all. Elle, I see your super chat too to replay University of Windsor. We'll see what we can do.
Man. This looks like 2 stages.
Okay, we're switching things up. We may be bouncing between the solid pads and the 2 stagers. Never mind, we are going to stay with solids. Okay, Team 4.
All right, going over to pad Charlie 1. Arizona State, team number 4 on Charlie 1.
Arizona State
Team 4 is
University.
from Arizona State University. They're competing in the 10K COTS. The team's name is SEDS Rocketry Division at Arizona State, and the rocket name is the MLKS-005. Wumbo
Sean,
project.
thank you for
Project Wumbo is a 13.5-foot rocket, 6-inch diameter, all carbon fiber rocket. Aims to show how SEDRS, SRS at ASU has come with its ability to produce rocket components in-house, most notably the airframe. MLKS-005. Wumba is 12 foot tall, 31 pounds, and going up on a Cicerone in 3,400. Team 4 on Charlie 1. You are going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Oh, there you go.
Off.
Oh, hold it together. Woo.
Whoa.
Oh, man. You can hear that engine a little chunky.
That had some kick to it.
Yeah, you can see a few little puffs coming out of there. It held together.
Over the top.
Sean, I see the shout out on the super chats for Rowan University. I
Event.
hear you. Great show. SRI cheering for Team 43.
And it looks like you've got a
IIT
drogue.
Madras.
Oh, man.
And from Radio Rocketry, let's go Mountaineers. Get that
All right, we
30K
keep
in
on
the
this one
air.
coming down. We're going over to Bravo 4, Team 138, University of Texas, Rio Grande in Edinburgh, Texas. Team 138 is competing in the 10K COTS. Their team name is the Rocket Launchers at UTRGV. Their rocket name is the Invictus. Invictus is the rocket launcher's magnum opus as we transition from 10K solids to a hybrid build. Good luck with that. We dedicate this launch to our members who in their years of hard work in the category. To infinity and beyond, Invictus is about 10 foot tall, weighs 52 pounds, going on a Cicerone M6000, the quick burn. Team 138 on Bravo 4. You are going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Oh, beautiful. Ooh,
Ooh,
wow.
that was a quick burn.
Yeah, it was. Is that a purple?
Nick, I see the other shout out for Rowan University. Huge shout out to Rowan.
Got the event.
Yep. Hearing from the team, there's a possible drone or drogue.
And we're listening to see, I'm hearing
Oh,
cheers.
that looks like a good drogue. Charlie 2,
Drogue
you're going to
for
be
UT
next.
Rio
Team
Grande.
15.
Excellent news for them.
Charlie 2.
Moving fast. I know there's a lot of love in chat for Carleton University coming up. See you in space.
All right, Team 15 is from Carleton University in Ottawa, Canada. They're competing in the 30K COTS. Team's name is
30K.
CIUDSE.
Commercial off the shelf.
Spelled letter C, letter U, in space, one word. Their rocket's name is the Red Ballistic. CIUDSE is Carleton's University's rocket team, and this is their sixth launch at Spaceport America Cup since 2017. Old timers. It is their second 30K flight. Red Ballistic is 12 feet tall, weighs 32 pounds, and it's going on a Cicerone in 5,800.
End motor? I think that's what I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Samantha, thanks for the super chat
All right,
for
going
Charlton.
30K. Team 15 from Canada on Charlie 2. You are going very high. In 5, 4,
Here we go.
3, 2, 1.
Smoke.
They're off. Look at that track.
Wow, what a beautiful straight shot.
Man. Nice track. Straight up. That's exactly what we want to see. Those 30Ks are going to be really, really hard to track the whole flight. So we're going to be listening in. We've got telemetry antennas up. Teams are super excited.
Sounds like we're getting information of Team 73 being up. That is Queen's University. And it sounds like this is also going to be
Spotters
another
looking intently
30K.
for any data.
And I see that super chat as a shout out to Arizona State University. Very proud of you all. Excellent. Thank you so much.
That was just a wonderful straight shot from.
Oh, look at that replay. I love it. You know, it's cool as you can see, there's basically no wind aloft. You would see that that smoke trail kind of bend and distort over the high wind levels and, or, you know, as the layers of wind kind of change as you get higher.
Currently all looking over to the team to see if they're receiving any telemetry.
Yeah. I'm looking over to my right and at LCO, the little white flag. It ain't flapping. There ain't no wind. It's pretty dead still over here.
It's hot here in the booth with the sun and no breeze. Okay, Queen's University up next, Team 73. I love this tri-shot. We can get the drone cam going. We've got 2 drones. The big screen you see there is our drone that's right there on station. The upper left is the drone that's high up. And then we've got a rocket cam courtesy of NASA Spaceflight
Next
and
flight,
the team.
Charlie 4, Team 73.
So we switch between all those cameras
Team
and whatever we have
73
available to try to
from
get
Queen's
you as
University
much of the
teams
flight
from
as we can.
Ontario, Canada, competing in 30K COTS and their high flight by our Canadian friends. The team's name is the Queen's Rocket Engineering Team, and their rocket's name is Bessie. The Queen's Rocket Engineering Team would like to thank everyone back home who made all this possible.
Sean and Super
Thank you for
Chat
the
just
faculty
says,
providing the space to learn and build Cicerone Technologies for their in-kind support and the hands-on experience they offer students.
moo!
Science 70, who continues to provide mentorship and
happened to our
support to team
frogs?
grows. And finally,
We
thank
have
you to
cows?
the students who aren't here today, who are an integral part
The frogs
of
have
making
launched,
Bessie happen.
now we're launching cows.
Bessie is 10 foot tall, weighs 26 pounds, is going up on a Cicerone in 33101.
Hey, we really appreciate all those chats. Those super chats are so helpful for us. Showing love for the teams, helping out Ezra, helping our live stream. It's great.
All right, we are going
Here
on
we go.
Charlie 4, Team 73. Another 30K shot. You are going on Charlie 4 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Looking for smoke. There it is. Remember that ignition
Smoke, smoke,
burn.
smoke.
There they go.
Lift off.
Oh, looks
wonderful.
good. Look at how long that burn is. Wow.
Yeah, just look at that launch line.
That's beautiful.
Oh, my
It's
goodness.
so fantastic. And you see that poof of smoke right at the launch pad there. Good, nice overview of the solid pads there as we work our way through this whole salvo.
While we keep an eye on that one, I'm going to talk about what's happening on the Delta rack. Delta 1 is Team 48 from the Iowa State University in Ames, Iowa. They're competing in the 30K COTS. Their team's name is Cyclone Rocketry, and the rocket's name is Vesta Cyclone.
Okay, up next, sounds like Team 48.
Iowa State University.
Iowa State University.
Iowa.
Nice replays. Yep.
Ooh, yeah.
I love seeing these. Nice. Choppy on the replay, but you see all that smoke. That's cool. I love it. Back to that overhead view.
All right, continuing on with D1, we're just coordinating some of the order up here. Vesta's a 5-inch diameter rocket flying on an 5,500 to 30,000 feet. It features many SRAD components, including a filament wound tube, a fiberglass nose cone, piston ejection, air brakes, parachutes, all the bells and whistles with the flight computers. Cyclone Rocketry would like to thank our advisors, Bill Dreslin and Travis Greger. We would be stuck on the ground without them. Vesta is 12 feet tall, weighs 30 pounds, and it's going up on
There's
that
the teams.
5,500 to 30,000 feet.
So if you're just joining us, we are getting
All right,
rockets
Team
in
48
the air.
on Delta 1, going again to 30,000 feet on an O motor.
30K.
Delta 1 is going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Oh, little curve there.
And I do believe I heard this
Going
was
the
an
wrong way.
O.
Yeah, not sure what happened. It looks like they got a good ignition and got off the rail, but a curve and gonna turn into a more of a parabolic flight there for sure.
Yeah. Looks like it went straight towards the mountains.
All right, spotters indicate they see you on the horizon. Your ejection charge may have fired. You may have. Nope. I see. It looks like looks like you either shredded the main or you had a drogue. Kind of came down fast, but you were on the ground. Team 18 on Delta 2. Team 18 on Delta 2 is from Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok, Thailand. They're competing in the 30K Koch. Their team's name is
I think that's the first time we've had Thailand compete.
CUHAR, which stands for the
That's the replay.
I'm sorry, guys, I can't say University High Altitude Research Club. And their rocket's name is CUHAR 3. CUHAR is their first event team from Thailand to have competed in the Spaceport America Cup in 2022. In 2022 we competed in the 10K COTS, in 2023 going to 30K, and now for the third time they're competing in the 30K COTS again with their CUHAR 3 rocket. It's a big one. It weighs in at 82 pounds, has a length of 125 inches, and is 5-inch diameter. Plan to reach an apogee of approximately 19,230 feet.
Rashaya on Super Chats.
It is 10 foot tall and weighs 37 pounds and going on an Aerotech O 5500. Team 18 from Thailand on Delta 2.
First team from Thailand. Go Team 18. Very exciting for them.
All right, here we go. All right, Delta 2. Pad Delta 2 is going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke. Oh, they're
Lift
off.
Oh, yeah. Woo.
Looking good. Sounding good.
Flying quick and flying high.
Oh, they got to be so thrilled just to even get off the rail. That's just outstanding.
Yeah.
It's been such a challenge this year with the weather, with hours of rain yesterday.
Yeah.
We're brushing up against the monsoon season. I didn't even know there was a monsoon season.
Oh, it's crazy up here.
As we keep an eye on that one, let's talk about what's on Pad Delta 3. Pad Delta 3 has Team 149 from West Virginia University. And at this time, we have a standby. We have a guest announcer.
Yeah, being in a New Mexico desert, weather can change in a single day. It can be snowing, it can be raining, it can be windy.
Team 149 from the West Virginia University in Morgantown, West Virginia are competing in the 30K SRAD solid motors category. The team name is the West Virginia University Experimental Rocketry, and their rocket's name is the Miner's Lady. The Miner's Lady is a student-designed and developed rocket measuring at 6 feet in diameter, SRAD 4000 motor, and an in-house filament wound airframe, and an onboard pressure sensing experiment designed to capture the formation of shock waves over the length of the nose cone. The Miners Lady is about 11 feet tall, weighs 41 pounds, and it's going up on an SRAD 03800. I am proud to send West Virginia up today. Let's go Mountaineers in 5. Hold, sorry. Okay, I am once again proud to send the Mountaineers off of Delta 3 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go!
Smoke and launch. Yes.
Ooh, good track.
Oh, look at that. Oh, hold it together. Hold it together. Oh. That might have been
looks
a
like you lost a couple pieces there,
shred.
Max Q. But the fin can kept on going.
Not completely.
Still
A
flying.
little bit of a wobble there. A pretty severe wobble.
Yeah.
These rockets are going so fast. Anytime they start seeing that long, slow wobble like that,
As we keep an eye on the big pieces on this
it can really be super hard on the airframe and tear fins off. And so we'll have to check in with them and see how they did when they are able to get their rocket back.
Still tracking.
I was just going to say, thanks again for all the super chats. Oh, yep, there's some
Yep,
pieces
yep.
coming down. Oh.
Impact. Yep. Looking at
Look
that
at
replay.
that replay. God,
All right,
yeah.
I think we have Team 136
Yeah,
on
you
Delta
kind of
4.
see it start wobbling towards that top
Oh,
end.
right there. Yeah,
Delta 4,
pretty severe
Team
wobble.
136 from the University of Texas, El Paso in El Paso, Texas. They're competing in the 30K COTS. Team name is the Sun City Summit Rocket Team, and their rocket's name is Outlander. From the borderland to the world, this is Sun City Summit Rocket Team. Go Miners! Outlander is 10 feet tall.
Okay, we're
weighs
moving
37
on.
pounds is going on an Aerotech 5,500.
UT El Paso. I was just going to say, a huge thanks to all the super chats. This morning we're doing super chats for your favorite team. All those super chats really help Ezra. They help our live stream and keep this coverage coming to you
Okay, Team 1.
and help for
Team
this event.
136 on Delta 4. 30,000 feet going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hit it.
Smoke. Lift off.
Ooh, what a quick one.
Sounded like a good flight.
Yeah.
Nice liftoff. We're listening in we got a bunch of teams still standing over here as they're getting real-time data, and
We're going to keep an eye on that guy. But
Trying to
next
keep
up is
their
gonna be
eyes
Delta
on it.
5, Team 16.
And I do believe that was UTEP, so they are also competing for the Chili Cup this year.
yeah, that's right.
Might have a little bias over here for NMSU, but go to UTEP.
The competition for Chili Cup is pretty high amongst those teams.
Yeah. And that was a really good flight compared to NMSU.
Up in the LCODES, the person with the best eyesight says they see a drogue.
Yeah, looking at it at
And
that
binoculars.
replay. That
All
was a
right,
really
going to
good
Delta
flight.
5. Team 16 is from Case Western University in Cleveland, Ohio. Hear the roar of the crowd. They're competing in 30K COTS. Their team's name is the Case Rocket Team, and the rocket's name is Event Horizon.
Case Western.
The Case Rocket Team is Case Western University premier rocketry club. This year, it's our second year in the 30K COTS. We're proud to have done custom composites for the entire airframe. This will be the first official integration of our SRAD air brakes and control system. Event Horizon is almost 10 feet tall, weighs 37, almost 38 pounds. It's going on a Cicerone 3400. Case Western Team 16 on Delta 5 is going in 5, 4, 3,
Go.
2, 1.
Smoke.
Got smoke, got
Long
smoke.
ignition.
Got smoke.
There it
we
goes.
There we go. Oh, straight flight.
That's O motor. Long burn. Nice smooth winds. Great cheers from the crowd. The teams over here just really excited. Oh, it's so cool to see. It sounds like we're going to switch over to two stagers after this, so we'll see who's going to be up next. We're waiting to hear, see if we get some noise of an event. I hear cheers, which suggests to me like there might be one. I can't see anything because it's very sunny if I look behind me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just great. So we've had a really good salvo. You know, we managed to get a break yesterday with all those teams. We've got about a total of 30 or so teams today.
Separation or no drogue. Checking data.
Possible separation without drogue.
Still trying to listen in if anything has popped up.
All right, while we keep an eye on that, the next team is Team 94 from Akron, Ohio. It's a two-stage out on Echo.
Yeah, okay, so we're moving the camera over to two-stage right now. I love these drone shots. And that's going to be...
All right, but we're keeping an eye on this last shot.
University of Akron. I'm totally... Apologies if I mispronounce your university's name.
I think it's Akron.
Akron? Yeah.
Just getting cams into position so we can see this launch. But you can really get an overview of the area. It's going to be hot today, too. Let's show some love in the chats with Akron.
Akron's for the win over here.
All right, everybody, we're keeping an eye on that last flight, watching some parts come down.
Akronauts getting ready. If you want to show some love, you can show love in the chat. You can show love in the super chats. We love it. We love to see it. Oh, yeah, look at that. You can see the fins on the two stages there, down below, in the middle. Oh, yeah, it's going to be great.
Yeah, Team 94. Trying to see where that second stage is going to actually release from.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, the complexity with the two stages is way more difficult. The I know that with the solids
All right,
and
we're
the
heading over to the two-stage now.
Okay, getting
Up
ready.
at Echo 3 is Team 94 from the University of Akron in Akron, Ohio. They're competing in the 30K SRAD. The team's name is the Akronauts. Get it, Akron, Ohio. Akronauts Rocket Design Team, and their rocket name is the Project ERIC. Capital letters, period after each one, so I'm going to say ERIC. University of Akron's Project ERIC is a two-stage rocket featuring two motors with a COTS N5800 booster and going to a sustainer, minimum diameter 152 millimeter motor using the team's own, get this, Embry Listerine as a propellant, as well as CO2 parachute ejection system. Project ERIC will showcase the team's first competition tip-to-tip layup on the booster stage, while its payload is a surveillance plane housed inside a 3U CubeSat. Project ERIC is almost 18 feet tall, weighs 116 pounds, and is going up on those two motors.
Ooh, 160 pounds. That's a lot. That is a lot of mass. The complexity with the two stages is really interesting. So you've got, and I'm not a super expert, but you've got obviously the booster. You've got to install the igniter on that side, but then for the sustainer
all right, we're
piece,
going to relay to two stage. We're getting ready to go.
The igniter there has to survive the G-forces of the initial launch.
Echo 3, Team 94
separation.
from Akron, Ohio. Two stages going on Echo 3 in 5,
Here we go.
4, 3, 2, 1. Lift up. Oh, whoa. Big old Kato.
Uh-oh. You see the main dejected on the right, burning motor coming down on the left.
I don't see the second
All right, we'll be standing
stage.
by
I
as
think
we,
that one got
I'm
launched
not
off.
sure where that is. I'm sure we'll be sending out fire crews for that. We are well prepared for these kinds of things. Spaceport America and the Fiore team have an outstanding crew available to go investigate and ensure there's no brush fires, especially with these hot, dry conditions. It's one of the huge benefits of being able to hold this event at Spaceport America. I've talked about it before. Yeah, there's chute on the ground. And we'll see if we have any footage of any motors that might still be burning.
Yeah,
that's unfortunate for the team, but yeah, you still see some smoldering pieces there.
Yeah, that's our booster.
But that's part of the challenge. Things happen, and the best you can do is learn and figure out what went wrong and make it better the next year. I know we'll get some teams out to investigate that. Yeah, you can see that motor. Look at that. Wow.
Yeah.
It's a lot of energy. Yeah, pieces of propellant that will break out and continue burning.
And just the complexity of just these two stages. It's something that teams are having to work through as they're even here at Spaceport. They're having to solve problems, make sure that things are working. And we've stated it before of how we can tell when teams are super prepared, they're ready to go and they're ready to launch. And sometimes that's a luxury of being here in the States. For teams that are out of states, they're having to prepare things on site and make sure it's ready to go and get it sent.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's a huge challenge. There goes our fire truck, just coming up the road now. They're going to go investigate and make sure.
Stand by for the fire response to check out that area. The last flight will be Team 110 from University of British Columbia in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll see what happens. It sounds like we may move on after their investigation, and we'll continue with two-stagers. The other thing that's really challenged with this two-stage design, typically those rockets are really long, and they have a point in the middle where they have to separate, so that introduces potential weaknesses. And if there's any, you've seen some of the rockets that come off the rails and they have a slight bend to them right once they hit that slight ground breeze, and that can introduce a lot of stress on those joints. And I don't know if that's what happened here, but it certainly can cause them to separate, and you wind up with those issues.
And it's just about rockets. There's a lot of shear force. There's a lot of just a lot of forces put onto those bolts, and if there's any cracks or any faults within those bolts, it's end game on that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you are standing in the road, we need you to move. We got some cars moving through.
Yep, there's the motor on the ground. It looks like it stopped smoking, so that's people just coming up right now to kind of do some initial evaluation and make sure that it's safe to approach before anybody comes up and does any closer inspection. Fire truck's heading out, make sure we have no brush fires. It looks like that motor landed in a pretty sandy area, so that's good. Sometimes if they land right in the bush, you gotta make sure you get out there pretty quick to put the fires out.
Yeah. And with the desert, it makes these bushes pretty dry, so they're quick to ignite if we don't get out there quickly. Right. So thank you to our team, our Vellore team that is out there 24/7, just making sure things are safe for our students, for our teams, for our volunteers. They're critical to our operations here, and they provide a huge benefits for everybody around here. Safety-wise.
Yeah, let's give a huge shout-out in the chat just for the Vellore team, for Spaceport America, for getting out there with their facilities and their equipment, because we love to see it. That's what we need when times like this happen, and so that's great. We'll just check in and see how it's going. It looks like okay. I see a couple of rockets just behind me coming around on the rocket trailer. That would be heading out to the solids pads. I see at least one rocket on there, and so that's a good sign. And we'll continue to get those last rockets in there. The fact that we got most of that salvo completed is good news. Again, I think we had about 30 rockets to launch today, and we got most of the solids out.
most of the
I'm not sure if we got all 20 yet.
I think we got to at least D4 on our solo pad, so
maybe so. That's a good sign. So, why don't we cut over to actually this promo sponsor little clip from Fiore itself.
Still standing by for that last two-stager. Should be going here relatively soon.
Okay, we're back.
We're back.
I didn't see the video play, but that's all right. We'll cut to that when we get a chance. We're still queuing up teams to get ready to fly. Weather conditions right now are good. We're baking in the sun here because we started bright and early, which is good news. I was really hoping with the weather forecast that we could get rockets in the air at about exactly 7 when our window opens, and I think we came pretty close to hitting that.
Yeah, I think we were live for about 6 minutes before rockets started launching, so it was a good quick turnaround for our teams out here. So that's our main goal out here. It's to get these students onto a pad and get them launching, get them going, so we can get out and get grading.
Yeah, exactly. We talked to a couple of teams yesterday. The weather was really frustrating, and a lot of teams were trying to keep the motivation going because they'd been out to the pads 3 or maybe even 4 times. So they've done the setup, they've assembled the rocket, they've gone through the checks, they've gone out, and then they had to come back because of wind or because of clouds or rain. Yeah. And that's really can be demoralizing because you're like, all the energy build up and then you're back down again. But the good side of that is the teams got really a lot of practice. So that means that they were able to, in fact, even the teams were saying, hey, every time we do this, it seems like we're putting together a lot faster. And so that's really helpful. And especially with this morning, that's better if we can get our rockets early up in the air and get our recovery teams out. That gives them a better opportunity to find their rocket, get the telemetry data, get back to our recovery tent, and to showcase the rocket and say, have the final evaluation done in terms of whether it's reflyable, as well as get that altimeter data, because that all factors into the scoring. Yeah.
And of course, it's always just to the practice and practice and practice. Teams are being able to get their practice and in fact, with every competition that we hold every year, they're getting to learn things. They're getting to adapt to just the challenges of being out here in New Mexico.
Right.
If you're coming from sea level, it's entirely different compared to 40,000 feet.
For sure.
Taking a look at the fire trucks out here, it looks like they're looking into the rockets right now. Doesn't seem like a fire is happening, but we just want to make sure the rocket is safe before anybody goes out there to recover it.
Yeah, that's the smaller fire truck that they use for evaluating. They've got some firefighting equipment there that's available. If things really do get out of hand and a significant fire starts, they bring out the big truck. And I don't think we've seen the big truck this year. I mean, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
But it would be nice if we could bring it out to showcase. So I don't know. Maybe I'll make some phone a friend and see if we can make some arrangements to showcase that before we end the live stream today.
Yeah.
Our flight window ends at scoring and all of that ends officially at noon. If there are some rockets that have not yet flown, we'll give some opportunity. We can actually extend that as late as 3 p.m. local time. Ooh. Right now it is 8:25 Mountain Time. So we've got plenty of time, actually, for these remaining rockets to get in the air. There may be some teams that are working through some final technical challenges. I haven't walked through the tents at Tent City to see which teams are still madly trying to assemble their rocket and maybe fix some of the issues that the judges found. But we'll certainly keep an eye on that. And again, we want to give everybody an opportunity to fly that has been declared safe to fly, and we'll get them out there and do that.
All right.
So we're going to cut to an interview, I think.
Yeah, I think with Team 56. So let's go ahead and take a look over there.
All right, nice. Let's get some water.
Yeah, water.
BRB water. Oh my God, this chair is burning.
You guys just launched today, right? Could you introduce yourself and tell me more about that?
Yeah, I'm Alessia. I'm from the University of Windsor in Canada, and our rocketry team competed in the 10K SRAD category. We had a last-minute change to COTS. Our nozzle unfortunately broke, but it's okay. We just had a successful launch. We're a team of about 11 senior students, and yeah.
Awesome. We were talking earlier, and you said you guys were so close to launching yesterday, but you ended up not being able to. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, we kind of waited all day. We weren't sure if we were able to launch, and we were in queue all lined up, and we saw the cars drive by, and we start cheering, and then instead of turning to the launch pad, they turned the other way, and we're like, what's going on? And they're like, guys, you'll be launching tomorrow. And we're like, okay. So it was a little disappointing, but today was beautiful, and we were able to see the launch a lot better versus yesterday. So I think it all
Team
happened
110
for a
is from the
reason.
University
It
of
all
British
worked out.
Columbia.
Yeah, it worked out in your favor
British
to have
Columbia,
clear
Canada. They're
skies
competing in the
today
30K
and
COTS.
wait for today.
Their
That's
team's name
awesome.
is
Can you
UBC
actually
Rocket,
tell
and
us
the
a little bit
rocket's
about
name is
your
Garibaldi
Sorry.
is UBC Rocket
Okay.
third.
Could you
two-stage rocket,
did you
and
want to
the
say
sixth
anything to your
60K
team or your
COTS
families
rocket,
back
standing at
home?
14.5 feet tall.
Yeah,
and has an
hi, I
altitude
know
of Mach
everybody on the
1.8.
team has their
The
family
payload is
watching.
testing a
Hi, Mom.
microbial fuel cell.
The team
in
worked
hyper
really hard, and
and
I'm proud of them.
microgravity. Go
We're a
UBC
family
Rocket.
now, I think, and go Windsor.
Garibaldi
Thank you
is
so
14.5
much for
feet tall,
coming in
weighing
today.
16 pounds. It's going
Thank you
up
so much.
Thank
on
you.
the booster.
Hope you guys can
of
recover
an
well.
N5600, and their sustainer is an
Back to you.
N3180.
Sorry, they wrapped it up. What happened?
That's okay.
We're about to go to Rockets right now, so.
That's all.
And to keep you up to speed on everything else, the solid pads have about 3 rockets that they are loading up. Hybrids have 2 or 3 that may go a little later.
Okay, we're back.
And we're still waiting on a couple other teams. So this is getting down to the final numbers.
Yeah, sounds like we're getting down to the final handful of teams that need to launch. I'm still waiting for the hybrids. I'm optimistic that they will get ready and will go.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting. I'm so happy with everybody in our team. We're just happy to get our students to launch and just see all the launches today. Oh.
Yeah, especially today, after all the challenges. We've talked about the weather and all that, but the fact that it's so nice right now. This is the kind of weather that I've been waiting for. It's the kind of weather that I've seen.
All right, the fire trucks are clear. We are now going to proceed. Oh,
seems to be rare. Ooh, University of British Columbia.
Ooh.
I'm from Seattle, so they are like 3-hour drive away. That's looking good. And I got an orange juice, so I'm going to redeem myself.
So UBC Rocket, just to let you know, they checked out your rocket, made sure everything was good.
From the orange juice catastrophe of 2024.
I think I was telling you when I was refilling your drink, I was like, I hope I don't have to put you on a kiddies table at this point.
Relegated to the separate table for those who make messes.
Yep.
Okay, so we're just waiting for countdown. I think they're doing some final checks to make sure everything is safe. And it looked like the earlier rocket motor that was on the ground has been, I don't know if it's declared safe, but it looks like it's in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
And I didn't see any other indications
All
of
right,
smoke or
Echo
fire.
4 is ready to go. They have
we go.
lock. The road is clear. The range is clear.
Range is clear.
There are no fires. On Echo 4 is Team 110.
UBC, let's go.
All right, Team Echo 4 110. 2 stages is going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke.
Lift off. Stage 1.
Off. Ooh, looking good.
Nice.
Stage 1 burnout.
Oh, good track.
Oh,
there's that
Looking
coast.
for the sustainer ignition.
How many G-forces does the rocket encounter after the motor stopped burning?
Oh, I wish I knew.
I think it's pretty close to 0. In a certain way, it's a...
We did not get a sustainer ignition.
There you go. I see some events. Let's see if we get a drogue that comes out. I can't quite tell. I see some reflection happening in the camera. Yeah, we'll have to see if we manage to get a main on this one. I don't see a drogue.
Yeah, I don't see the drogue yet.
But yeah, all those G-forces are encountered primarily when all during acceleration. So that motor burn, high Gs. As soon as that motor cuts off, there's really relatively, other than aerodynamic stresses, relatively few Gs in that. So you get this kind of classic parabolic. You can do physics equations on that, and it's a lot of simulation to see how that rocket performs. Yeah, look at that spin. Oh, that's an unfortunate landing. You didn't see any separation or chutes. Sometimes that occurs, and that's all part of the challenge. You know, the designs are really tricky. You have to find a balance between the ability to.
Oh, what is that?
Oh, okay. Well, a little bit of replay that we'll show here. You have to balance between the rocket has to hold itself together off the pad through its aerodynamic coast phase, and it also has to be able to separate correctly at apogee. And finding the right balance there between having it be too flimsy essentially and it just separates like right off the, way too early, and then also too tight where it won't separate even with your black powder charges.
In some type of configuration. Sorry about that, guys.
Nice. I love seeing the replays where you could just see the rocket is there and then in an instant it's
smoke.
gone.
Yeah.
It's just smoke. What is this?
That's very, very fast. And I'm just listening in right now. There sounds like there are no more two-stagers. We have 3 solids. And they're just working through some telemetry issues. That's all hot off the press, right in my ear to you. So that's good news. I'm just excited. We're looking forward to finishing our rocket launches for the year. Ooh. And then we got a lot of work to do. It doesn't actually stop. So a reminder to those that tuned in, we're going to be doing live stream operations, obviously here for all the flights. We'll probably even hang out a little longer, and maybe we'll do a few interviews if we've got some teams available to do that. If we can phone a friend and get our favorite fire truck out, we'll do that. But if that doesn't happen, nonetheless, tune in to the live stream tonight because it's the award ceremony. That is... You can't miss it. It's super just high enthusiasm, high passion. You can see obviously the teams that won. All the teams get together there. It's such a huge event, and it's really a good opportunity. And if you live locally, you can come to us. It's going to be at the University of New Mexico in the Pan Am Center basketball court stadium there. There's plenty of seating. And just great to even if you don't even know what a rocket is, it's okay. Come and watch, and you just get a sense of what's going on and how amazing this whole competition is.
Yeah, and it's just the amount of students that are there that fill the entire stadium. You can understand what is going on here and what the students are accomplishing. So it's for anybody that is wanting to join at the Pan American. Come join, find a seat, enjoy the atmosphere, and meet some new people, and just get an understanding of just rocketry itself.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, all the, or at least certainly, some of our key sponsors will be there, participating both in the actual ceremony, but they'll also be on site at the stadium. That's a great chance to meet with them. But it's also a good chance for them to get that sense of why their sponsorship is so valued and important, and that they are directly contributing to something that's just such an important piece of helping to increase the knowledge of and interest in engineering and science, and all the way from university levels down to the kids at home that are watching on the live stream that are maybe 5, 4, 3 years old, whatever, that they start getting that passion. And so sounds like we're going to cut over to an interview, and we'll come back with you soon.
Hello, you guys. Welcome back. I am here once again in the interview booth with University of
Carleton. Or Carleton University.
Carleton. Look at this. Not them flexing on us. They come in here looking all cool and make me look all weird with my measly patch. Anyways, how are you guys doing? Introduce yourselves.
We're doing very good. We had an excellent flight. I'm Piper, and I'm the aerostructures lead of the team.
And my name's Jack. I work on propulsion on the team, so for this rocket, I don't do much. But we're working on a new motor, so I'm just here for the vibes and a good time.
Awesome. Yeah, honestly, me too, basically. How did it go? How was your guys' launch? How was that experience? Please tell me about it.
Well, it was very nerve-wracking. First off, I guess, Jack, do you want to tell us a little bit about the motor that we flew?
Yeah, sure. So we flew an N5800 to, it seems like we hit 30,000 feet, which is great. This motor has notorious in the community, been nicknamed the fin shredder or the rocket killer because it is a very fast and strong burn, not a very long burn, just a quick, strong burn. And it's known to, I think even at this competition this year, it's claimed a rocket or two. So, but ours looked great on the way up, straight as an arrow, held up fine. You know, we came down a little bit slow, and we're a little bit far away, so recovery has their work cut out for them today. But we know where it is. We got 2 sets of GPS coordinates verified, so looking good.
Awesome. What else can you tell me about your rocket? Any special features, any design elements you guys want to talk about more?
Yeah, so I guess I'll talk a little bit about our fins because we did fly the rocket killer. We had to make sure that it would hold up to that. So one of the cool things about our rocket is that the fins don't exactly have an attachment point. It's one solid piece. It actually looks, the core looks a little bit like the 3D printed mold here. So we have our fillets built in. It's one solid piece. And then we just do a layup over top. So then you don't have to worry about them coming off at all because they have one solid piece at that point.
That's awesome. What can you tell me about your payload? You guys...
I can tell you the gist of it.
Yeah.
So our payload this year was a 3U payload. In the top 2U, we were doing a biological test where we were going to look at frog cells. Unfortunately, we had some issues with that. We didn't quite get to collect the data we wanted to, but still really neat. We were going to observe the viscosity of frog cell membranes to compare to certain tests that are being done in real life with human neurons. It can sometimes show beneficial to be under pressure, but they always do it with centrifuges. So having a straight rocket means you don't get that shear force on it, and so it's more accurate. It's really cool.
Yeah, that's cool. That's super interesting. Yeah, can we see
your
guys' little frogs?
Okay, so this little frog isn't from here. This was from St. John's. But our patch, it's hard. Okay, mine's, okay, it's far. It's hard to see. I can move. But this one is our patch this year. This guy right here, little frog astronaut giving us a thumbs up. It's really sick. A team went so crazy with graphic design this year. They turned out so incredibly good.
Yeah, it's super cool. I got one yesterday, and I went inside my house. I was like, look at what I got. Y'all got nothing on me. My siblings were, like, super jealous. Well, can you guys actually show me your guys' outfits? This is super cool. Where did you guys get all these patches? What is this about?
So it's a tradition on our school, or in actually a lot of Canadian schools, to have flight suits, boiler suits, coveralls, all words for the same thing. And so for us, we earn them. So it takes about a year of joining clubs, design teams, going to conferences, things like that to earn your suit. And once you have, you get to collect a bunch of patches. So on here I have InSpace one. This was our phenomenal flight we did 2 years ago. This one was last year's. Bunch of ones like that, clubs and societies. And we do also trade limbs with other schools.
Awesome.
So this is an arm from McMaster, actually, but this is from my father's suit. When he went to McMaster and had a suit. So this is kind of like the legacy arm, where I put all of my family's old patches on it and everything. So yeah, we kind of Frankenstein them. It's fun.
It's cool. It looks super cool. Y'all look cool out there and really stand out. Is there anything else you guys would like to add? Any shout outs?
I got something. I would just like to say huge shout out to our team. We've been out here 4 days now, before the crack of dawn, getting up super early in the morning. And everyone did such a great job. We all worked so hard on this year. I'm super proud of everyone. I'm just so happy we got off the ground. And really shout out to all the other teams here. We've been quite unlucky with the weather this year. Not a lot of teams got a chance to go early, so a lot of people have been going through the early morning ritual in the desert a lot more than normal. So, but I'm just super proud of everyone. We worked so hard. I'm so glad that, things went well.
I would also like to say thank you for everyone at home that's been giving us so much love and support in the chat, watching the live stream. Going on every single day. We send out messages like, we're launching today. And every single day without fail, they all show up. They're all there to support us, and we feel the love. It's very appreciated.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for being here with me and talking to me and sending all those frogs in the chat. We really appreciate it. Let's take it back to the booth.
This is Keon Ben Jacob. Welcome back. You're one of our 2 drone operators.
Yeah, been flying up there. I hope I've been providing good footage for you guys.
And you're flying the high drone, right?
Yeah, I've been flying the high drone. There's been one other drone pilot. We kind of trade off, or actually 2 other. There's one that's flying a low drone. His name's Matt, and then another Duncan. He's flying right now, I believe. Or actually, right now it might be both Matt. That's what I heard on the comm earlier. But let's see how he does. I mean, it's a fun gig for sure. I hope you guys get good footage here. Hopefully, it feels like you guys are here. I mean, being up there in the air, it's pretty sweet. Like, even though I'm here, being in the air, getting that footage is really fun.
And you both, all of the drone operators have gotten some just outstanding footage.
Yeah.
And response, the response time to switch between rockets, is not a lot.
Yeah. About that, I'd like to apologize if we didn't get your rocket launch on drone footage, because we do have to come back in for batteries every 30 or so minutes, and during those times, sometimes they launch, or we have some fiascos where it's like pad E, the 2-stage rockets, and then next solids, and then it's like
they'll switch between, and
yeah,
we don't have time to fly over there before they've launched. Yeah.
Hold on solids, never mind. Go
well,
back,
and that's why we rely on a whole team. And I was going to say, not only a shout out to you all, but a shout out to NASA Spaceflight and their help, because they've got people here with their cameras to help get as many angles as possible. Things happen really dynamic, and if you tuned in yesterday, oh man, were you flying yesterday afternoon?
Yeah,
that was nuts.
That was crazy.
We had a salvo of 20 rockets launched in maybe 30-40 minutes, so it was extremely fast paced, and the ability of drone operators both from the high end and also on the low to get in right on the rocket just as it's launching. And then we switched to 2-state. I mean, it was pretty wild. We're trying to coordinate everything.
Also, shouts out to the controllers for being able to manage all that. I mean, we just had to put our drone in a place and follow the rocket. But they're the ones, giving you guys the replays, making sure you guys get the best angles. So, shouts out to them. And they're all volunteering, so they're just doing this for the love of it. And that's awesome to see.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just listening on some latest communication, so it sounds like the hybrid teams are getting ready. What I heard is a team is about 30 minutes away from being prepped for fill. So, there's a whole long process, as we've talked, for our hybrids. And once they get to the point where they're ready to fill, that really kind of starts the clock to tick. And they've got to go through that process. And then once they're filled, then the clock really starts ticking. Again, we don't, Ezra does not directly control those launches. Each hybrid team has to bring their own launch control system, their own ground support equipment, obviously the rocket itself, and their own fuel and all the whole 9 yards, and their nitrous, I should say. So it's complex, and we hope we get them up in the morning. And again, the weather has been so nice today, especially compared to this week.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's getting hot for sure. I mean, good and bad thing. You got to watch out for dehydration and the sun, You're going to get sunburn. I have pretty dark complexion, and I'm still going to get sunburn. I've been applying layers, and, I'm getting red. So
I'm going to stand in for Rocket Mom Alice, and Rocket Mom Alice will be saying, it doesn't matter if you are just a few teams here today. You need to drink water. You need to make sure you got sunscreen on, and you need. Booth is asking me to put on an accent. No, I can't do that. So make sure you stay hydrated. Make sure you stay safe. The other thing that's going on is recovery teams are out there. We've spoken about that a few times in the past, and I don't know if you know. So Da Vinci Maker Labs, we partner with them, and Ezra. They provide all of the logistic support for our recovery teams. There are specific recovery backpacks that each team gets with radios, with water, and a GPS transponder. So it'd be cool if we could get drone footage actually of a recovery team going out.
Yeah,
I don't think we've done that yet.
Yeah, if there's one we can follow, it'd be nice because
we'll see if we can
it was an
coordinate that.
experience. Like when I got mine, mine was unfortunately like 2 miles south of the fence, so we had to go around a bunch of fences, take some dirt roads a while, and then also hike, and then. But having that backpack and everything, we didn't get lost. We could make sure we were checking in, and they kept their, I guess, ears on us. So I'm glad they're providing that for us, making sure we're all safe out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, if you go back to the Da Vinci tent, inside there is a video screen. It shows the actual track on the map of where each recovery team is at. And they check in very frequently with them to make sure they've got good batteries for their radios and water, and they're still doing okay. Because sometimes it takes quite a while to go find the rocket. I think there's been a lot of improvements. GPS transponders now are required on all the rockets. And so usually that works. Sometimes there are transponder issues, so we don't always have the latest GPS data at the time that the rocket comes down. But that has made a huge difference in the ability for teams to get their rockets more quickly.
Yeah, I mean, if I didn't have a GPS location when I located my rocket, it would still be out there today probably.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's very important. Make sure we get that GPS log for that reason.
Yeah, especially as you've seen, some of the rockets have had some challenging flights and weren't as successful as we'd like to see.
Yeah.
But what that can mean is the rocket may go quite some distance, sometimes several miles out.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about rockets, if you really want that high thrust to weight ratio at the beginning, because if you don't get going fast enough at the end of the launch pad, you might just turn, and that's what you saw with some of the rockets. Either it's either something with the wind or lack of thrust or stability, and it turns even just like 10 degrees on its way up, and that's going to be miles out there. So I mean, good thing it's early in the day, so you have plenty of time to find it, but definitely could be a struggle for them. I hope good luck to everyone, and I mean, with the GPS, hopefully it's just a drive away.
For sure, for sure. So you were a former competitor as well.
Yeah, I competed last year, got top 25% in the flight. So, I mean, I had a good flight, drogue and everything, deployed.
And what university was that with?
University of Utah.
Nice.
Yeah, you were going to give me the Lone Ranger. I mean, there wasn't an actual award. I didn't get a trophy for it, but you guys made one for me. And, yeah, because everyone kept asking me, where's the rest of your team? I'm like, it's just me. I designed it, tested it, flew it. Yeah, but I mean, we still got some help. Like, and again, like if you are interested in competing, like there's no excuse. You can do it on your own. Even if I did need some help. Obviously, I needed funding, a mentor to let me know how to make the rocket. That was very important. But along the way, I brought my teammates with me. I brought one teammate from my school, but he's never flown a rocket before, so it was kind of just like, so I have another set of hands. But just the 10K COTS, I think you can, if you really break it down, it took me a few years, you can do it.
Yeah. It's really good to know. And I was going to mention real quick a shout out Dr. Andrea Furlon on the Super Chats. We are proud of you, Isabella, from Toronto, TMU, Team Rocketry 102 with the 2-stage. Thanks, Ezra, for the live stream. Hey, we're really happy to bring this to you, and so glad you can join us. And a shout out to everybody, all our teams, both in the U.S. and internationally. But coming back to that, I talked about Rowan University. I know Rowan University because in 2016 in Utah, they had a very small team. It was literally like 3 students.
Yeah.
And they really didn't have much support from the university directly at that time. They were just a new team forming. But they got out here. And so, you can talk to that. And the teams, there's other teams, right, that have started very small with just a handful of people.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it's all about. Like, it just only takes one person to have the vision and get other people on the ride. I mean, we were supposed to come this year. We just had delays in our orders and stuff. So hopefully University of Utah will compete next year. And, just one person can start that, I guess, butterfly effect of getting a club going and getting out here and competing for educational experience, all that stuff. But, along the way, I met a lot of good peers, mentors, so many people to just ask questions and help me with more than just engineering, life. And also shout out to BYU, because when I got here, they were half the team on the recovery. There's 2 U of U students, me and my teammate, and then 2 BYU students on recovery.
Oh, that's cool.
That's the only
they help.
Yeah,
So that's
shout out
great.
to them. They won last year, so happy for them.
Right.
Good way to represent just Utah as a state in general, because we're expanding aerospace there, and it's a good place to be.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we talked about team sportsmanship and team spirit, and I love to see that when teams can, even if they've already flown, for example, they hang out with here, they stay in the tent area, they help out other teams that they can, that kind of thing. It's really inspiring.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we flew a couple times because we share like the same state launch site, so we kind of coordinated and talked to each other, helped each other out. But they're a bigger team, obviously. They're established, so it was really nice to have them help me, help our team, and But I mean, anyone could win this year. It could be BYU again. I don't know how their flight went. It seemed like they were happy, but I'm excited to see the scores as well, because there's a lot of good flights.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure. I think with the improvements that have been made in our process, so for Ezra, one of the changes that we've made in the past couple years actually is increasing the technical review before you get to Spaceport America Cup, actually the event itself. And that's gone a long way to help teams understand, hey, you've got some significant technical challenges at this point in time, and it's several months before actually traveling out to Spaceport America grounds. And that gives them an opportunity to fix those issues and correct those and come back to us. Sometimes the reality is the technical challenges and maybe logistics or monetary challenges are enough that, you need a little bit of reality some months in advance before you go through all the effort to plan to come out here, and then you wouldn't be able to fly because your rocket just isn't ready. And
speaking on that,
sure.
I mean, another shout out to the judges here, because that was like basically my team, another set of my team, because doing those reviews, they let me know this doesn't look right, this doesn't make sense, and also just ensuring that I'm going to have a good flight. I actually did a different recovery system where it only splits in one spot. Most of these rockets split in 2, but what I did is called a fishbone recovery, where the drogue pops out and then the main's still stuck in because it's just packed in tight, and then the main will pop. And it was the first time any judges here have seen that, so they were really suspicious. I mean, I guess they have the right to be and everything.
I would be suspicious.
They're worried I was going to pop a main, but they still let me fly. They didn't say no. I mean, it just in general, I was almost told 2 people is not sufficient enough to do this, and I was like, just give me a chance. I've already done it like a test flight and everything. So, they let me. They gave me a chance, an opportunity to do it, and that was shout out to them and the judges for leading me along that way. And Mr. Lubliner, Steve Lubliner.
Oh yeah,
he was a great judge.
Oh, that's great. Yeah,
he helped me out a lot.
Well, it can really be super stressful to be in that situation, and it's hard to keep your emotions in check and be like, okay, what do I have to do to help get to the point where the judges feel comfortable that you can fly and all that?
Mm-hmm.
So I totally recognize that. We've seen that in teams, and especially, we never want to have a team come out and not be able to fly because they've got just such severe technical issues that it's just not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
That's happened in a long ago past, but since coming to Spaceport America, and I think especially in the last few years, we've really tried to ramp that up so we get those technical reviews done, even over Zoom. Those kinds of webcam sessions with the teams and actually showing their rocket, and the judges can talk and interact with them. It's really, really a great opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, you're required to do a video review with your judge, and I think that's pretty important because, they can let you know early if there's just no way, there's no way that rocket's going to fly safely, or if, they can assure your doubts on anything like that a month before the launch, and make any last minute changes, and really get prepared.
Yeah,
because I mean, it is unfortunate to come all the way out here and then get told that your rocket can't fly. That, that's almost, I don't know, maybe it's worse than, losing your rocket in a way. But because, you don't really
yeah, right, yeah. I mean, everyone wants a chance to fly.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
even if
everyone
it's not a success flight, at least you got to, have
Yeah.
somebody hit the button and make it go. And that's where you really get a chance to learn.
Speaking of unsuccessful flights, like, don't hold your head down. There's always next year. And, everyone loses the championship in every championship. So there's always next year. It just means you didn't win this time, and you can do it again, and you know exactly what to do better next time.
Yeah, exactly.
Make those changes.
It's great to see the teams build on that.
Yeah.
So we're still waiting for a word on latest launch status. I'm looking around, and we've got a few teams in the area, and they're just kind of standing by. I think the last we said, it was probably 15-ish minutes ago, that hybrids are getting closer. Those are going to be the teams to watch for sure. We talked about the complexity of getting those prepped, and so it'll just take some time. And those are stand by. We're just getting some latest information. Oh, okay. Hang on just a second. Was that team 47?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so Team 47 is getting very close to ready to fill on hybrids. So that's actually excellent news. I'm sure we'll get some coverage out there as those teams get ready. And Team 47 is, Instituto Tecnológico de Buenos Aires. So
Buenos Aires.
I totally killed that pronunciation, but
yeah, I mean,
5 to 10 minutes.
Argentina,
so
right?
Be ready to go for a hybrid launch relatively shortly.
Okay, I don't want to embarrass myself.
That's all good.
But if that is the correct, shout out to, you guys for coming out here.
Show some love for Buenos Aires. So, yeah.
Many miles.
Yeah, that's exciting. So, I hope we'll be able to see them fly and get a good attempt in. And I don't know. I think we said we're done with 2 stages. And we're standing by with whatever remaining solids we have. So it's just down to the last handful of teams, and that's excellent news. 5 solids are left to go. 5 solids. So 5 solids and I think 3 hybrids altogether. So we hope to get those all off. The good news is it is just coming up on 9 o'clock Mountain Time. Our judging window for scoring closes at noon. So if those rockets can fly sooner rather than later, that gives them an opportunity to recover their rocket again and get the rockets back to the recovery tent, and they'll actually plug in. Each rocket has an altimeter, and maybe you can talk a little bit about that. The altimeters themselves are required to be commercial off the shelf, at least one of them. Mm-hmm. And what kind of data do we collect off that?
Yeah, so I mean, of course you're collecting GPS. That's like the most important in terms of scoring. That's how you confirm with your height, but also speed, barometric pressure to also, double check was your GPS maybe accurate or not. Mm-hmm. And then accelerometers to check, obviously how fast you're accelerating or where you went to, which direction, all that stuff. But really also the important thing is, recovery operations that the avionics does. So it's required because if you didn't have that, you wouldn't get your rocket back. And also you want 2. That's one being off the shelf commercial, and we know that it works because if you have 2 student research. If
you've got 2 student designs, it's kind of a risky,
you
unproven.
Yeah, you probably want 2 different ones because if one goes wrong, that's the whole point of the redundancy, the backup avionics, and
exactly. Yeah. So those teams, exactly. I mean, those teams are going to bring those back, and at the recovery tent, we have. There's several different ways, I think, to get the altitude data. One is, ideally, I think just USB plug-in. You can just download the data, they graph it, and you can say, here's your apogee, and they use that for scoring, and that ties into both the overall score in terms of their target altitude and how close they got to the 10,000-foot or 30,000-foot marks. But then also the Jim Barrowman Award is the precision. So if you say, okay, we, took weather account data, we know a rocket, and we did analysis, and we say we're going to fly to 10,032 feet. Mm-hmm. We'll measure that, right, and look at the barometric data and say, well, how close did you get? And the closest you got to that specific prediction can put you in the running for that Jim Barrowman Award. So again, tune in tonight to see who won that, along with all the technical awards, along with the place and category awards. for each of the different altitudes and different rocket styles, both commercial off the shelf. We talked about the student research and development, or SRAD, solid motors, and then all the hybrid teams. Those are all separate categories with separate awards for each of those. And then there's the overall Spaceport America Cup trophy for top team. And so it'll be really exciting.
Yeah. I mean, also shout out again to anyone doing hybrids. Like, that's really impressive. I just simply bought a motor, loaded it, but these guys are doing all that research and science to do it themselves. And hybrids are cool. It's not just you got to do a lot of extra stuff, and they're using liquid as well, so they have to cool it. I mean, it's real science stuff. That's what you're doing at NASA and SpaceX. So good on them.
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, it's nice to have those award categories so that we can recognize each of those.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're not the overall winner necessarily, but you did the best in your category, there's still that opportunity,
Yeah.
plus the technical awards, too. And so all that factors in. And it sounds like now we'll cut over to some videos from our sponsors because, hey, like I said, we couldn't do it without you, and we're just glad to be here and appreciate your support.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and make the announcements for hybrids, so when they call, they're ready to go. It is Team 47. They're from Instituto Tecnológico de Buenos Aires in Buenos Aires, Argentina. So everybody be ready. As soon as they give us the call, hybrids don't like to wait. So we're going to give the count and let them go.
Tuning into hybrids now, so just listening to the announcements and really excited. So I know we'll get some footage. We got the drone cameras getting set and probably doing some hot swaps of batteries right now. We've been burning through batteries right and left.
Yeah, it's hard to know, especially with the hybrids, when we're actually going to launch. They say filling, it's going to take 10 minutes. Could take 20, so we're out there. Oh, the battery's low. We got to come back, and worst case scenario, they launch, right as we're landing our drone. But at least we'll have one drone, so that's always what we're trying to coordinate.
Right,
but
right.
Exciting. Like I said, hybrids, impressive. Looking forward to it.
For sure. I was going to mention we were doing some super chats earlier. Had some super chats come in on YouTube. So
for a 10K shot, the sky is clear.
Oh. Getting closer, 10K.
As they continue to fill, we are standing by on the word from the hybrid team, and we will simulcast them and give them the go.
Oh, yeah, good news. So, hey, shout out to the hybrids teams because we got 3 to go. I want to get them in the air, and good luck to those teams. If you're watching on the stream and you want to pop in a super chat on YouTube chat, hey, we'd love to see it. And show your love in the comments and the chat there, and we'd love to have that. Every little bit supports Ezra, supports this live stream, and be able to bring this coverage to you. And there we go, nice aerial view of the overall
they've got their flag. They
hybrid area. It looks like we're
awaiting.
zooming in on that particular rocket itself. Just getting the drone cam set. We've got the nice rocket cam from a distance set up. You can look at that. It looks like it's hazy in that shot, but it's really not bad. There's a little bit of haze in the distance. I heard there were some forest fires. I forget exactly where, but some of that might be drifting over a little bit in the background.
Yeah, I mean, even when there's just a slight bit of wind, it picks up all the dust, gets hazy. So, maybe we just need to tell our drone operators to wipe off the screen.
I mean, you never know. Sometimes we take the cameras out of air conditioning and things get a little interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's dusty out here for sure. So after a few flights, it collects.
Yeah, for sure.
But regardless, good shots, good angles.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I love to see that. a nice overview. You can see those custom rails. So I said it before. If you hadn't seen before, Ezra provides our own Ezra rails for the solids teams, except for the 2-stage. And the reason we do that is the rails are a specific length, and we have a requirement that you reach a certain minimum feet per second velocity at the top of that rail. The teams can use that rail distance and calculate, okay, well, how big of a motor do we have? What's the mass of the rocket? What kind of acceleration? How do you design the fins? All the aerodynamic, all the stuff that goes into that. Hybrids are different. They're a much slower rate of acceleration, a much longer duration burn, especially to reach the 30K altitudes.
Yeah.
And so you see these custom, very large rails to keep them stable and steady as they slowly accelerate and get off the pad.
Yeah, again, you want to make sure you have it long enough to be going fast enough, because like I said earlier, if you're not going fast enough, you might not have the stability to go straight like you want it to. You might start tipping before you get that speed to really straighten out. And that may be what's happening to some of these rockets that go downrange. And again, that's another reason why in our criteria we want that high thrust to weight ratio in your simulations and design.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see that even helps with when we have the breezier conditions, some of the rockets, right as they get off that rail, heel over just a bit because the wind kicks those fins.
Yeah.
So the more speed you can get, the more stable you are, the less influence those higher winds have on your trajectory.
But, I mean, speaking of winds, I've never seen it this calm with it being this sunny. I mean, yesterday there was almost no wind, but there was a bunch of clouds. It was kind of cool. Last year it was I almost never had a moment where it was still. It was like constantly 10 to 15. There's almost, as many holds as we had yesterday, it was almost like the same last year because of wind holds. But it's looking really good today. It's awesome. Great conditions.
And I usually only see that in the morning, early in the morning, and now it's already, 9? The winds would be picking up. Hey, just a shout out, a couple of super chats just came out. Flippers79, go students for the advancement of humanity. Couldn't agree more. Big shout out to NASA Spaceflight for their contributions to the event, showcasing the talents
and everybody
worldwide.
After this hybrid flight, we
go
have 4
NSF.
Rockets.
And our enormous compliments to their team as well.
Right after the hybrid flight.
Love to see people supporting their teams.
Oh, yeah.
From home.
Love to see it. Lots of flags in chat. NASA Spaceflight came and helped us with our first live streams as we really were starting into this endeavor. And, just provided some technical kind of guidance and support and recommendations. And
for awareness, after those solid flights, there's somebody prepping out on 2-stage. So it's probably another 30 minutes or so away.
Okay, standing by to hear where we sit on hybrids. But anyway, NASA Spaceflight, has been just enormously helpful to guide us in being able to bring an evolving and a higher quality live stream. I mean, right now we've got cameras galore. We've got lights. We've got a live stream booth right out here sitting with the teams.
Yeah.
Shout out to our Ezra team and shout out to NASA Spaceflight for making that all happen.
Yeah, really. Thank you. I'm just a volunteer, and I wouldn't be able to be doing this or having the fun, flying the drones, be talking to you guys if it wasn't for them setting all this up, doing all the logistics, as well as other Spaceport and Ezra volunteers.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say, we didn't talk about it too much, but in the sense of students who have competed and coming back to volunteer with us is so welcome, helpful, and a huge thanks to you. So and I know we have a whole bunch of people that for the first time have volunteered with us. We've got about 150-ish Ezra volunteers in total, and I don't even know if that counts all the judges who were scoring technical papers behind the scenes and may not have traveled out here. But we've got an enormous crew to pull this all together.
Yeah, I mean, I was planning to just come here as a mentor for my team, but I mean, they weren't able to make it. But I'm like, I still want to come here and watch these rockets, and volunteering was definitely the best way. And I really, obviously get to see
the word from hybrids. Approximately 1 minute.
So if you're interested in helping out,
hybrid launch.
I was kind of the same way, flaming the guys in the controller. It's like, why am I not getting my footage right? So that's why I came out here. Like, I want to help out. Make sure we do provide better footage each year, and address those concerns. And because I mean, the live stream's the funnest part, I guess, for everyone else not here. Even people who are here, they love watching the live stream, seeing what's going on around. You know, there's so much stuff here. It's like you could really make a channel out of it. But you know,
yeah, for sure. So no pressure, but are you going to come back next year?
I mean, I plan to. I hope my school gets to come here next year. I'd be happy to mentor for them. But I mean, if
you
not,
can mentor and volunteer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'll still. If not, I'll volunteer.
Sure.
And
ladies and gentlemen, Team 47 from Buenos Aires on their hybrid pad is ready to go.
I didn't get.
Yeah.
Here we go for the hybrid pads. Everybody watch this one. Hybrid pad going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Remember, it's a slow process. We're going to look for smoke where that igniter has lit.
Stand by to make sure
and
they
once
got our
they've
count.
confirmed they've got flame, then they'll open that valve and let the nitrous through. It can take a little while. So we're just looking for signs of life. I don't see anything yet. Great drone coverage right there on Team 47.
Lead and watching the live stream.
Oh.
Lift off, lift off, lift off.
Okay. Oh, we did get liftoff. We did get liftoff. Ooh, listen to that sound. There's a heel over. There's a separation. I see a drone. Now, we'll see if we get a main. Had some issues there, so obviously didn't reach their target
And there's
altitude.
a main.
But
Congratulations.
hey, great job. Look at that. That's exactly what I want to see. You know,
Moving over to
motor
solids.
didn't quite perform the way they might have wanted, but we're under parachute, and that's just great news.
I mean, getting it up in the
First
air
thing will
is
be pad
a feat in
Alpha
itself.
5.
That's,
Alpha
And they might get their
5.
rocket back, and they can
Yeah.
rebuild and,
I
you know,
mean-
do it again. Not during this week, but, you know, bring it back another time.
Yeah, again.
Alpha 5 is
hybrids
Team
not
104.
easy. It's, you know, it takes a lot of chemistry, perfect
From
manufacturing.
the University of
and also
Altamira,
execution.
de Baja, California in Mexico.
There we go.
Baja, California, Mexico. They're competing in 10K cots.
Okay, sounds like
Their
we're going to
team's
switch to
name
a solid.
Spelled
Yeah, I can see a little
CIUDSE.
challenges there with the burn.
UABC.
Yeah,
And
I
the
mean,
rocket
I
name
believe
is
when it puffs
Cimarron.
and makes smoke, it's not
From the Autonomous
as
University
efficient burn
of
as it's
Baja,
supposed to
California,
be, right?
Mexico,
So I
participating in
think
10K cots.
just
We
those
present
parts
Cimarron
where
rocket that has the implementation of
those
air
black
brakes,
smokes come out,
SRAD, flight
lost in
computer,
some
and a
thrust.
payload bioreactor containing a plant with the appropriate conditions simulating its transport into space. We know this is a giant step in Mexico space development, and we are proud of it.
Hey, just a shout out on the super chats. Tripoli, North
Their
Texas.
rocket weighs 23 pounds and is going on Aerotech M2500. Range is clear. Sky is clear. Pads are clear. Alpha 5, you are going in 5,
Okay, here we
4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off. Lift off.
Oh, there you go. Look at that.
That one was straight. Good flight.
Okay, looking nice flight. Oh, look at that coast.
Still going up.
It's going to heel over. Let's see if we get an event. Nice tracking. Great job. Look at that separation.
G right there.
That's what we want to see. We're looking for that drone to come out. I'm sorry, drogue, not drone.
We show an arc over with an event. Possible drogue.
Looks like the
Two possible
drogue.
drogue.
I see the nose cone and the body. I'm just looking for the... Maybe it's there.
I mean, it's definitely has a slower
Right, next
descent.
up is Bravo 3.
I mean, it's looking good, I assume.
Hey, I was saying super chats. Tripoli, North Texas appreciates Master Chief Tony Hewitt. Thank you for that.
All right, Bravo 3 has Team 44.
Is that?
Team 44 is from the Indian Institute of Technology in Bombay, in Mumbai, India. They're competing in the 10K cots. Their team name is the IITB rocket team, and their rocket's name is Agastya.
Okay, we're going to do a quick
Prepare
rocket
for
switch.
the awe-inspiring launch of Agastya, equipped with a
We're gonna
reefing
get you
and
some
variable
footage there
drag
off the
mechanism.
solids pad.
This remarkable rocket from IIT Bombay, India, returns for its second consecutive appearance in the competition, poised to leave an indelible mark on the skies. 10 feet tall, weighing 31 pounds, and going up on AirTech 2500. Oh, come on, Maine. That last flight looking for the Maine.
I think they're under Maine. I don't see it over my shoulder. I'm looking.
It came down. It hit.
Jubilation from the team.
They are really
Jubilation.
excited, so I'm going to say that's doing pretty good.
Okay, Bravo 3. Pad Bravo 3, Team 44. We are ready for you, and you are going off Bravo 3 in 5, 4, 3. Stand by.
I told you about that energy.
Pad Bravo 3.
I love it.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Oh, it's good. It's good.
Nice
Holding on the
flight.
tracking cam. Nice arc. Looking for that event, see if that drogue gets out at apogee. Oh, I see an event. Oh, yeah. I don't know if that's a drogue or a main,
Looks
but
like a
I'm
main.
glad to see it.
Seems like that might be a main, but regardless,
Looks
great,
like you have
great
Maine
boost,
up in
great
apogee,
ascent.
but fortunately not a lot of wind today. Shouldn't be too bad of a walk for you.
On the super chats, Godspeed Team Abhyuday from IIT Madras, Team 43, looking forward to a great launch. Also, a question about how many teams. We're down to a handful. We had 5 solids before we started this latest launch and 3 hybrids. We're down to 2 hybrids and maybe 2 solids? I've lost track. Also on super chats, let's go BAO. Thank you so much for those.
Yeah, shout out everyone in the super chat. Shout out everyone just in the normal chat too. Thanks for tuning in. It's fun to read you guys' reactions.
Next
and see you
launch
guys
will be
also
off of Pad
connect
Bravo
all around the
1.
world.
Bravo 1. It's Team
You know,
43.
you guys are all supporting different teams, but you guys are all coming together. Watch the same
Team
stuff,
43
same
is from
passion.
the Indian
It's
Institute
awesome.
of Technology, Madras in Chennai,
All smiles
India.
here.
We're
I'm happy.
competing in 10K Cox.
Really happy.
Team name is Team.
Hey, if you got a team you
Name,
love, give
the
them some
Rocket's
shout on the
name
super
is
chats.
G-Tech 2.0.
We'd love to see it.
Having made their mark in the previous edition by securing 16th in the rank of the Barrowman, Team Abhyuday returns the Spaceport America Cup with an indomitable spirit. They stand poised on the brink of launch. Carries the hope and aspirations of their institution, their nation, and the global community of space enthusiasts. 8 foot tall, weighing in at 32 pounds, flying
Okay, here you
on
go,
a
Team
Cicerone
43.
M1890.
Indian Institute of Technology. Shout out to India again. Shout out to our international teams. Shout out to all our teams. We're
All right,
down to
everybody.
the last few.
Heads up on this one. Pad
Apologies
Bravo
for the
1 for Team
flickering. We had,
43.
like, a bad
You are
cable
going
on
in
that
5,
drone,
4,
but we're doing
3,
our best
2,
to
1. Liftoff! Liftoff!
They're off.
That's a great boost.
Great tracking. Hope you can hear those team cheers. They are excited.
That was an arrow. Dead straight.
Coming over right at apogee. We're looking at that event. Let's see if we get it. Oh, I
Standing by
see
for
a
updates from our
separation.
spotters. Joke has been spotted.
I believe it's slowing down. Might be ripped, but could be coming down safely still.
Is that their drogue or is that a?
Looks like
Can't
the main.
quite tell, yeah.
I think maybe they dumped their main early and
Doesn't
something
look
not
like it's
nominal
fully
happened, but
inflated, but we'll see what happens when we get down a little closer to that 1,500 foot.
Wow, that's a great boost. Man, that went straight.
Oh, Triple E kicking in on the super chats. North Texas loves our prefect super, our prefect super, Steve Taylor. Steve, much love. Now come home and actually fly a rocket. I'll pass that on. Here they go. Let's see what happens.
We have a 2-stage flight
Oh,
coming up
wait,
shortly.
maybe. Is that?
Looks like maybe that's
Can't
drogue
tell
over
if it's
there.
ripped or not, but
Yeah, can't
or
quite
if that's
tell.
intended, like it's supposed to expand.
Overall, just a great flight, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds pretty soft, so even if it does land pretty hard, rocket should be okay.
Yeah, certainly enough that they could generally get their recovery electronics and mark their altitude. Generally it's going to be unlikely that they would be deemed ready to fly again per the rules, but, we got to let the judges evaluate that. So they're going to hit pretty soon, I think.
So I guess I have a question now.
Yeah.
A part of that, the parachute needs to be intact too. Is that?
That would probably count.
Touchdown?
Replaceable parts, so they just touch down there. The parachute's nice out and visible, so hopefully it'll be a nice, easy recovery for them. The rocket needs to be deemed flyable again with replacement of consumables, so obviously the motor and things would be generally easy to replace.
The parachute, not.
That's going to be a little bit of a judge's call, I think.
I say that's a pretty vital part, unless you have extra parachutes.
Unless you just happen to have an extra chute. Broken fins would typically not. That's going to be more than just an easy fix,
What about if you have a fin that broke off, but they're like attachable and you can screw on a new one?
If you can make the argument with the judges successfully, and by argument I mean make the case, don't argue with the judges, and say, look, we planned on our fins actually being broken, and we have a replaceable system to do that. You might be able to get away with that, but I don't want to second guess at all what the judges would say in that situation.
Food for thought. Don't break it on purpose, of course, but.
Okay, sounds good. And we will cut into an interview with I think one of our student teams. All right, very good. Oh, on shape. Student teams? Whatever.
Solutions engineer, so I work with a lot of student teams, and today I'm here with Matthew from the Rockets team from Ecole de Technologie Supérieure. How's it going?
It's going good, Dom. How are you?
Great. It's been really exciting to see all these launches today. Been great weather here. And I was curious, why are you guys back? Didn't you launch already?
Yeah, so we actually launched on the first day. We were the first rocket out there, the 2-stage rocket. We just like coming back to support the other teams, look at some launches. It's not often you get to see 20-something rockets go up in a day. So we take the advantage when we can, and we're trying to support our fellow Canadian teams that are here today as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I also noticed that you're not part of the competition. You're a technology demonstrator, right?
Yeah. So this year we wanted to try something different. So instead of being in a category like 10,000 or 30,000 feet, we wanted to do a technical demonstration. So originally that project was going to be an 80,000 foot world record attempt. Unfortunately, the waiver didn't get cleared. So we, last minute, actually, like a month before the competition, decided to remake a whole new rocket. And in Rockets fashion, we don't do anything halfway. And so we decided to do a 2-stage, which is something we've never done before. And it went super well, so we're really happy about that. And it was our first successful 2-stage. So, yeah.
That's awesome. So how do you design a rocket in 1 month?
Yeah, so it's a lot of work. We use Onshape, obviously. We really appreciate you guys for that. I'd say what really helps us with Onshape is that we really take advantage of the parameters. So making a rocket in 1 month doesn't seem very easy, but the way we have it set up, where a lot of it is just parameters and stuff that we can quickly change on the fly in our software, that a tube can go from being 60 inches long to 30 inches long. It's one click of a button, and we don't even have to open up the CAD, and it changes all the other documents along with it. Makes that process a lot more streamlined.
That's awesome. I know a lot of teams I've talked to here that are using Onshape also are using those parameters so that they can really easily change their designs. Have there been any other benefits you've seen as project manager when it comes to using Onshape?
Yeah, just working as a team and working together has been a lot easier. With like traditional PDMs, we had a lot of issues of like merge conflicts, forgetting to push, forgetting to pull, a lot of lost work. So now it's just a lot more efficient. We're not losing work. We're making sure we're always able to work together. We can sit 4 people at a table and all be working on the same CAD at once, and we all have everything up to date at the same time. So makes that process just a lot easier.
That's awesome. What are you doing next year?
Next year, this is my last year, so I don't want to speak for the team, but they're working really hard on a hybrid rocket. So we actually have coming up Launch Canada, which is another rocketry competition back home in Canada. We're actually demonstrating our hybrid motor, our full-scale hybrid motor. And so the idea is to potentially integrate that into a rocket and be back here next year with something to show.
Cool, that's awesome. So why do you think the team keeps coming back to Spaceport every year?
Yeah, I mean, we're one of the first, we're among the initial group of teams that were part of IREC and part of Spaceport. So I think for us, it's just keeping that heritage, kind of coming back each year. You know, it's cool coming in, people recognize our name and recognize certain people that come back. Like I've been here 3 years, so I recognize certain people from year to year, and I'm able to socialize a bit. And I mean, it's a huge rocketry competition. We get to speak with a bunch of other teams, learn a lot from them. We get to show what we do. You know, not necessarily everyone back home is interested 100% in rocketry. You know, you start talking and they'll kind of doze off. Whereas here, people are super invested and super interested in what you're talking about, and you know they have similar problems or similar experiences as you.
That's awesome. What about, you know, just in terms of you're leading this project now? Has this helped you with developing skills or finding jobs?
Yeah, 100%. I think the big part of rocketry clubs, or just clubs in general, being a manager, a member, you know, someone that just works with the team, is developing soft skills. I think it's a huge part of what we do. Is not necessarily, we do a lot of technical where we apply, you know, concepts and stuff we learn in our classes, but a lot of it is soft skills, you know, reaching out to sponsors, reaching out to companies, ordering materials, ordering parts. So most people don't see that until you're like 2-3 years into the industry. So we get to see that going into the workforce, and I could speak from experiences that it helps a lot with trying to get internships, trying to get jobs. You mentioned you're part of a club, and it's a very small world too. Like you'll run into someone that's in not necessarily the same club, but that we're part of a club, so they understand your experience and they're really interested in that. Or, you know, you start talking about rockets and then they're like, oh, that's really cool. You know, what do you do? How do you do it? And what kind of stuff have you learned? Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. And I think, you know, from the commercial side, seeing candidates come in with this experience, we love to see it in our hiring process when we're looking for interns or full-time engineers, software developers. It's great to see that you have that experience, that you've applied your knowledge and you've gone further or led a whole project or things like that. Really great to see. Let's see. Anything you want to ask me? You want to flip the roles here?
I don't know. What do you like most about, you know, coming out here? I know this is your second year, but what do you like about Spaceport, and you know what's been your favorite part this year?
I mean, I see it in some of the other competitions we go to, but I really think one super special part of this competition is how everybody helps each other. I mean, I've seen you out there and your team helping other teams, and I think that's really, really special and really important, that it's not just a competition. You're all here to learn and grow. I also love seeing the teams like yours and Duke and BYU that are using Onshape, and I've talked to and I've helped, really actually come full circle and launch their project.
Team 102
get to
Toronto
experience everything they've
University
worked
in Toronto,
for the
Canada.
whole year. So
is working
that's
on
been really
their final
cool.
That's cool. Like sometimes being on the phone with you and
this is going to be a 30K
helping us
shot
with our CAD, and then seeing the actual rocket.
Team name is MetRocketry.
Yeah.
And the rocket's name is Demos.
Wrap it up. Yeah.
The Demos
wrapping it up.
Well,
it's been really great talking to you, Matthew. I can't wait to see what your team does next year. And we're happy to be here supporting teams. So definitely reach out if you got any questions about Onshape.
13 feet tall and weighs 27 pounds. This two-stage
welcome
has a
back.
combination of
Cicerone we're just listening in.
910 and an N as in November 2540.
Awesome. This is out at the 2 stages. I think I saw Team 102.
Yeah.
And
Toronto, the 6th.
They're still working on
Is it true everyone calls Toronto the 6th, chat?
I'm looking at the chat. Let's see those Canadian flags. Toronto. Fantastic. Really nice to hear from Onshape. I'm glad we could do an interview with them. I think we may have an interview queued up with Vellore, but we're not going to do that right away until, obviously, we follow these rockets first. We're having a delicious breakfast here. I've been waiting all week for this. It's French toast and sausage. I'm so excited. Look at this. That's the breakfast we're having. Oh, I'm happy. Look at that. There you go. Good camera shot. So we're just going to eat this. I will try not to do French toast ASMR, but I'm excited. I'll mention our food truck vendor is, I think it's Luchador, and they've done a great job. They've been, they've worked with us, and help make the food that we've been eating and keep the Ezra crew fed and happy.
Yeah, the food truck itself makes it worth to come out here.
Oh, yeah.
When I was competing, is like looking forward to that every day. I mean, I didn't want to make my own food, that's for sure. I had to focus on the rocket.
Food makes a big difference in terms of morale and just keeping your spirits up and energy, obviously.
Oh, yeah. And
it's great.
You're burning hot out here. You're sweating. Even just sitting takes energy, so you got to refuel all the time.
Yeah, that's for sure. So Team 102, Toronto Metropolitan University, on the pad. We're just waiting for words on when they're going to go. Conditions are still just outstanding. There's even fewer clouds now than we saw earlier. Just some high-level wisps. And I think that's all great news for us. And we'll get these last few rockets up in the air, rocking it. Okay, I'm going to try the sausage.
Sausage is good.
Oh, that's good. Good times. Sorry to make you hungry on the live stream, but, I can't resist. It's the last day. I'm going to eat. That's fine. You can see when you're missing out. If you want to come and volunteer with Ezra, you can do that. You can go to our website at soundingrocket.org, and there is a volunteer page there. And, if you have skills and talents that you think you can bring to the table to support us, we'd love to see it, get in touch.
And even if you don't, still volunteer.
There you go. You can always use help.
If it doesn't rain yesterday, we go through all of that.
We had, a few people who've never flown drones before hop on and, put some time in. So, you can learn to fly drones.
Yeah, that's a good point, Obviously, there's people that need to be certified to do rocket safety inspections, be out of the launch pads, primarily with the EEE and NAR organizations. But if you don't have that, there's so many other logistics that we have. Like you were talking about, there's the live stream crew and the drone operators.
And ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up today's activities around noon, we need a lot of help with doing cleanup. If you have a team that would like to help do cleanup around noon, come around the LCO and you get bonus
or
points.
just volunteer to clean up, like the PA is saying.
Yeah, there's a whole crew of people on the Ezra team that are just helping with making sure that everybody has what they need. We've got some ATVs that we've used to cruise out and deliver food out to the people at the pads because they really don't have an opportunity to come back. I mean, obviously, if we're shut down for some hours, they can come back and get a break. But when we're launching rockets all day, there are no breaks. And so we've got to make sure they stay hydrated. They've got food. They have a chance to get into some shelter out there. Also, shout out on the Super Chats from Annika. Go Baylor, first time at Spaceport. Sikkim, Advika, and Ishan, go team. Thanks for that very much. Appreciate the Super Chats. And if you have a team that you like and want to give a shout out to, you can always do that. If you just want to give a general shout out on the Super Chats, hey, we love to see it. And super appreciative for that. So still waiting for this team. Toronto Metropolitan University. I'm seeing lots of flags in the chat too, and like to see the love.
Yeah, I mean, here earlier, 6:20, like an hour before any rockets flew, the bleachers were full, and now there's only, I think, a few more teams left. Actually at the tents or even here, not looking for their rocket. Only a few teams left to fly, so. It's exciting because we were worried that with the rain yesterday, with the delays the day before, we had to call it early. We were really concerned that, maybe half the teams were going to launch, half the teams would come all the way out here and just be really upset. But, it turned out awesome after the rain cleared yesterday, and today's been great.
Yeah.
I mean, still no wind. It's crazy. I can't believe it.
Coming up on 9:30, we still got 2.5 hours or so left in the scoring window, and technically we can stay open as late as 3 p.m. if we have to.
That's great.
Just to give every opportunity for those rockets to fly. I'm told we have 2 solids left at the solids pads, I believe, and we've got these 2 stages left, and plus the hybrids. So, yeah, as soon as we can do that, we'll be in good shape. I don't know why we're still on hold yet. It's not for weather, I don't think, but there might be some technical issues that they're working through.
hard to know because it's multiple teams. They got to coordinate with themselves. So many different things they got to check before they launch. And even the range safety officers, they got to make sure everything's good on their end. And that takes a second. But again, shouldn't be too much longer. And, you know, it's just part of these launches. You know, there's breaks. If we're constantly launching rockets, then not would it just be dangerous, but, you know, it'd be hard to even, you know, get it all in because you never get a chance to go use the bathroom, for example, you know. When they start launching rocks and I have to go use the bathroom, it's the worst feeling ever. It's like, do I have to make this one real quick or do I just wait it out?
I think either last year or a couple of years ago, we had a range just going to red flag and people were clearing out, except nobody knocked on the porta potty door, so we surprised them on drone cam as they were coming out, and
oh wow,
that was you know, make sure that everybody's safe. You gotta check all the places that they could be. Hey, and I made a shout out, or not a shout out, but a request to friends in the know who may or may not be able to get the big fire truck out. I'm waiting to hear word if we can do that because I know we'd love to showcase that truck. It is a beast to see. We'll see if they can get them to drive it out the way. Meanwhile, we're having French toast and having a good time here on the live stream as we wait for these last rockets to launch.
Feel free to get your own breakfast, own snacks. Make some popcorn. This is the time.
Oh, we could totally do a cooking show. Oh, man. That's right. I don't have a way to cook right now. We don't need to do that.
Oh, also, yeah, I mean, I guess we do have the, what's it called, the food truck, but, you know, you can volunteer, maybe just be on the grill nonstop. That'd be a cool gig.
We've done that in the past.
Really? Yeah, I mean, there's so many different things to help out, even just, like you said earlier, running people drinks, you know, up on the drone booth. Shout out to the volunteers for getting me hydrated. It's hard to go up and down, but doing that is really nice.
Yeah, and you know, you can see teams helping each other out in that sense too. There yesterday, especially with the rain, you know, there were hours of downtime and people just kind of going nuts because you're waiting.
Oh yeah, and
they were cooking food and serving people. I mean, it was great.
Loved seeing that one team with the grill master.
I think that was Carleton University.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're a great team when you have
the grill.
Yeah, when you have that as a role, because you know you're officially an established rocket team if you have a grill master.
That's right.
That was awesome to see.
I think one year we had the Swiss teams out here and they brought cheese. And they were just melting the cheese right on the grill.
All right, updating everybody on the two-stage pads. They are still working on getting GPS lock on the sustainer. They're working through a couple of ideas. Solid pads are loading a couple out there, and hybrids may have a couple that are getting ready to go after them. So we're not done yet. A little more action for the day, and the weather's cooperating, so we'll be hanging out, making sure we get as many as we can.
So rest of the day should be pretty relaxed. Plenty of time. Not many more teams need to launch. Like, I mean, to be honest, it's kind of nice to be them. That was kind of me last year. I was like the second to last salvo, and besides the fact I almost ran out of time finding my rocket because I had to go so far.
Right.
You know, it was really nice, like kind of relaxed. Everyone's gone. You don't have to worry about rushing or, I guess, wasting other people's chances to launch. You know, it's just you. Can go as slow as you want. Make sure everything's perfect. But
right, yeah, and we've talked about that before. You know, with with normal weather and good launch conditions, obviously, the opportunities for launch sooner. I'll rephrase that. There's opportunities to launch sooner, and if you wait till late, you can discover late in the game that you have technical issues, and that can prevent the ability for you to get your rocket into the air. And so, you know, what we try to do is really encourage teams to get prepped and get in the queue as early as possible, even though it's high stress because it's just crazy chaos. But in this condition, it's different because we had so many weather delays, and now we have this beautiful day, and there's a good opportunity, lots of time for teams to kind of relax a little bit, but still get those rockets in the air.
Yeah, let me clarify. I don't purposely wait till the last day, except I actually did because my professor came in on Friday, but Don't
okay.
purposely wait. I mean, I had everything ready, so I know I could launch, but yeah, don't purposely wait.
Mentors and professors, you better show up on time, 'cause these teams are waiting. They need to get in the air, and that's unexcusable.
Well, to be honest, I still had to get some last things done. You know, I didn't even have my stickers on. I had to go run to Home Depot, do some like last-minute adjustments.
Right. Okay.
But you know, I was happy with launching the last day at least, because I knew I wouldn't have to be as stressed. I still had things to work out in terms of my payload. So, I mean, honestly, it was perfect timing, and I hope the same turns out for these guys. But yeah, I mean, they're kind of forced to wait till today because all the delays.
Sure.
And yeah, I mean, again, encouraging going earlier, you get more points.
Right.
I could have got more points, maybe, you know, been a few places up if I got like extra bonus 50, 25 points or something.
Yeah, I think it's 50 and then 25. Yeah.
So first day 50, 25 next day. So.
We instituted that rule change in 2018, I think. In the past, we had teams that there was no early bonus flight. Well, I'll say that again. No, there's no early flight bonus for points, and so when we did that competition, we had a large mishmash of teams kind of delaying because they thought, well, it's going to be super busy the first day, we'll wait till later. Instituting that plan with the bonuses actually did help to kind of shift.
All right, everybody stand by. We may be ready for two-stage.
I mean, that's great because.
So it sounds like we've got either an interview or our two stages are ready. So we're going to just kind of listen in and see what we want to do. If we're ready to launch, we'll pause on the interview, of course, and you can see we've got good footage out there.
All right, the two-stage rocket on Echo 2 has figured out their tracking problem.
Okay.
The team is now falling back to their safe location, and once they give us the word, we will give it the count.
Our drones are in for battery swap out, so I think we're going to be relying on NASA spaceflight to get this footage, so rock on, guys.
Are we, 50% on sustainers?
Look at the red flag.
Again, yeah, this happens, unfortunate timing, but I mean, if the students or whoever don't evacuate for another couple of minutes, we'll probably have both drones on this.
They're going to rocket. Our drone teams are hot.
Yeah, they're moving on. They've been quick swapping. It's
and these
like
drones haul. They really move.
They've been
fast.
going all day too. I mean, it's kind of surprising. You know, you think. I mean, you can swap the batteries, but you know that motor is spinning like for like 12 hours a day or whatever, and it's kind of crazy. It's like just handling it. No
we know the
problem.
drone on Mars. That drone's been, I mean, I think it's finally just finished its mission, but that's amazing. That thing flew forever, like way longer than they planned.
I mean, yeah, shout out to any rocket scientists, engineers working on Mars rovers.
Now you can say drone Mars, interplanetary drone engineers. There you go.
Yeah. Superstars of engineering. I mean,
can we get a drone on like
All right, once again, on pad Echo 2,
upper
get
level.
the motherhood out here as they fall back. Team 102 from Toronto Metropolitan University in Toronto, Canada,
Breakfast is done just
competing in
in time.
30K.
Delicious.
Two-stage rocket with the L910 in the top and an N2540 in the bottom.
Teams watching from a safe distance. And you can see that red flag just kind of fluttering in the air, but nothing like we've seen. That's just a gentle breeze.
Oh yeah, barely can feel anything where we're at.
Yeah, hot standby on Team 102. Drones on station. Oh, look at that land. You know, another thing I didn't.
All right, everybody. Echo 2 pad is now ready to go. Team 102 has a good lock. The team is ready.
Good luck. That's what we want to hear.
Echo 2 is live with the two-stager, and we are going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Go, go, go.
You're looking at the wrong place. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Let's see what we get here. Oh, no.
Lift off.
Nice.
Nice. Trying to get our cam on it.
Okay, it looks like we could see an arc in that.
All right, so as a two-stager, it has certain lockouts if it is out of parameters for the second stage. That was probably clearly out of parameter, so we did not see the sustainer light.
I believe that's a parachute.
In addition, it looks like we had an event in the recovery
might be a main.
equipment has deployed.
Looks like a main. Are they separated?
I do see two sections. Oh, well.
I mean, it's two-stage, right?
This was a two-stage. It sounds like maybe conditions weren't appropriate for the sustainer to light, so I see two parachutes, though.
It's coming down safe. Yeah, no damage. That's good. Maybe on the replay we could get a better look at the boost.
Our spotters tell us that it looks like the booster and sustainer are wrapped up.
I think just the second stage wasn't
with
light, but
with parachutes.
Other than that, well done.
Yeah, as far as conditions resulting in your rocket not quite flying right, this is pretty ideal. Even if it comes down with your main. Again, you have a chance of recovering the rocket in mostly one piece, and you can certainly evaluate what went wrong.
Wait, it looks like couldn't tell what happened in that shot, but it changed directions. Oh no, just slight angle. Oh, okay. Whoa. There we go. Nice shot on that drone. Thank you. Okay. So it looks maybe it lost a fin halfway up or something.
Well, that's possible. Yeah. Not sure.
But other than that, it's looking good. The fact that it stayed up and didn't, tumble into pieces. That's cool.
Oh, that's a nice look at that. Great camera shot right there.
Nice.
Looks like they're all intertwined, but that's going to make it easy for recovery. And when the teams go for recovery, they have to approach the rocket pretty carefully, especially if you've got an unburnt motor in this case, which I think is true since their sustainer didn't light.
Should be unburnt, yeah.
You still got igniters in there. You may have active electronics.
Yeah.
So we'll see, and hopefully that the actual touchdown will not cause any concerns with respect to those igniters and that. So just watch this come down and make sure it's safe.
It's hard to tell what's going on, but maybe it didn't separate. Is that what you said earlier?
I couldn't tell. I was listening to LCO. It sounded like maybe there were some telemetry conditions that the team was able to detect where the sustainer was not igniting on purpose.
Gotcha. But yeah, it just seemed to all come down as one piece, so that's good at least. Don't have to go searching a bunch of different places.
Right. Okay.
Soft landing.
We're cutting over to solids now on the solids pad. I think I heard Team 10. Baylor University coming up. Okay, they got some prep work to do, so we're get prep for that. And actually, we're going to cut to an interview while we wait and get set up on the solids pads. And really love to hear from Vellore, giving them a shout out on the stream. And so let's cut over and talk to them.
Nice.
Stacy's awesome. He's super nice. He's kind of the lead for
the Spaceport America Cup, and I'm here with both a sponsor and someone that helps out with facilities. I think it was security. We were talking about that earlier. I'm here with Stacy. Stacy, introduce yourself.
My name is Stacy Attell. I am the Vice President of Protective Services for Vellore Industries based out of Albuquerque, and we provide the fire, EMS, emergency management, and security operations out here at Spaceport America, as well as many other places around the country.
Definitely. Tell us a little bit about that. I know we talked a bit earlier. You're saying that you were also a sponsor. What makes you guys want to sponsor an event like this?
We're a New Mexico-based organization, and our owner, our founder, is originally from Albuquerque. A big fan of Spaceport's operation, and we feel like it's important to give back to our community. And we're a big fan of what they do down here at Spaceport America, so we're able to provide some support outside of just our services. And we feel like that relationship with Spaceport's been very positive for us.
Definitely. And how's it been this year, providing security with everything that's going on? Obviously, we're launching rockets, but how's that experience been this year?
I would say this year's been one of our easier years. Great setup, great layout. NMSA has done an incredible job from the Spaceport side, and their facilities team's done an incredible job. And the media release and the education has been done well. So it's made our job very simple. Haven't had a lot of issues. From our fire and EMS side, we've done a really good job monitoring the heat and some of the struggles that are there, but we just haven't had any issues this year.
Definitely. What's the coolest part about your job?
Oh man, the experiences of what we see. Think about it. All these colleges come from around the world. They launch their rockets out here, and we get to watch it. I'm kind of a big aviation guy, and as well as coming out and watching Virgin Galactic, another client of Spaceport, go to space, and all of their other tenants and what they do out here at Spaceport America. Really, really unique experience for me, at least with this site, and then all of our other sites have such unique experiences.
Definitely. And what's been your favorite part so far? I mean, definitely for me, it's been looking at the rockets and the different paint jobs and stuff. But what's been your favorite part so far?
I think the conversation. I just think the diverse group that's here, and the melting pot of people that come here, and the conversations they have, the questions they have, the experiences they want to take in, what impresses them compared to what impresses me, kind of watching that behavior. And then probably the thing that catches my attention, gives me chill bumps, is when they're successful and watching the cheers and the excitement. I think that's just incredible.
Definitely. And like we said, we did mention you guys are a sponsor. Are you guys recruiting at all this year? And if you are, what are you looking for in future employees?
So it's interesting. Vellore was actually started as an engineering company, and we still have an engineering component to our company. So yeah, we did for years come here and look at recruiting in that world, and we still are part of that engineering world. So a lot of people here come to us, they talk to us about our engineering background and what our capabilities are, but we also look for people that are interested in the aviation world, as we provide a lot of services to facilities like Jet Propulsion Lab in Pasadena at the college there, and as well as Ames Research Center up in San Jose. So we're big fans of aviation and what they do, and a lot of people in the aviation component here ask us about what capabilities and opportunities that we have at Vellore.
Definitely. And do you guys have any internship opportunities available for students?
A great question. We actually had 2 of our interns here. Our entire executive team came down. In our sponsorship package, we support Spaceport America from a personnel standpoint. So our executive team came down, our CEO, our CFO, our chief administrator, as well as our interns. And our interns were brought down by one of our administrators up in Albuquerque, and we open ourselves to opportunities for people that want to be involved in internship.
Definitely. And like as we're wrapping up here, I do know we were talking a little bit earlier. You are from Florida, and you're down here in New Mexico. Obviously, the weather is way different. It's definitely really humid in Florida. How are you liking it here?
I love the Las Cruces area. I love this southern New Mexico. I wear long sleeve shirts and don't sweat. And in Florida, I'd be sweating like crazy, so it's really nice. I love the community. I love the aesthetics of this area, and the people are just incredible to me. And the college down here is awesome to our organization, so big fan.
Definitely. Do you have any advice you want to give to students watching? Anything else you'd like to just add?
Yeah, if you're not here, show up here and enjoy this program. If you are here, take advantage of this community, this area down here in southern New Mexico. Spread yourself out outside the city and go see what the bottom of this state has to offer.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much, Stacy, for coming on
Absolutely.
here and agreeing to this interview. Stay tuned. We're going to see some rocket launches later today. Back to you guys.
Take care.
Baylor University. Team 10, Baylor University. And we're going to be in next.
So welcome back, and great to hear in from Vellore. I've worked with Stacy for years when I was in my role as president of the organization, and the Vellore team has just been great working with us, and the services that they provide to Spaceport America and that they provide for this event are just crucial. We were talking about some past experiences where maybe we didn't have as much support in early competitions years and years ago before it actually became Spaceport America Cup. And so anyway, great to see. We're down to just a few rockets here, more than 2, but less than 10. And so that's good news. I think we're just queuing up on one of the solids pads, if I was hearing right. We're not quite there yet, but they're getting prepped. And hybrids teams are also continuing their preparations for the remaining ones on that side.
Yeah, another hybrid launch. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, I love those hybrids. Some of them have really a unique sound. Like, I swear, effects from like Star Wars. They recorded a hybrid and then fed that into their movies because I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, I mean, you'll know it's a hybrid because, I mean, the solids make that big boom, but I don't know, hybrids sound like a spaceship. Like, I don't know how to explain it. You just have to hear it, I guess.
Wait,
it's just
that's
a different.
Chewbacca. Sorry, that's different.
It's just a different pitch. It, you know.
Yeah.
It sounds scarier.
Yeah, for sure. So you can see good layout of the solids pad right now. They are red flag. I see that in the far left. And the other good news is that flag is nice and just sitting there right against the pole. So no wind. I see some vehicles coming back this way. That's probably a good sign in terms of overall preps. I'm assuming that's from the solids teams, but hey, if it's from the two-stage or the hybrids, I'm happy to see that too. And yeah, you can see that's our media trailer on the left, and then there's our sponsors on the right with OnShape, and some of the others are over there just under those tents there. And way in the far right of that, we've got the Jumbotron screen rocking the house. So that's a new addition this year to be able to just have the live stream and bring that out to the teams because, hey, when you're standing out here and trying to see and it's hot and also sometimes rockets fly right into the sun, they can actually just come back and watch the screen, get some refreshments, spend some time with sponsors, and you know, that's a good thing. So anyway, really nice to see the kind of reverse view and see the vehicles coming in on the back to our base camp, or tent city as we've called it.
Can't confirm if that flag is red out there, but I think it is from the faint.
But we've got teams with flags out. They know what's going on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the setup team is coming back from solid, which means we are getting very close to launching Baylor.
And yeah, we should be launching soon.
This is a 10K COTS.
Solids is definitely red.
10K COTS, Baylor University coming up.
So looks like the pads are clear.
Yep. Looking pretty clear. Again, we got those vehicles back, so that's
all right,
good.
ladies and gentlemen, out on Bravo 5, Team 10 from Baylor University in Waco, Texas. They're competing at 10K COTS. Their team name is the Arrow at Baylor University, and their rocket's name is Bell 2. This is their first appearance here at Spaceport America, and they're excited for their debut. As we count down to liftoff, let's get ready to witness this history-making flight, as it will be Baylor's first flight here in New Mexico in its almost 200-year history. Sick 'em Bears. Bell 2 is 10 feet tall and weighs in at 23 pounds. It's going up on an Aerotech M2400T.
Excellent. It's deceptively green in this camera shot. It looks just lush and nice.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get that angle. And when you go up here, you see it's actually all dirt. Some bushes scattered here and there.
Yeah, there you go. You can see how scattered those are. With the rains, though, that really helps. And monsoon season is coming, and it can get quite wet and very, very muddy out here. We experienced that a couple years ago, and it was nigh impossible to get in. It was tough.
Yeah, I mean, precipitation comes down this time of year. Kind of lucky we only had one day of it. Not, you know, could have been also today cloudy, but luckily it was just those few hours.
All right, everybody, Bravo 5, Pad Bravo 5 with Team 10 from Baylor is ready to go.
Cam team. Drone team.
Eyes are clear, range
it.
is clear. Baylor is in the stands. We have telemetry. Pad Bravo 5 is going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There goes.
Liftoff.
Fast. Great job on the track. Great job on the track. You can see it's a lot easier to track once the boost is done. Now you can, kind of rely on the rocket to follow its general trajectory under the normal rules of physics.
I mean, yeah, that went up like a laser, though. Wow.
Yeah, it did really fast. Handy smoke trail really helps to see exactly what that's going.
There you have an event.
Did it separate? It looks like it.
Spotter sees a drogue.
Okay.
Ooh, I see a drogue. Yeah, good news.
Nice job, Baylor.
Well done.
Congratulations to Baylor University. Nice job.
Yeah,
now
great
we'll
play.
see a lot of spinning. We'll see what happens.
Ooh,
Hopefully
yeah.
down as they get closer to the ground, about 1,500 feet above ground level. That main will pop under ideal circumstances.
Yeah. It does tend to tumble. Shouldn't tangle up too bad, though. I mean, I remember we make sure our rockets have swivels, right, in case things like that do twist a bunch of times. You know, your knot won't get, it could spin freely, because this happens, like, and, you know, you don't want to lose your rocket because your thing got twisted up. But, wow, yeah, I mean, right as the smoke came out, it was already flying.
Look at that replay. Great shots. There you go. They're so fast, our drone cams can't even pan up quick enough. So, you know, that's why we've got our extra cameras to be able to get those.
Yeah, the Blue Thunder motors, I mean, they are high impulse. So whenever you guys see the blue ones, just know it's going to be accelerating quick. Usually if it's the Aerotech motors.
There we go. Okay, coming back to Baylor University, still in our drogue, looking for an event for the main. You can see how much tumbling. It blows my mind how much tumbling goes on.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely gets twisted up there, but it's coming down safely still, which is
You would
great.
think it would just be just a gentle fall. Nope, nope, totally not at all. Even in our main, there's that event. See, look at that.
Nice shot.
Main is out
I think
for
that's
Baylor.
probably one of the best camera shots
Yeah,
we've seen.
Amazing, amazing. Ooh, that looks good.
And look at the shoot color. See how that is? That makes it super, super easy to see from a distance.
Plenty of cord length to bring
Now
down
it's a
the
lot
rocket.
calmer. That's much better descent. So that's what I want to see.
That shot
And
cord is 66 feet long.
with that main out at a lower altitude, again, that's just less drift for the rocket. It makes it way easier to recover. The ones that pop out at the mains that pop out at apogee,
Touchdown.
especially at 30,000 feet, just drift for miles, and
Yeah.
it can be a painful recovery. Oh, look at that! Just a nice, gentle, nice
shot.
nice touchdown.
Great flight. Well done.
Great job. Good flight. Glad to see it. Yep, we've got drone shots coming out, watching the cars coming out to the pads.
I guess
This is not an automobile advertisement, I promise.
Yeah, cover the brand.
Sponsorship opportunities, though.
Yes,
We've
I
got
think-
top-notch drone flying.
Yeah,
How
I
long have
mean-
you been flying drones?
Well, I actually fly FPV drones, so it's like, you know.
What is that?
So FPV drones are the really fast ones where, you don't have like as much, I guess, built-in functions in terms of you can't like gimbal up and look down. It doesn't like automatically stay in place. You know, you got that. It's basically all manual flying where, you can really rip it. So,
Wow.
I mean, granted, obviously it's a little harder than a DJI drone. So, if like you are trying to fly here as a volunteer, anyone can learn a DJI drone. It's literally like playing a video game. It kind of takes care of itself. We'll make sure it doesn't crash into anything. But I've never flown one still. It's just like
All right, ladies and
getting used to the
gentlemen, we
gimbal
have two
controls,
more
and
solids going out to the pads.
it's fun. It's great. It's a great drone. Like I'm
Probably
really
getting close.
impressed.
And another possible hybrid, so a possible total count of 4 more flights today.
Okay, there you go. 2 more solids out on the trailer.
The final
Coming
procession
right behind us at the media tent.
Spaceport
Are
America
those
Cup.
the last
Rockets
two?
heading out to the solids.
Those might be the last 2 of the day.
Yeah, I think that's the last 2. Excellent.
So a huge difference to the other day. It was full of rockets.
Right.
And I mean, it's only 10. Still got plenty of time.
That rocket trailer has made
Once
the week,
again,
though.
if you are interested in getting a few extra
Yeah, I
points
mean,
and really helping us out as we close things up, if you could come to the LCO area and help us do the close out of the and takedown of solid pads.
You guys
plan to have to happen around noon, although stand by for announcement depending on our flights. It may be happening earlier.
Just now 10 o'clock Mountain Time. So 2 more hours in our judging window. So that's the opportunity for teams to get their rockets back after recovery, get them evaluated, and get that scoring data in. Because tonight is the award ceremony, so I talked about that before. Make sure you tune in and join us. That's going to be a huge event. And meanwhile, we'll get these last couple rockets going. So there's the other side of the trailer, being held in by a trusty volunteer, making sure that nothing gets jostled on the way out. The trailer has made it really easy, because what we used to do is each team would bring their own rocket out individually in their own vehicles, which you can do, but then you've got all these cars parked everywhere. They want to drive right up to where the rail is, but you can't. Like, it just doesn't make sense. So this has helped a lot with the efficiency. And we need to do that because we got so many teams, and when you're struggling with the weather, you've got to be efficient when you've got windows of opportunity like we've got today.
Yeah, it's a great addition. Didn't have that last year, so it's been useful.
I think we just started doing that last year, if I recall correctly.
Oh, really? Gotcha.
But maybe not
I
as
carried mine in my
consistently.
car,
Yeah,
so
right.
I mean, all I can say is that would be
and I
nice.
think some teams still do. It maybe depends on
Yeah.
what they want to do, but it's nice to be able to pack those in.
Especially if you have a bigger rocket. Mine was only 8.5 feet. I mean, some of these rockets are up to 20 feet.
Right.
And that's hard to put in a car unless you want to disassemble it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Right.
Probably don't want to do like right before you're about to do after you just assembled it.
Right. So this is out of the two-state. No, is this hybrid? This is hybrid. Sorry. So you can see teams are still getting prepped. Rocket on the table there, doing their last-minute preparations. Actually, probably a couple rockets there. One on the right, one on the left. We'll know they're getting a lot closer once they get the rocket, of course, on the rail, and the rail is up and vertical. But I imagine they're slowly working their way towards that. Those custom rails, it's quite a challenge, too. Even the Ezra rails with a rocket on it takes 3 or 4 people to get those upright safely. And with these are much taller. You know, there's usually a wire process and multiple people to kind of tie in and make sure that it doesn't flop over the other side or obviously fall down and hurt somebody.
Yeah, you might need just a team on the launch
there's
pad.
an E10. What's going on? From behind. I see you.
We're getting stalked by the camera.
Our Skycam.
That's the guy doing great work on tracking.
Flight spying on us.
Shouts out to him. Bringing us
Is my hair
nice
okay?
coverage.
Wait, I don't have any up in the front half of my head. That's not good. But glad to be here. Last day, so we're just kind of wrapping up the final rockets of day 4. A few more teams have come over because we're just getting these flights ready. I see Team ETS is in the bleachers. And let's see. I can't quite tell. Another couple teams over there just standing by, so that's good. Hey, we got a super chat coming in. Another super chat from Tripoli, North Texas. Thank you. Shout out to Tripoli, North Texas for all those. I think that's 3 or maybe 4 now. Al and Karen Glower, that's a shout out from them to your own Al and Karen Glower. Rocket Trailer Super Drivers. We love you guys. The Rocket Trailer rocks. I called it the Rocket Sled, but that's a little bit different. I think there were different experiments involving rockets and sleds. We're not doing that here, but Rocket Trailer will work. And yeah, glad to see it. No, again, it takes such a huge team effort. So,
yeah, I mean, maybe one day we could have a. I mean, it definitely wouldn't be safe as a joke, but imagine having a closest to a certain spot challenge. I mean, I guess. Maybe not if it's ballistic, but it'd be kind of cool. It's like a huge dart.
Rockets coming down right back from where they took off?
More like downrange.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It's like, I guess it'd be more like a missile competition. Than maybe not. But
I don't know if we'll do that one, but you never know.
Or I was going to say, or adding being able to predict where you're landing, that would be a cool award. Or control where you're landing. I think that would be an awesome thing if someone could do that with a rocket, because a lot of different creative features people do, especially with payloads. It'd be really cool to see a rocket that lands, or I guess like a parachute that can control where it descends to.
I got you. Yeah, like a steerable. We've actually seen some attempts to do that in the past. It's obviously got challenges. The other thing that we spoke about, what's going on? And look at those lights. Oh man, it helps us look good.
Yeah.
One of the challenges we thought of that would be kind of cool especially with what you see happening with SpaceX in particular, but Blue Origin too, with the re-landable rockets, right?
Yeah.
That's a next level thing for Spaceport America Cup.
Yeah, I mean,
if I can see a team that pulls that off, even under parachute or under, I don't know how they would do it. That would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of people on YouTube now working on all that stuff.
Yeah, me too.
Self-landing rockets. I mean, I feel like that's got to be almost harder than, maybe not, but because each movement has got to have so much sensitivity compared to like a SpaceX rocket.
Right.
Assuming all your rockets are working on a huge, massive rocket landing back down, probably be a little easier to control. But
Maybe
people
so.
are doing that
Yeah.
on small model rockets, self-landing, and that'd be awesome to see people
wild.
do that
Yeah.
here
Yeah.
at this competition
cool.
one day, maybe.
Hey, so another shout out to our beloved water truck. That water truck puts out 50,000 gallons of water an hour. I'm actually making up numbers. I don't know what it is, but it's a lot of water. In fact, there's a water tank not far up the road, and you can see those trucks rotating in and out. They pull up it's the old railroad videos where they pull up with a railroad and they dump water into the locomotive. It's just like that. These trucks will pull right up. They dump a ton of water in there, and then these trucks are coming out, spraying down water, keeping our roads dry. I always want to run not in front of them, but run behind them and get sprinkled.
I could use it.
Don't remember where the water comes from. Not sure it's that super clean.
Yes.
But it's clean enough for the roads, and it doesn't stink, so it can't be too bad.
I
right?
mean, I already stink probably, right? I've been wearing the same shirt for 4th day in a row.
It's been a long week.
We've been out here in the sun.
Yeah, for sure. And
probably couldn't make me smell worse.
So we're going to cut to an interview with one of our student teams, and just looking forward to hear from the teams and other sponsors as we go.
Good morning, everyone. We're back here in Spaceport America in the desert on day 4, and I'm here with Justin from University Laval, all the way from Canada. Welcome, guys.
Welcome.
Amazing. Tell us a little bit about your team.
Well, we are from Quebec, like mentioned, Quebec City, not Laval. Sometimes people mix it up, but this is our first participation at Spaceport since 2019. So since the pandemic, we haven't been able to get back. It was last year was our first launch in 4 years, so we really made a comeback in the last few years, and we are a team mainly made from people in engineering, but we also have a marketing team.
Marketing team, amazing. So tell me about your rocket. What's interesting about that?
It's a 10K cut this year. It's the first time we do a airframe completely out of composite material. So this is a big step for us in this department. And it's a lot of it was. We tried to perfectionize the design we had last year, so this is mainly the rocket itself, and we also have a bunch of outboard cameras that we're gonna watch tonight since we haven't had the time to watch them.
Definitely. Do you guys have like a payload or something?
Well, we have a flight computer SRAD that we did ourselves that we tested, and yet with the camera, this is our payload on our rocket. Yeah.
That's amazing. What's the coolest thing about your rocket? What's your favorite thing?
Oof. That's all. The skin, we like the skin of it, so the colors on it, and this is also a two rocket project. So we have another rocket for Launch Canada in 1 month and a half, and they are sister rockets. So the paint job is gonna match. We're happy that we recorded it since we compared them the paint job on them after.
Amazing. Well, good luck here at Spaceport America, and good luck at Launch Canada. So you guys are all the way from Quebec, Canada. How was your journey down here?
It was 6 hours to get here. So we in the car. Some people went on the plane. We did it in 3 days, so it was 3 times 12 hours to get here. So it was a pretty big trip, but we have to do it back in 2 days here.
Yeah, definitely. And you guys are about to launch, correct?
We launched yesterday.
You launched yesterday. Okay, and what are the feelings? Are you guys excited? Just like get it over with, relieved, nervous?
We were ready since the day, so like because of the weather, it was absolutely crazy. We had like a 36-hour delay in the queue basically to get the rocket. So and it was we were the last salvo basically. They did a 20 rocket salvo, and we were in this rocket salvo. So a lot of pressure was released at this moment since we passed. Since we've been 2 whole days with absolutely nothing happening from our side.
So did the launch go well?
Yeah, we recovered everything. We did 9,784 feet on the 10 that we predicted. The flight went nominal, so we recovered it yesterday. It was we didn't need the GPS. It was basically so close to that. So,
That's amazing. Well, congratulations to you guys and to your university and to your team. Do you guys have any shout outs you want to tell? Any thank yous back home? Do it in French.
Oui. Merci à André, notre flyer of record. Il a été super bon. Puis il a fallu un peu comme nous autres très tôt, plusieurs journées. Donc, shout à André. Puis shout out aux sponsors aussi. Puis shout out à l'ETS. Shout out à l'ETS. Puis aux sponsors.
Well, thank you so much for agreeing to do this interview. Merci. And we'll take it back to you guys.
Oh, nice interview. You know, it's so cool to see the teams out here, and you know, even though we're wrapping up with the last few flights, we've got a handful of teams, and they're super excited. I know we're working through our last couple hybrids as they do their preps, and I think 2 stages too. So we're just waiting for word on kind of where they sit, and you know, we'll continue to check in and listen for updates as they come.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much more time's left. I mean, it could take another 30 minutes, another hour. Sometimes, I mean, right this morning, I think people left out to the pad at 6 a.m., but Solids pad didn't get a launch till like 7:20, 7:30. That seems like it's been kind of the average, like at least an hour and a half for people to come back from the pads, leave it, and get GPS lock and be ready to launch. That being said, that doesn't mean these guys will take as long, but could be anywhere between another 10 to 30 minutes to an hour.
Yeah, yeah, and I think in our case that let's see, I'm just listening in. We've got 2 teams left on solids, and I'm listening in to see if there are other updates on other teams remaining. So yeah, just a couple on solids. So we saw the trailer go out earlier, so they're getting prepped. That should be pretty quick, because I know obviously it takes longer when you've got like 20 rockets that are going to get loaded.
Yeah.
And one of those 2 teams is a 30K launch, so that'll be nice to see. And actually, the weather conditions have even gotten better. The sky is blue. There are a few, like I said, just kind of tiny wispy clouds, but it's actually cleared up and improving. So that's really good. And there you go. You can see from our pad cam shots, teams getting set up. We may also have a chance to get some interviews out with the teams in Tent City, but we'll see. It sounds like the teams will be ready pretty quickly. You know, they're probably going through their arming procedures momentarily. And we'll get the flag turned from green to red to indicate that they're really close to being ready. So that's good. And you know, coming back to the teams that are left, are probably some of the more complex rockets. You know, and it's obviously taken a while because of the weather to get out there and be ready. And so you know, we're just working to get through those last ones.
Yeah, I mean, if you are 2-stage or hybrids, I mean, there's either you got to bring your own pad, like you explained earlier, or, you know, there's only 3 pads for the 2-stage, I believe, 3 or 4, so you don't get as many chances maybe to launch because, for example, 18 or 20 pads for solids, that's a lot. Definitely can get more people going in there, and 2 stages in hybrids might take a second, especially with the delays yesterday, not being able to get many out. So hopefully all can get their launches in today. Should be able to, so plenty of time. Unless for some reason a hold picks up. I will say I did feel a breeze maybe picking up, or I think it's gone again.
Yeah, slight breeze maybe, but overall, you know, we're nowhere near any limit. So
yeah,
it's nice to have a breeze. In fact, I just poured half a bottle of water down my back because it's getting quite a bit warmer today than it was yesterday. Yeah, it was cooking, I think, on Wednesday, and then cooled down a little bit by Thursday, and then Friday obviously was cloudy and cool and comfortable, quite humid actually, but harder to fly rockets unfortunately in that weather.
Yeah, and it was actually, the rain got annoying at one point. It's like, wow, it's still raining.
Yeah,
especially with the drones.
Especially when it was just kind of drizzling for hours. So well, that's all right. We got a chance to make mud brick houses underneath the tents. So.
Yeah, speaking of that, we did lose internet connection during the stream yesterday.
Oh yeah, we didn't get to show that.
So there was a lot of good content that went down while it was raining hard. Yeah, go back. It should be up now, I think. If we were able to.
Did we get that footage uploaded?
I'd
hope so.
I actually need to confirm with the controllers, but
we'll double check on that. It'd be nice if we can. Yeah, that'd be fun. But
it's all recorded. It just wasn't streamed live. A lot of funny stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the other thing that will be happening today is a lot of the teardown activity. So as soon as these last rockets launch, especially from the solids pads, all those rails have to get picked up and brought back here. We'll enlist the help of as many teams as we can to get those cleaned up. So if you're listening on the live stream and you're a team and you're out here, especially at the VLA, I know we've got the big screen going on and people listening on there, we can really, really use your help. Those rails get dirty and nasty, not only from the sand and dirt, but from actually the rockets themselves. Those motors deposit quite a bit of soot and grime, and we like to get it all prepped so it's ready for next year.
Yeah, that huge cloud you see after like every launch, basically it's all condensed on the pad right there because so many launches, and it's just all that propulsive chemical is just spitting out onto it. And even like when we flew the drone through the the drone that's close up giving you cam footage, when that goes up and it burns out, it would get on the drone. So
oh man,
you can only imagine the pad.
A lot of cleanup activity will need to happen. Yeah, for sure. We'll see the big tents come down, and that will happen slowly. I know we've got a vendor that's supplying those, so that's great. But it'd be a lot of activity to take down things pretty quickly from what has been a week-long event. We got to put it all away in basically a day. Some people might straggle a little bit and to Sunday just to finish their last takedown stuff. But even the teams that don't have or brought their own rails, they're going to have to take those down. So that'll take a time for them as well. But let's go ahead and check in with Tent City. So love to see what the teams are doing out there and how they're passing the time.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Heba. We're back here in Spaceport America. We're here at the recovery line here in Tent City. As you can see, there are teams here up waiting to recover their rockets. These teams did launch today. So we're going to see if we can talk to some teams and get some of their thoughts. Hi, guys. Can we interview you guys? Okay, cool. Which university are you guys from?
From Istanbul Technical University from Turkey.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, welcome to Space for America, guys. Tell us a little bit about the launch. How was that today?
We are satisfied about our launch. We recorded it. We have our parts. They are strong and they are reliable. We have some other problems, but it is not a big problem. We are briefly, I can say, we are happy.
That's amazing. And tell us a little bit about the rocket itself. What did you guys compete in and payload?
We competed in 10K Colts category. Our engine was IREC M1850 engine. And our payload was a CubeSat. We got the bonus point and we recorded it also. Our GPS was working when we recovered our payload. So it's nice for us.
That's amazing. And is this your first time here at Spaceport America? Yeah. Are you guys excited?
It is a really exciting adventure for us.
Definitely.
There is a lot of effort, there is a lot of spent money for our team. We came from Turkey. It's a long trip to came here and make rockets, make the things well done. So we are really happy that the launch means a lot of things to us. This is really important to us. So we did it properly, came here, launched our rocket, recovered all the things, and eventually, we are really happy. I can see you.
Actually, we have encouraged many problems, but
this is now very special moment for us, whole team.
We are together.
Yes, we are together.
Definitely, and like we said earlier, a lot of these teams actually did start working on the rockets a year prior, so a lot of effort and a lot of time has gone into these rockets, and just seeing them launch is definitely really emotional. We're really happy that you guys, this launch went well, and we wish you guys luck, and we hope you guys have a good recovery and a safe trip back to Turkey.
3, 2, 1, Rocketry!
Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. We appreciate the interview. Hi, guys. Are you willing to do a live interview? Okay, so we have a team here from Canada, from Toronto Metropolitan University, Metropolitan, sorry, University, and Mir, is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about the rocket. I mean, obviously, here are in recovery. How did the launch go?
So our team flew a 30K COTS two-stage. It was our first time doing it. The first stage went really well. It was green flame, really nice. But the second stage is the did not launch. Recovery is going to be easy. It launched like, I don't know, a few meters from us, so straight down the way actually. Our payload is actually a roll-stabilized camera with live transmission, and we're really iffy about that. But I was able to get live transmission. I was able to see it go up, but it did lose connection. But a lot of things went, but things I know how to fix, and overall I'm really happy.
That's great. And tell us a little bit about the journey down here. Obviously, you guys are from Canada. You guys drove down here. How was that?
It was a 3-day drive, and we chose to drive because the road trip was a little more fun than the comp last year. So I feel like it really bonded us as a team because a lot of these people I'm meeting for the first time. And by the end of this, I know them, I don't know, they're like my best buds now. So, I mean, as a team, I feel like I would really like to have these people again. And I feel like the way that we bond together, we'll have a much better rocket. Next year, we're going to try the same thing.
Yeah, definitely. And is this your second time here at Spaceport America, or how many times have you guys been here?
This is my first time, but I think I've been here for a while now. I don't know how many years, maybe 10 years or something.
Oh, wow, amazing. And how are you liking it? I mean, obviously your first time, it's the New Mexican desert heat, so hopefully it didn't hit you too much.
No, not at all. I'm really happy with it. It's so nice here. We do come from a country where it's cold one day and hot the next day, so it's so nice to have consistent weather. I really like the sun. It's so nice.
That's amazing. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate it, and good luck with your recovery. We're going to continue down here at the queue, and we're going to find another team interview. Hi, guys. Excuse me. Do you think we're live? Yeah? Okay.
We need to blast you.
Okay. So as we mentioned earlier, we are here in the recovery check-in queue. We're here with Andrea, correct? Andrea, I'm sorry, rather, sorry. From which university are you guys from?
We're from Case Western Reserve University.
Awesome. And you guys launched today. How's that?
Well, the launch looked fantastic. It went super straight up, and it looked great. We were very optimistic about it. Now we're just working on getting our rocket back.
Definitely. And tell us a little bit about the process that you guys went through to build the rocket and your journey up here to Spaceport America.
Well, it was definitely a difficult one. This is our second year competing in the 30K COTS category, and so learning a lot of lessons from last year. We try some new things, and this is our first year doing a fully SRAD airframe, which is really exciting for us. So we had tons of challenges with that, whether it be like getting the technique down and doing something we've never done before. So that was definitely quite a challenge, and we're getting right to the bone at the end there. But we brought our rocket that we're very proud of, and things, at least from at our launch, looked great and a lot better than last year. So we're building year after year, and it's looking great.
That's amazing. And you mentioned a bunch of challenges that you guys encountered. Can you just elaborate a little bit more onto that? What kind of challenges did you guys encounter this year, and how did you overcome them?
Yeah, so I would say most of the challenges was honestly time. Just designing our rocket, getting the CAD going, and then from there just getting manufacturing. We have a lot of protocols that internally we follow to make sure that it's the best rocket it can be. And just wise, it was getting pretty difficult. And going back to kind of our composites work, that was definitely quite a challenge because we didn't really know what we were doing at first. And so just learning as we go is definitely difficult. But we're definitely proud of it, and we're looking forward to hopefully getting it back.
Yeah, definitely. Good luck with that recovery, and we do hope you guys get it back. So thank you so much for this interview. Good luck. Congratulations on a successful launch.
Thank you so much.
Okay, it looks like we're going to be losing comms here in a little bit, so we'll take it back to you guys, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with a little recap of Tent City. Back to you guys.
All right, we're back. Glad we could get a chance to get some interviews out of the teams in the tents. That's a good thing. I just poured a bucket of ice water down my back to cool off. It's actually not that hot, but I just was looking. It's 54% humidity, which is ridiculous. I've never seen 54% humidity out here in the high desert. Last year, I think I was seeing 5% humidity, just to give you an example of how dry it gets out here. That kind of dryness is just you sweat and it's instantly gone, and all you wind up with is a bunch of salt all over your face. Yeah. And in fact, as I look at the real-time weather conditions, just taken a few minutes ago, we've got clear skies. There's some wispy clouds at 28,000 feet, and then calm winds. So that's a good thing. I see in degrees C, 28 C, and does it say our humidity on this? I actually don't see oh, there it is. Humidity right now, relative humidity is 43%. Temperature is 82 Fahrenheit. So there you go. That's the latest weather report. No changes expected there. I did talk to our friends at DaVinci Maker Labs, and they may get a chance to come up and visit here in the booth. So we'll get a chance to kind of talk to them about what they do and what they bring to the Cup, because we could not have this event happen without their support and their logistics, and especially when it comes to the recovery teams and rocket tracking. They do all that stuff for us, and it's really excellent. So we're just waiting for the word on these last two solids. It looks like they are red flag. They are on the rails. And from the look of it, this is a great camera shot, right? Nice and closed up. You can see those cables coming off the ground. On the left, just draping up to the bottom of that rocket. Those are the ignition cables, right?
Yeah, those like gray silver cables going up the pad. You can see them like split into a U.
And those connect right into the igniter. We'll draw on the screen here as soon as we can get a nice stable shot, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So the cables that go to the ignition system are right here. They're going to loop up there, and then they're going to drape over this right bit here, and they're going to go into and attach to the igniter that's installed in the bottom of the rocket. You can't quite see it in this angle, but that's what's happening. It looks like there might be, I can't tell if there's cables that draped around this side, but there's some alligator clips there, and they will use that to, let's see if I can undo. There we go. They will use that to attach the igniter. And we spoke a little bit with Rick Wills about the igniter process. I was thinking there's actually two separate igniters with two separate charges, but it sounds like there's typically one charge, but it's like two E-matches, or what do we have in there that are in parallel?
Yeah, I remember setting that up. So basically it's just one like button you press, right? So it sends one current, but it's going through two different E-matches at the same time, or igniters at the same time. So you know, in case one doesn't go, or it, for example, maybe it's cut, because that's, you know, that's probably the main reason igniters don't go off, is there's some kind of disconnect in the wires. So having that second one is like redundancy, just like how we have redundancy for everything else, or we want to at least. So yeah, I think they ideally they'll both go off at the same time.
Good. Yeah, no, it's really interesting. Oh, we got it. Nice. I didn't know they were gonna bring it. He said they couldn't bring it. Oh, I'm so excited. Look, I'm gonna draw on the screen for this. It's here. This one.
That is definitely a unit.
Oh, that's fantastic. And where is it? The tires go here, and they go around a lot. We're going to see if we can get a camera out there and interview the team. And, oh, you are on the roving camera. Great. And look at that. That's the truck we haven't seen all week. I mean, that's a good thing. We're glad we don't have to actually use the truck, although it sure would be exciting to see. I mean, watch out. If you get too close, they may just hose you down and keep you at a distance. And they can. They'll talk about it. Those hoses, nozzles that you see on the top, right here, and on the front are, there you go, our remote. So I'll undo all that so we get those out of there. And those are amazing. So I know we're going to cut to that audio. And when you're ready to cover that audio, we'll do that and join them so we can learn everything we can.
Yeah.
Okay, hit it.
Good morning, everyone. We're back here in Spaceport America, and I'm here with the fire guys. Just introduce yourself, guys.
Hi, I'm Ross Chavis. I work for the Spaceport Fire Department, and we're out here today just to make sure everything goes safe and good for everybody.
Hi, I'm Captain Ramiro Rios.
Awesome. Tell us a little bit about what you guys do and why you decided to work here. Yeah.
So why I decided to work here, I love helping people. I think going to work every day makes my job very fulfilling to make sure I make a difference in everybody's day, every single day. And what we do out here, we're responding to EMS. A lot of these people that come out here aren't used to the heat we have here, the dry heat. So we're making sure that they're getting their fluids in, and if not, we're doing IVs on them, providing patient care to them. It's a very stressful situation, so we do have a lot of people that are coming to us for mental evaluations as well out here.
Definitely.
Yeah, so obviously it's exciting to work for the only purposely built sport in America. So it's an exciting job. It's nice to be out here and protect the not only Spaceport America, but assist the surrounding community.
Right, and obviously this is the Spaceport America Cup, so I bet you guys have seen the rockets launch. How's that experience been like?
Oh, that's awesome. That's totally new for us. I mean, to see them go vertical, usually Spaceport, they're going that way. So it's just a cool experience, and it's cool to see all these students happy out here to, be having fun in New Mexico. We do appreciate all the visitors out here, and we're happy to have them over here.
Definitely. And what's been your favorite part so far? I know there's a lot of teams from Canada, Australia, Turkey, Argentina.
Yeah, that's definitely a new experience. I'm hearing a bunch of different languages out here, so it's awesome to see that and interact with people from all over the country and just see different personalities out here. It's definitely entertaining for us.
Yeah, definitely. Can we get a tour of the cap?
Of course you can get a tour of the cap. Yeah. So let's go on the other side, actually. I think it'll be a little bit better.
So
the difference on this one is that the driver sits right in the middle, so it's a lot different for everybody when you see the interior of this. And that's so we could see all the fire and stuff going on around us, and we're able to use our multiple nozzles to put out fire. I'll give you guys a quick little tour of the interior. You can see all of our you can see all of our controls in there. Those are our air packs. That's what we use in fire. That way we're not breathing in the bad smoke. Bunch of different switches for multiple things. The foam we use on our fires. And this apparatus was purposely built to fight aircraft fires. So it's made for your Class A fuels. It's made to really mitigate those situations. Purpose-built apparatus.
So the cool thing about this truck is it carries 3,000 gallons of water. It carries 420 gallons of foam and 500 pounds of dry chemicals. So we're able to simultaneously use dry chemical, foam, and water to put fires out. We have two bumper turrets. We have a bumper turret and then we have a roof turret. Each one can flow 1,250 gallons of water a minute. So those 3,000 gallons of water we can expel in a minute and a half to 2 minutes. So it's a great, awesome truck. It puts out a lot of fire, both with dry chemical and water and foam. So it's an awesome truck. It'll go up to 74 miles an hour. So even though it's big and heavy, it moves down the runway. Can you show us more of those controls right here? So we have these controls right here, and we're able to control both the top turret and the bottom turret. And you can see they're both moving here. I'm manually moving them. Or we could put them where they oscillate so that they move on their own. And we can have them move back and forth on their own. The top one's moving on its own. The bottom one I control. So it's an awesome machine. We need to be able to drive and be able to tap the fire at the same time. So obviously, if it's an aircraft, our priority is to protect the means of egress for people that are inside the aircraft. If it's not an aircraft, like if one of these rockets was to go down and catch fire or catch some of these tents on fire, then we would be able to manually go out and put the fire out.
Can you keep looking at the outside of the truck?
Can we?
The outside of the truck?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I'll meet you down here.
All right. Yeah, we can hand it back off to.
Hold on, in the meantime. Is there a step right there?
This is our pump, yeah. These are multiple extinguishers we have for multiple agents that burn. We're not only dealing with your common combustible fire, but we could be dealing with magnesium, which burns away water. The only way to mitigate that is a special chemical. So we have multiple extinguishers to have multiple fires. Over here is our pump panel. This is how we deliver water. Every single hose, a bunch of fancy stuff to turn the pressure up. And then back here is just the motor. We don't really do dynamics and stuff, but on the other side we have some pretty cool tools. This is our spat, so whenever there's an aircraft fire, sometimes it's hard for us to get on the with our streams. So this has a drill, so we drill into the aircraft to put fires out that are going on in the engines or in the cab, either one. This is our fire equipment. We have multiple saws and axes to get access into the cab of aircraft, the engines of the aircrafts. And then just another apparatus that's expelling chemical to extinguish the fires that are very difficult to put out. And that's pretty much all the equipment we have on this. The rest of it is 2,000 gallons of water on this thing, multiple gallons of foam. We're very purpose-built apparatus.
Thank you so much, guys. We definitely appreciate that tour. And we'll just take it back to you guys.
Go live. Okay, welcome back. Oh, I love the RF. I'm sorry I had to photobomb the shot. I couldn't resist because it's like right down there. So I was gonna have some fun. I'd love to see that truck, and I'm sure everybody on the live stream enjoys that too. And it's really cool. It's cool to see the Vellore team be able to show that off. So
they have a lot of really cool toys.
I'm joined on my what was that?
I said they have a lot of really cool toys.
They do have cool toys.
They have cool toys. Oh, here we go.
Hold on, we're gonna listen in.
Another five or so minutes.
Okay, so we're just listening in. We'll certainly tune into those
Work
launches.
continues on with the hybrid pads too. No update on them at this time.
No updates on the hybrids yet, but about 5 minutes for the last two solids of the whole competition.
Yep.
Looking forward to it. So I'm joined on my left with, I had to look at your name again because I did this morning.
Cliff, we've known each
I
other
know,
for a while.
forever, and I'm like, wait, you're Chris. Chris Harris, who is the chief evangelist and director of Da Vinci Maker Labs.
That's
I'm
you made
making
that up.
titles.
That's great. That's
I did.
great. Yeah. So
I thought you'd like that.
Yeah. So
welcome.
Kind of the leader of the pack for Da Vinci Maker Labs. So
Yeah.
it's a makerspace just south of Houston, Texas, a little town in Alvin, or named Alvin, and again, it's a makerspace. It has all kinds of wonderful toys and tools and things like that, and our primary focus is outreach to students. So we mentor a lot of high school kids, middle school. We also have a free computer program that we refurbish computers and hand out free computers to folks that can't afford such items, and then this event. So that's kind of our focus, and this event is a big piece of what we do. We prepare all year for this thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, so what brings you, I mean, you've had a relationship with Ezra for at least since I want to say since the first one, but maybe 2018?
Yeah, 2018. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
that was the first time. So that was the second year that we did this.
Yes, that's when we first started doing, the whole recovery team tracking thing and all that stuff. And so that's one of the components we do. So it's everyone knows we're out here launching rockets. So there's teams that come out here launching rockets, and where we kind of mix into this whole thing is when those rockets are going out to the pads and they're flying and so forth, we help track those rockets, so we manage a lot of those frequencies and those trackers and so forth. And then the other piece of that is they want to go out and find their rockets, so that's the recovery component. So they come to us and we form a recovery team out of that other team. A portion of it, a subset of that team, becomes a recovery team, and we give them a pack that's got tracking and voice communications and all that stuff. And basically it's a safety protocol, right? So we're making sure that these groups of kids are safe in the desert while they're looking for the rocket. We know where they're at, health checks and all that jazz. So anyway, so our primary concern is we want to keep people safe. We want to keep a good workflow, but we want to maintain a safe environment.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's so key for this event. And this has evolved over time. I think we started with recovery packs with some, right, just a little bit. Now it's growing. Yeah. I can't even show you. I'm not allowed in Mission Control Center, which is operated by.
You got a badge last year.
I mean, I got it, but I had to talk to you like days in advance, because just listening in, okay. Because inside that trailer, you're tracking all the not only the rockets that have flown and are sending telemetry data to you, and our recovery teams. And so you just can't have people in there interrupting and causing issues.
So Mission Control is, again, like you said, it's a trailer full of all kinds of computers and all kinds of gizmos, and it supports the various networks, radio networks. And the whole idea is you want to put a person in an environment where they don't have additional cognitive load. They need to be focused on that radio network and that information to make good decisions. Mm-hmm. So, you get out here in the sun and you get fatigued and you make mistakes. So that's why we like to keep that area calm.
Yeah. Okay. All right, well, let's pause on that. We'll come back.
Roger that.
Let's listen in. Okay, I think we're waiting for telemetry on that team, or just checking in that they have telemetry, and then we'll be in good shape. So how many people in Mission Control are there typically at any given time?
There's 4 consoles in Mission Control. There's a help desk. There's a control/ops, recovery, and flight. Okay. So recovery and flight work together hand in hand, because obviously we're launching rockets in a field where people are recovering rockets. So we want to make sure that those teams are removed from the areas where those rockets are being launched, right? So there's potential ballistic return, there's nominal return, and so forth. So we move those teams out of those areas. They launch their rockets and so forth, and then we provide ingress information for those teams to go back into those areas and get their rockets and come back home.
Right, got it. Yeah. How many simultaneous recovery teams do we have typically out at any given time? I mean, it probably varies a little bit.
Yeah, it does vary. So we peak at 36. Okay. So that's 36 teams times. They vary in size. They can be anywhere from, all right, we got a rocket, anywhere from a couple to, we've seen teams, 8 people, depending on how heavy the rocket is. So it varies, and we make a judgment call on how many people need to go out. We don't want too many. We don't want too few. You don't want to send 2 people out to try to carry a 100-pound rocket back to their car or something like that.
But you said you might have 34 individual teams out at any given time. Is that right?
36. 36 teams times an average of 5.
And all those people on each individual recovery group.
So like I said yesterday,
that's a lot of people.
Roughly 54 teams, and we cleared like 300 students in one day.
Yeah.
So
wow.
And they all came home. That's the goal.
Yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
To come home safe.
Well, most teams are able to find their rocket and recover, and I think we've got a lot better ability now that we're requiring the teams to have GPS transponders and that. But sometimes you can't for whatever reason. Either the telemetry failed or the rocket is buried in dirt and you just can't see it.
Yep. Well, and we help them, since we have a different vantage point than they do. We help them with search patterns and things like that.
Oh, yeah.
When they... All right, sounds like we're going to have a launch.
Okay.
Team 126 from the University of Las Vegas in Nevada is competing in the 10K COTS. Their team name is SEDS UNLV, and the rocket name is Luna. The rocket is carrying a deployable payload. Go Luna. Luna is about 7 feet tall, weighs 32 pounds, and is going up on a Cicerone M2150.
University of Nevada, Las Vegas coming up.
I missed the number. They said an M.
UNLV on pad Bravo 1 is launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Smoke.
That wide angle shot.
And liftoff.
Oh, there it goes. Great tracking cam shot. Look at that. Nice straight shot.
Somebody did their homework on stability on that one.
Right?
That was nice and straight.
That was nice and straight.
Yeah.
I love to see a stable rocket.
Yeah.
The tracking cam folks on with NASA Spaceflight helping us with
Arcing
these camera
over the top.
shots. You know, the little smoke trail really helps see what the heck's going on. We're looking for an event. We should see a little puff of smoke if we're lucky. And that would be a typical indication that the
We've seen a
rocket
couple
would separate.
event puffs, however.
I'm listening.
Is it out there to the south of us?
I've not heard that we see that event.
All right, we may have a ballistic, but it is to the southeast of our area.
Okay, it sounds like, unfortunately, that is coming in ballistic.
And our
which
tracker
means
is watching it get lower
it
and
did
lower
not separate.
and lower and lower.
And that's going to hit hard. Oh, okay, so
The main came out.
the main did try to come out, but
the
when you're
main may
moving
have
that fast at
shredded off of
1,500
it. It seems
feet.
to be floating gently.
And this is why we don't have students out there right now.
yeah,
All
exactly.
right, it looks like you're
case in
main
point.
deployed, but the everything's shredded on that event.
Yeah, exactly. So that's unfortunate.
Going to
flight.
Bravo 5 is Team 63.
But we'll move
from
on.
the National University of Science and Technology, Politecnico from Bucharest, Romania. They are competing in the 30K COTS. The team's name is 2Space, and their rocket's name is Project Nor.
Go
Starting
Bucharest.
in 2021 with small experimental rockets, 2Space. The first Romanian rocket team from the National University of Science and Technology is now, for the second time at Spaceport America Cup. We proudly announced the launch of Project Nor rocket. It is 8 feet tall, 25 pounds, and going up on a Cicerone N5800.
Okay, this one's going to move.
Nice. Do the Cicerones typically have a longer burn?
All right.
Or does it just depend on the type of motor?
It doesn't vary per manufacturer.
All right,
It
Romania,
varies per
your
fuel
30K
type,
shot on
grain
pad
size.
Bravo
There's a lot
5 is
of
getting
different
ready.
products there.
And we are going in
Progression
5,
rate of the
4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff, liftoff.
Off the pad. Let's see if we get a sky view of it. Oh, that moved fast.
All right, lots of pieces coming off there. Everybody, heads up, heads up. We have the booster still arcing
Little more
over with the fin
impulse there.
can.
Oh, I see.
But realize all the recovery equipment is somewhere else. It is arcing over to the north. So over to two stage on heads up on the 2-stage area.
Keeping an eye out.
2-stage,
Everybody's got
heads
their
up,
eyes
heads
up in
up.
the air. Fingers are pointed if they can see it. We're watching.
2-stage, heads up, heads up, heads up.
Making calls so we can make sure everybody stays safe.
Are your pieces okay? They fluttered or somebody fluttered? All right, tracking some of the large pieces. Looks like they are all down.
Okay, it sounds like they're down. Well,
that is our final
2 hybrids
solid
left.
flights. We do
2
have a
hybrids
couple
left.
hybrids that may be coming up. We'll give you status on them shortly.
that was our last 2 solids. I'm glad that the teams were able to get to the rail and they did launch. It's always a little bit exciting in terms of what happens after that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I do have to interrupt you for just 1 minute.
Sure.
Though, so
Okay, yeah. So
MCC, this is Chris.
He's a busy man and has got things to take care of. There's a lot happening because of all the stuff that he's got to track on recovery teams and, again, the rocket tracking, and they need to be in good communication with each other.
Yes,
and Chris helps to coordinate some of that as well. And so we'll let him deal with any technical challenges that might have arisen.
I'm being called.
Okay.
So I got to go back
All
to
right.
work.
Well, hey, very good. I'm glad you could come out and be with us.
Oh, I love it. This event is awesome. It's a one of a kind, and I love to see the smiling faces.
Are you going to come back next year?
Of course we're going to come back next year. What? I'm a rocket nerd. That's what we do. So, anyways, I'm going back to work.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good one.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you and the team. All right. All right. So it's going to be me flying solo for the last 2 hybrid rockets. Well, maybe not me flying entirely solo. All right. Keon's going to join me too. Welcome back. After we get some water. And all good. So, as we get dialed down with the last couple teams, we'll see what happens. Right now, we got a little bit of team interchange, a couple teams leaving from the area here as we've got those last 2 flights completed. They came down pretty hard, but I hope that they'll be able to recover, what their rockets and at least be able to get some altitude and other data that they can use for troubleshooting. As we say in Ezra, next year will be better. And so you learn and you grow and you take the lessons learned and you try to implement ways to make it better in the future. We're out of the hybrids pads here. You can see teams are getting ready. The nice thing that I see this time around is the rails are vertical. I think I see rockets on the rail. Certainly one, and I'm assuming the other one is there too. It's just hard to see from this camera angle. There we go. Yeah. And so that's good news. Lots of prep work to do. As our folks waving at the cameras, they can hear the drones hovering overhead. Good camera shot of the crew getting ready out there. Lots to arm and prep for those.
Yeah, I mean, each one of those people out there has a very specific role, I'm sure. Lots of things to check. I mean, look at that. Look at that next to the rocket. It's like a whole system just for filling the fuel. I mean, that's in itself a project, that's a whole nother part of another. I guess what I'm trying to say, you're basically doing 2 projects in one. Yeah. Maybe 3, I guess, because you're also doing all the chemistry for the fuel. So, I mean, crazy talented students, very passionate. It's awesome to see that. And also the programs that are providing those students with the faculty and facilities and the funding to do that. Shout out to, I guess, all the universities around the world. It's not just America, obviously, but it's a great thing we're doing for the whole, aerospace industry.
Yeah, it really does change the industry. I was going to mention that we've had some of our international teams. You talked about the fuel chemistry for the hybrids, and I've seen examples where teams are, there's some students getting their PhDs in materials science and chemistry and all that because of the level of complexity. The technical papers that they give are, way high quality.
Yeah, I mean, designing a rocket's one thing. Designing the fuel is a whole other thing.
Yeah, literally is. I hate to say it.
I can't speak. Yeah, I mean, I've
I've
done 10K COTS. I cannot speak anything on what they're doing out there. So, again, I hope everything's going well. Looks like they're making progress. I think they're doing some final setup. Probably start fueling soon.
Yeah.
And then we'll be good to go.
Sure. Yeah. We talked about all the disciplines that are involved, and beyond obviously chemistry and physics and mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, all kinds of stuff. And so anyway, it's really all inclusive and very, very multidisciplinary and multiple teams to make that all come together. Sounds like we'll cut over to some sponsor videos because, as we've said before, it's a huge shout out to all of our sponsors for this event. Let's cut over and see some of their promo videos. I think.
Los Alamos National Laboratory brings together some of the greatest minds in the country to try to solve some of the hardest problems. And it's amazing to be a part of this organization. It's filled with so many people working towards a common goal.
There is no higher cause than making our country and the world a safer place, and that's the kind of work that we get to do here every single day.
What Los Alamos National Laboratory represents is an opportunity to serve your country through science.
Here at the laboratory, we do a wealth of scientific research covering nearly every science and engineering discipline you can think of. Some of it we can't talk about, but a lot of it we can, and all of it plays an important role in advancing the laboratory's national security mission.
It's keeping the country safe, and so it's very easy to feel patriotic about what you're doing.
The laboratory is a national security institution, but there's a lot more to the lab than just nuclear weapons.
Los Alamos National Laboratory was founded in order to provide solutions during World War II, as we all know. But since then, we have diversified to a wide arena of problems that are relevant to national and global security.
We want to make sure we maintain a safe country, a safe place for all of us to work and live and prosper.
We're known for solving national security problems, but in order to do this, we actually have to have a broad range of research topics that we're exploring at any given time.
This laboratory focuses not only on its very relevant mission, but also in basic science aspects that support that mission.
We have a breadth of expertise from physics to chemistry, biology to nuclear engineering, and everything that you can imagine in between.
Mathematics, statistics, environmental science, engineering, material science. We have vast computing resources that we use for everything from nuclear weapons simulations to simulating outbreaks spreading throughout a country.
There are experts here in just about every field you can imagine.
We are able to bring together all these disciplines to address national security problems.
We do everything from nanotechnology to the frontiers of space.
And we're not doing this alone. We're doing this with our partners, both here in the United States, but also internationally.
The laboratory is really a huge institution, and it takes a very large number of people to keep it running.
One of the things that we really value is the diversity of our workforce.
Diversity in training, diversity in thought, in ideas, and subject matter. You need people from different backgrounds, ethnicities, gender to come together in a collaborative environment.
We can draw on different perspectives to attack problems from many different angles.
And that's an amazing thing about the diversity of the workforce that we have here.
Everyone has a part to play. Everyone is a part of that mission.
If you are the best at what you do, there is opportunity at the lab for you.
We all know that we're contributing to the national security mission of the lab.
Los Alamos has a giant mission. We secure the nation by making sure our nuclear arsenal works, to ensure that the United States remains safe.
Because of the breadth of science, we are able to address diverse national security problems that range from nuclear weapons all the way to handling global pandemics.
So definitely there is this aspect of great history, that Los Alamos is the place, to solve hard problems.
The original reason Los Alamos was established was to solve a very complex problem and to address something that was very timely and critical. We are still addressing a different threat landscape, perhaps, but we continue to expand and redefine our value to the nation and our value to the world.
Back to you live in the live streaming booth here on the desert, joined by Andy Berger. He's the Ezra Vice President. Did you know that? No, Executive Director.
Yeah, I just wear
do we
the
have
old
a Vice President.
wearing the old shirt.
That's fine. It's close enough.
It's okay. I introduced Chris Lopez as Logan this morning, so just continue the tradition. Hey, but I didn't spill orange juice this morning. I just want you to know there was no orange juice catastrophe.
Yeah,
so it's redemption, really.
Don't ask us about the water and Gatorade catastrophe of 2024.
Oh yeah, don't.
That
ask
was
about
not. That was not fun.
Nothing happened.
Yeah,
It was totally
that was
fine.
Not fun.
Hey, I ate the French toast on camera this morning.
Nice.
Oh, that was good.
That's good
Did you
stuff.
Get breakfast?
No, I got in a little late, but I did stop at my favorite Whataburger, so life is good.
Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. All right, so let's see. We had let's catch up. So just quick status. We're waiting for status on hybrids. I think it's 2 hybrids left.
Correct.
We got the last 2 solids gone, so I think we're just down to hybrids, and we're waiting for status on those. Andy, what is that?
I'm going to show you something I'm quite happy about. I'm walking through the areas. We're doing final cleanup, making sure the teams are squared away and their areas are nice. And the VIFA aviation team from Turkey, I forget their team number, but they flew today, recovered, rockets in beautiful shape, and they had 3D printed a bunch of these. And so this is really neat. This is the kind of stuff that if you want to impress the judges and the big wigs, give them toys. Give them things that I can play at my desk. This is 3D printed. They've got a nice sticker on it. It says, the flying crocodile with their project, all the details about their project on it. And it's just well done. And simple little things like that will get you extra bonus points all the time. I'm just kidding, but nonetheless, it is much appreciated. And again, it's one thing to do all the rocket stuff, but you always need to market. Always market your team. They've got beautiful onboard video. They were so proud of it. They literally pulled me over to the side. And he's like, "You have to watch this video," and it's raw video from the camera, but when they start to do the magic of putting it into their marketing, and they are going to sell sponsorships next year. They struggle. Yeah. Turkey is incredibly expensive to get here. The flights themselves, the cost of transporting the rockets and all their equipment, and it's significantly different than being in the Texas or New Mexico or even Arizona area and just driving over here. These teams are developing costs of the 20s, 30s, thousands of dollars, and so marketing becomes really important. Their social media is crucial. Getting real awesome action shots of what they do and how important it is can get a lot of excitement developed. And Turkey has a phenomenal event, and it's a Technofest, I believe is the name of it.
Technofest, yeah.
And it is amazing. It's an air show, Defense Department. I mean, it's got everything combined together with a pretty large rocket competition. And that's one of probably dozens of different competitions that they have out there. CanSats, you name it, anything but it's all in one huge event in Turkey. And I really have got that on my bucket list to go to. So I know there's a lot of Turkish teams that are out there that filled out the applications, did their best to get here, and just struggled financially, struggled with other issues, and we had quite a few of them drop out. And that really does hurt. But we love to see the teams here, and the team obviously VIFA Aviation has been here many times. But thank them very much for this neat little gadget. It will sit on my desk at home, and I thought I had something. One up on Cliff here, and Cliff says he got one earlier in the week. Maybe. So. Yeah, maybe not.
We both got one. It's very cool. We can keep them on our desks at work or wherever. Well, even the travel cost alone is the $30,000 to $40,000 depending. That's not even the money just to build the rocket and all the avionics and all the payload stuff that you're doing.
Yes.
Yeah. It's really, really significant. And so the fact that we have so many international teams, who's some of the first here this year, like Taiwan, Thailand. Do we have a Japanese team?
Not this year.
This year, okay.
In fact, Mr. Sumio Sawa is our ambassador to Japan, who joined ESSER this year and has been touring Japan and going to various different academic conventions and conferences, space conferences, and he has honestly been fantastic, phenomenal ambassador for us, really talking about what this event is, the opportunities for the Japanese universities, and I'm just putting all of the teams that compete here on notice. The Japanese are coming next year, and you better up your game because they're not messing around. And it's going to be exciting if we get 3 or 4 or maybe even more Japanese teams here. that will be a monstrous win. We've never had a Japanese team here, and that's one of the challenges that I really wanted to overcome. And thank you again to Sumi Osawa, just the ambassador for rocketry in Japan for us, and phenomenal individual. We thank him so much.
That's amazing. Yeah, thank you. So it sounds like we're going to cut over. Now I can actually introduce him correctly to an interview with the Logan Herrera.
Or Chris Lopez.
Looking forward to hear what he's got to say.
I wanted to take you, the viewers, on a tour of how we put on this live stream, everything it takes to make this incredible production happen. So we're going to go through the crew. First, we have the production booth where all the switching happens. We've got audio and video here. Do you want to introduce yourself and what you do?
Yes, I am Wyatt Meyer, and I would call myself the sound director of the Ezra production, media production.
All 3D printed.
All these little switches you see, and I know this microphone is flickery. I'm sorry, I've tried fixing it with just the microphone.
That's a lot of.
Because it didn't.
We've also got all the intercom systems over here. Can you talk about that?
They must have just tweaked it enough so it wouldn't do that.
So this is the system that we use for all of our crew members to talk to each other. Now, personally, last year we were able to get this system pumped through to the live stream, but this year, unfortunately, we weren't able to due to some connection issues.
However,
However, the Holy Land system is
the engineering
very,
that goes into
very
that?
nice because
Oh
it
my
has two
God!
channels that we
It's
can
like,
go
oh yeah,
to.
we'll just 3D print it.
And,
No.
as you can see right
no,
here,
doesn't
3
work.
hub systems. Now, each hub supports up to 8 microphones.
I'm glad they're showing
and
all
I
this.
have
That's cool, yeah.
all of
Because
the hubs to each other.
Why is he
So,
wearing a
what hub
fireman's
you're on,
suit?
you can always talk.
I don't know.
Oh, great,
Maybe you got
thank
one
you.
from the
And
ARF.
even though there are challenges every
I'm
year,
so glad they brought
we
that
always do
over.
our best to keep the show going. We're doing it live, even if there's a problem.
Well, I mean,
we move on to the next thing.
I'm playing with the
Okay,
rocket.
what about you? What happens over here?
Yeah, so this is where all of our camera angles come together. As you can see up on our multi-views, we've got quite a few different angles. We've got
Lost and
tons of
Found
IP
building area.
cams, all of them scattered across.
Just put it on the table. There should be 3 or 4 of them over there.
Oh, okay. Oh, we're back to bars. Lost the feed. Okay, we're back. I don't need that.
Huh? Sorry, I was playing with my rocket.
Did you didn't hit the live feed that was going on inside the booth, did you? No. That's okay.
No,
you're fine. All
don't
right.
think so.
Here
we go.
That is cool. Wait, you got to show how it attaches again.
Oh, the
Yeah.
patch.
No, the rocket.
Oh,
How does it
okay.
come off
So
again?
yeah, it actually has launch lugs on it, so that it actually will slide off. We'll have it in the proper trajectory, and then apogee, and it does not come apart, but it is something I will be playing with for a long time. Again, thank you to
difficult part was, and they said logistics, hands down, not the technical.
Yep.
And so, oh man, there was a team years ago. I think they were from South Korea. I can't remember.
Yeah, that was.
They had a huge team, like 40, but their rocket arrived in a bag of parts.
Yep.
I mean, it was rough. They spent the week. All 40 of those students were around that rocket, assembling like mad, trying their best to get ready to fly, and I think they lost their window. I don't think they could fly.
They did. That was unfortunate.
And it's really unfortunate, but it sounds like we did get footage back in the control room. Minor technical difficulties, so we can come back to them when we're ready.
Here we go.
Hey, you're live.
Hey, Logan.
We've now got a great cable system connecting us in since that wireless system just went down, so we'll pick up where we left off. Matt, can you explain what it takes to keep a production going live, even through difficulties?
Yeah, sure thing. So I'm not sure how much we caught earlier, but I control the shots and the angles. You know, getting them on screen from all the different variety of views. What you saw earlier when we lost signal, when you saw the color bars come on screen, was we use a variety of RF transmission systems. The one we have in here failed while we were doing this interview. So if you pan down, you can see the cameras that we decided to run directly into our switcher in order to solve that problem. That is one of the many problems we've solved this week in order to bring you this broadcast. So that is part of my responsibility to make sure that that stream gets out to you. Earlier this week, we lost internet, and we tried to, we also had a hardware issue where we did a quick hot swap of feeds so that we could continue to provide you some reliable coverage of this great event. But I'm not the only one in this room. We've got an audio engineer, myself, the technical director here on the switcher. We have a playback for our student videos, and our graphics. So all the graphics you see on screen are manned by a graphics operator, and Jaden has been a great, one of two, a great graphics. So do you want to tell us what that's like?
The graphics are so hard because you have to time it all perfectly. It's like, because you have to get all the interviewees' names, you got to get all the teams' numbers, you got to get everything down, and it's so frustrating because sometimes we are like really late to putting the graphics up, and like we'll have graphics up when we're switching cams, and it's like so frustrating, but it's really... it's an experience. It's a good experience.
Yeah, so it's not just you know, one person. We're all working in collaboration. It's kind of like a, you know, once you're feeling good with the team sport, you're passing the ball back and forth, and the graphics flow on when I change the angles. So it's all just part of getting a good shot here. And new this year is our replay station. So Alvaro, do you want to tell us a little bit about replay? And while you do that, I'm going to try and replay whatever you have. I'm going to switch it here. So tell us about that.
Well, first I need to queue up replays so you can play them. So let me queue up all the replays that we've had today. So it should be like 10 minutes of replays.
Right, so we're on replay now?
Wait a second. There we go. Queued them up. Now play selected. There we go. Now that is what we're playing. So those are all the replays from the game. Well, from the game, from the from the event. Sorry. And so my job is basically every time there's a rocket launch, my job is to
the rocket track.
You can see here I have a little like list of all the replays.
Lift off! Lift off! Switch into that rocket track.
Basically,
lift off! Lift off! Switch into that rocket track.
Replays and then have them ready and cut to different angles. That way, and then you know, like tell the director, hey, I have your replays ready. If you want to take them, if you want to use them, and that's pretty much it. It's just compiling them and talking to the director and saying like, hey, I have them when you're ready. So that's pretty much it.
And over here, I want to show you how we planned for the event. We spent months and months preparing our equipment list. So this is our poster for our video plan, showing that switcher Matt was operating, that replay computer Alvaro is operating. We've also got the telestrator, the IP cameras, the studios, the interview, All of that is in this diagram. It helped us pick our equipment list and make sure we had the right rentals here ready to go during the event. Similarly, we've got the audio setup, a little simpler, but no less important to have all our microphones at the right place, capturing the right audio to bring the best sound to you. So heading through here, what's going on in the live stream building? Chris, can you explain what you work on to help the event happen?
All of the networking, cable management, and IP cameras that are out at the pads, over in the check-in tent and things like that. The RF between the, we have to use radio frequency between the places because we don't have cables buried yet. We hope one day, maybe cables or fiber. And then all of the internet access and other assorted pieces that get us the stream from here to YouTube and to the people.
Oh, great, and thank you, Chris. And I noticed this is your data center over here that you've been working hard at all week. Can you point to just a couple key boxes and show me what keeps the stream connected to the world?
Okay, so we have.
Can you face?
We have a firewall in here. We have a bunch of switches, which is just the plugs for the network connectivity. And then these guys up here, these are NAS devices. And all of our IP cameras, we record to a hard drive and actually keep it for later. So even if it's not on the stream, we've recorded the actual footage. And we can come back later and do clips and find some highlights from other angles that maybe we didn't show on stream.
Awesome. Thank you, Chris, and thank you for all your hard work keeping this stream and this launch going. And we're going to keep on heading this way. This is our refreshment station. Little bare because we're toward the end of the week, but we need to keep our people fueled, not just our cameras and audio. And then over here, we have the interview booth. This is where all of our interviews have been taking place. They've been doing a great job in here.
Yo.
Can you introduce yourself?
Hello. I think I've introduced myself many times. Vlad, can you introduce yourself?
Hello. I'm Vladimir Ravina with this camera. Sweet. I'm Vladimir Ravina, producer for the live stream here at Ezra and producer also at NMSU.
Cool. I want to start out by giving a shout out to Ezra Livestream for having us here, for allowing us to be, you know, the reporters, camera ops, producers, and just letting us work our magic here during the live stream.
Right. We also want to give a big shout out to NMSU Aggie Vision, especially Alex Ramirez. Thank you so much for all the stuff you let us borrow, all the technical support. I'm sorry for calling you at midnight sometimes and asking you, this is not connecting. We appreciate your help. And also the College of Engineering at NMSU for allowing us to be here. We couldn't do this without you guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Shout out to my girl Dua Lipa. Thank you. It's out of the control room. And can we show the other camera too so we can give a tour of the studio setup we have in here? Sweet. So as you guys could see, this is all just kind of like a storage room. When you came in here, this was from the bottom to the top, just cases. It's still kind of cases. You can see a HEBA there and some lights up top. The backgrounds we've been switching. There's actually windows back here with blackout curtains. We have some rockets in the back. We didn't take them out this year, but you know, you never know, so we just had them on deck. More of our mess down here on this side. And all of this is going to be picked up in a couple hours. We're almost done. And there's a box city outside where we pack up all this equipment and we send it off. And thank Lens Rentals and whoever letting us rent some cool stuff. And after that, we have the award ceremony about 6:30, 6.
We'll post on social media what the exact right time is.
For the awards.
Oh, God.
So anyway, we'll turn the camera back around to Mr. Logan.
Bye-bye.
Okay, great. Let's keep going. We can go outside and show you Box City. I'm going to need someone from the control room to help me carry this cable around as we head outside. Okay, great. So we're heading over here. We're going to change back to the RF system and try and walk around outside. You ready? Okay, let's go. Let's go. We can do it. We're problem solving. Are we ready to carry on?
Hey, what's the problem with this? Did it die? Oh, because it's probably just Give Roman a second. Okay, go ahead.
And now we're going to walk around outside and show you a few of the key positions that people are operating cameras and audio from out here. So we've got our box truck that will be bringing all of our equipment back to the rental location. We've got the scissor lift. Is Art still up there? We'll be getting some great tracking shots from up here. This scissor lift is great for letting us
back to the booth. I love those color bars. They're very pretty.
Yes, they are. They have like all the different colors.
Right, exactly. Still waiting for hybrids teams. No status update yet.
Nope.
But
a lot of activity out there, but
yeah, busy.
Yeah, we have.
Hey, have you seen this patch? I showed this to you maybe.
Oh
earlier.
yeah. I love it.
You're gonna have to switch to a camera view on me. But Carleton University, we talked about branding and little things, marketing, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, look at this. The frogs. Everybody loves the frogs. It's amazing. That patch is cool. It says Ex Rana Stagna ad Astra. I have to look that up.
Yep.
Biological payload, 30K COTS, Spaceport America Cup 2024. See you inside.
In space.
Really nice patch. Anyway, very cool.
See you in space, right?
See you in space. What did I say?
Side.
See you in space.
Yeah. See you in space.
Yeah, see you in space.
Yep.
Right. I got it. Very good.
So anybody that was on the chat, yeah, you saw one or two frog comments. So they have a lot of spirit. They have a lot of commenters. Super chats, we love you guys.
Yeah, for
Throw them
sure.
up there in the super chats. We'll take it all day.
You know, speaking of super chats, we were talking, just looking at the YouTube live stream feed, and there was an important poll that was just taken.
It's true.
The poll
Very
was,
true.
what's your favorite vehicle that you've seen so far this whole week?
Yep.
Choices?
You know, one of the things, there was a vehicle that was not listed on there that sort of got me a little bummed, and that was the little red four-wheeler that the fat old guy was riding on. So that was not in the list. I was a little upset by that.
I wasn't going to vote for that one.
Oh, well, it'd get at least one vote. Thank you. Andy hitting the button. But the options on there were very good. I'm not sure exactly which one I'd vote for, but I would walk behind that water tank any day. That water truck is amazing.
The water truck is very popular indeed. Well, okay, so before we cut to the results of the poll, which you may already see if you're on the live stream, but hey, if you want to give a super chat for your favorite vehicle, lay it on us. We love to see it. But we're going to cut back into the studio and finish up with Logan in there, cutting over now.
And welcome back. We've managed to resolve our wireless signal issue. Turns out if you get really close to the receiver, it works pretty well. Over here, we've got our scissor lift, and up there on top, Art is doing a great job with rocket tracking cam. He's looking out into the desert. He can see a recovery team right now, we've learned. Should be on your screen. Those teams are headed out into the desert to find their rocket. They hopefully have a sense of where it landed if their GPS and radio transmitter are transmitting the location of that rocket. Maybe they launched today, maybe they launched yesterday and have a coordinate they're heading towards. But that, if things didn't go so well or if they were unlucky, they just have a general direction and are searching. That is much more difficult to do. It's going to take a lot more patience and a lot more perseverance in this heat. So we're going to keep walking around over to the shipping containers. These are where we have the media half and the launch control officer half. So we're going to head over there and see who we can find and ask them how things are going in their role at the Cup. See what they have to do to keep things running. Let's go up the stairs. I'm really going to challenge the camera person here. But I'm sure they've got it. They're going to do a great job. First, we've got a drone operator station. Can you introduce yourself and tell us what it takes to operate a drone?
Yeah, I'm Keon. You guys saw me on the stream a little earlier. Really, I mean, with technology, what you guys done doesn't really take much. It just takes 2 thumbs and maybe some fingers as well. But I mean, you can pick it up really quick. It's kind of designed where it's not gonna crash, not gonna get unstable. It's gonna control itself, stay where it wants to. But it's kind of my bad. Okay, sorry, I almost cut Duncan down there because he was about to change batteries. But yeah, I can basically just take off and then we go look for some people. And yeah, I guess.
Can you hover the drone in front of us?
Yeah, let's look at ourselves. And the only real issue has been the wind when it has been, but today it's been really calm, so it's been nice to fly. Change zooms, see what's going on here. There's us. And then to the left here is everyone who's launching the rockets. These are the people calling out on the PA, letting us know who's going to launch next and where. Sometimes it gets a little screwed, but communication but I mean we're pretty good. We've been getting most rocket launches. Maybe you guys haven't been able to see them all, but we've been recording them, so hopefully we'll get a lot to you guys. But I mean, this is fun stuff. Like, just gonna sit back and fly a drone, watch rockets from a little TV. But yeah, I mean, anyone could pick this up. Doesn't take a rocket scientist. If you're doing rocket science, this is a lot easier, I'd say. But it's fun. Hope you guys are enjoying the footage.
Yeah, I think that's also a great reminder that Ezra is looking for volunteers. We're always looking for people to help us put on a live stream, and you too could come fly drones with us. It's been straightforward to learn and get involved.
Yeah, I mean, especially since we kind of got waiver cleared, where you don't need your Part 107 or professional drone license to fly. I don't have one. I mean, I do fly drones for fun at home, but you don't necessarily need that background or the ability because we got the waivers, and you can just fly pretty high. It's nice footage. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you for sharing with us. And now we're going to head over to and see what's going on over here and ask them how they're doing. We're going to cross very carefully. Great, thank you. And we're live up in LCO. We're gonna talk to the man behind the microphone.
Actually, I've not been behind the mic this time. I've just been running behind it. So.
Okay, well, what have you been doing? What's your role in helping the launch happen?
So I've been managing the traffic flow, the scheduling of the pads, switching around between the different people as things come up to try to keep it flowing well, try to manage the spotting so that we know what's where, so when we're clear to go for the next salvo, and basically just keep things moving while keeping all the rockets in safe places.
Great. Well, thank you for all you do. I know that is an important job to keep everyone in safe places. That's priority number one.
Thank you. You got flight cards?
Great, and we're going to head out.
No, we're getting ready to launch the hybrid.
Great, and that's been a tour of some of our key live stream crew spots. There are more. You've seen folks on commentary. You've seen. I hope you've seen the video board. If not, we'll take you there later. And now we're going to head over to some hybrid flights.
I was just looking over my shoulder out here to see if I could see Logan doing the camera shots for the scissor lift. Welcome back.
Welcome back. Hey,
we just got some news. So 2 hybrid teams are left, and they are just, at least one of them is just now arming. So that's a good sign. I don't think I've heard that they are filling yet, but that's good news. So we're gonna stick with you, and as long as we can, certainly until they get a chance to fly, and then that will be a wrap for us for the year. Until you tune into the awards event tonight. So be sure to watch our channel. We'll do a big award ceremony, and I said it before, but it's a momentous occasion for a lot of teams to get together and share in that experience, and celebrate those who've won and just celebrate each other for even being able to come to the event.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a wonderful event that a lot of folks can just get together, have fun, enjoy the time they had here, and just reminisce of just what has happened throughout this entire week.
Exactly. Yeah. For the first time teams, you get that experience. The teams that have come back, it's kind of a reminder too. So it's good. Hey, we were talking about a important poll that we had earlier.
Do we got results?
We do have results with 220 votes in. Here are your choices of favorite spaceport vehicle. You may be able to see this on live stream, but I'm just going to read it out. Our choices were Mr. Potty Time, the water truck, the rocket trailer, and the mega fire truck. And hands down, the mega fire truck won at 33% of the overall vote.
Oh, dang.
So pretty good, very popular. If you want to give a super chat to support us and support the mega fire truck, do it, hit it. We love to see it. Interestingly, I thought the water truck would be like a close second to the mega fire truck. Water truck actually came in 4th, and the rocket trailer came in 2nd.
Oh, okay. Well,
just barely beating out Mr. Potty Time. I'm not sure what that says about rockets and Mr. Potty Time.
Well,
but my suspicion is people love to see rockets heading out to the pads.
Yeah,
I do too.
It's one of those things of like, okay, I know my rocket's on that pad. It's going. It's almost there.
It does seem relevant.
A little relevant.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm really glad that they got a chance to bring the mega fire truck over, the ARF. Advanced Robotic Firefight. I don't actually know what it stands for, but it's cool.
Awesome rocket, mega. I don't know.
Foamy fighter. I don't know. Anyway, that's like we said, the Fiore team operates those, and for Spaceport America, so they're super helpful to us, and being able to have a safe event. Nice aerial view of the hybrids teams.
Yeah, we still have 2 hybrids out as they are getting their rockets filled up and kind of set up for launch. Hopefully, we'll get to see them launch before our waiver ends, if I'm hearing that correctly.
Yeah, exactly. We have lots of time actually on the waiver. It's 11:38 local time. Our waiver does extend to 3 p.m. at the latest. So, as we said before, we'll give all these teams, both these teams in particular, a chance to fly, and hopefully they can get to the point where they do that. Capable teams. I know it's Team 152, Wrocław University of Science and Technology, and then the other team was, I'm actually blanking in the moment. We'll see if we can get the team number off of the rocket when we look at that. But very exciting for both of those teams, and we hope to see them get in the air. The fact that we have the arming of the rockets is a really good sign, and so we're just waiting for news on that fill. The weather conditions continue to be excellent, and so that's good. I don't see that really changing in the next few hours.
Yeah, it's the weather out here is actually quite nice. We're getting a slight little breeze, but it's actually not too bad out of here. And of course we have a partially cloudy, but nothing that's going to affect our launching at the moment.
And the other team that's out there right now is, University. It's actually the National Autonomous University of Mexico. That's Team 62. So we've got the Mexico and team from Poland out there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Often two teams from across other countries. That's amazing. And they're doing something that is really kind of difficult, actually.
Yeah, it really is. I just saw the flag of Mexico there at the end of shot before there you go. You can see that again. And just a great view. I think we got the Polish flag there in the background as well.
that's not the red flag for the area. That's their country flag. So, it's very cool, and I'm really happy to see that those rockets are vertical. And in fact, it looks like people are kind of pulling back. So that's really good news. We'll see if those folks hop into their vehicle and pull back to really mark time to get ready. And we'll continue to listen in, of course, on both the announcements, and then we've got our headsets on, and we're listening in on our Ezra team, who is monitoring conditions both at the pad and here and coordinating the actual launches up with LCO.
Yeah, we're going to be expecting pretty much something to hear soon, probably within the next 10 to 20 minutes or so. But it's going to be kind of great. You know, it's actually honestly really awesome that we were able to get all our solid rockets officially launched, as far as Holly has been telling us.
Right.
So it's honestly a huge commitment to our team at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. You know, and the challenge right now is teams that still have recovery to complete.
Yeah.
And we may even be seeing some vehicles heading out now that are just starting that journey. We had a chance to talk earlier with Chris with Da Vinci Maker Labs, Chris Harris, and he kind of walked us through a little bit of what they do and monitoring those recovery teams. And now, especially with the low wind, relatively high humidity, I was saying it's 50%-ish humidity, which is stunning.
Yeah.
You actually feel the heat a lot more.
Yeah, I'm a local New Mexican, and I'm like, man, this is sticky.
I'm used to it in Seattle. It's pretty typical, but it never gets this warm until late summer. So
no, absolutely not. And I mean, it's going to be. We were talking about the recovery. I think we saw a shot earlier where we actually saw a team hiking and trying to find the recovery. I think they might have just found their parachute, but that's something that NSF was letting us know about.
If was the rest of the rocket attached?
Well, I don't know. We'll have to find that out.
We did have a few RUDs or rapid, unscheduled, or unplanned disassemblies, and some flights didn't go quite nominal, but that's okay. I hope that they will get a chance to recover all the parts of their rocket and get a chance to look at the data and all that kind of thing. So that's good stuff.
So it looks like this is our. I'm going to assume it's our Poland team that is tying down,
might be the Mexican. It's hard to tell, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell at the moment, but it seems like they're tying down their rocket. I actually don't know what the string is for.
Yeah, that might be. Well, it's hard to tell without looking more closely, maybe from the other side. Either it's a data cable that they're just kind of coordinating, or they're making sure that their stand is safe.
Yep.
Yeah, looks good overall. So,
I like how we're all just waiting expectantly, going.
I know it's different when we just have two teams left. We're saying, okay, there's two teams. There's no other teams that are here. All the teams that wanted to fly have been out here and have had a chance to fly, and so that's good. And I think every rocket that we've hit the launch button has gone off the rail. There might have been a couple that had to go back and fix some things and try again. Not to mention, of course, the multiple times that teams were out on the rails dealing with the weather conditions, which is totally understandable.
So we were getting information on that line that it's a power cable to keep the batteries charged while they're out there.
Yeah, we talked about the ground support equipment required for these and the multiple projects within a single project aspect. I know others have talked about system engineering and making sure you have all of the interfaces and how all these teams are going to cross-communicate and make sure that one ground support equipment, for example, is going to actually attach and correctly do all the things it needs to do for the rocket. And, in the case of the long times that it takes for hybrids to get ready, batteries stay charged, all that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's one of the major challenges that yet again comes along with hybrids compared to solids. Solids only have a battery and they can put it in and have probably a couple hours, and that can be a kind of the issue that runs along with launching in with our brakes, we don't know if the battery is going to survive that long out there.
Right. Yeah, exactly. One of the other things that's been happening, so all of the, or at least most, I think, of the rails that were out of the solid pads have actually been taken back. And they're now here at base camp, and we're looking for teams who would like to help and just dive in and help clean those, because they get coated in all kinds of crud.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're just out here at the commentator's booth, and even our stuff we can see all the dust, and it's just crunchy.
Yeah.
It's crunchy.
Especially with those motors that just lay down all that soot as well. It just really kicks on. And, the other piece coming back next year for the 2025 Spaceport America Cup is it takes a lot of coordination, but we want to be ready to go on the next Wednesday, a year from now. And that means that the rails need to be clean. They need to be ready to go. So we like to clean everything up, put it all in storage. It stays safe for the year, and then we can take it out and don't have to deal with that, because no teams are available to help at that point.
Yeah, and we're super thankful to Spaceport America for allowing us to even host this event here.
Right.
It's something that we've had this collaboration to just get things to work out here, as well as having internet, and just even allowing us to store some things out here while we're away.
Yeah, exactly. Being able to store stuff on site for the full year. You can see the media live stream building in the background just to the left there. The sponsor tents are on the right. And the building on the left and even the storage building just to the left of that is, they're permanent buildings for our purposes. And when we come out here for the week, we're able to use those facilities. And that's just one more reason that there's so few places in the country that we could do this successfully. The nice thing too is having our sponsors out here on the right. At certain sponsorship levels, we actually provide a tent space for those sponsors to be out here, interact with the students. They stay all week, and they can not only promote what they, those companies actually do, but have a chance to interact and see how the students might use those tools, how they might benefit, and establish kind of relationships in that sense. And we've got the big screen TV far to the right in that shot that shows that too, so students can kind of hang out there, hang out with sponsors, watch what's happening on the live stream in real time, and we'll wave to them.
So if we can get any assistance with that, we would greatly appreciate it. So a load to be taken off the trailer and cleaned. Thank you.
And there you go. That's that call for cleaning. And so hopefully we'll have a bunch of teams go out and help with that. Makes many hands make short work, as the saying goes, and we'll put that all away.
Yeah, and it sounds like we have some footage from our sponsors, so let's go ahead and take a look at some of those.
With every advancement this industry makes, the limits of technology move forward. So we forge ahead. With every barrier we collectively break, there's another one waiting beyond. So we push further. With every new possibility we discover, we uncover new ways of defining the future. So we all look deeper. We aren't content just knowing what is. We want to realize what's next. Because what's next is how our organizations fuel innovation. It's how we drive performance and how we power revolutionary ideas. For every groundbreaking technology, we look for new barriers to shatter, new limits to push, and new futures to unearth. Our industry lives for what's next. Because what's next, you wouldn't want to miss.
Out of this out of this world, out of this world.
It's one step at a time, it takes patience to make greatness. And in waiting, we embrace this opportunity to take a step for those who would have been left behind. And it's the mountain of impossible we all try to climb. There's often rocks and lots of obstacles because of our minds. And in the drought of disbelief with all the doubt in you and me, we gotta count on truth to see the possibility to be set free. No longer bound by the weight of gravity. It was thought impossible until we finally believed in all the progress that we see, not just in the technology, but in our hearts we now believe that together we can achieve. We are made to innovate and explore, make a way, seize the day, lead with faith, open doors, find a path to the stars, lead the pack when it's hard, take the passion into action, give it all of your heart. We find the light as we rise, as we move, as we thrive, giving hope, changing lives for the future generations. Every nation will endure. It's the energy that takes us even farther than before. We believe in possibility. We open up to freedom, leading others to the place where they can see why their heart's beating. We must reach our purpose so that they can see what we achieve. When we remember, we're known by the tracks we leave.
Shape is excited to sponsor collegiate teams with donations of our cloud-native product design platform. Trusted in industry by companies like Trek and Form Labs, Onshape is a professional computer-aided design tool with product data management, simulation, and more, all built into one accessible platform. You can use Onshape to bring your team's ideas to life faster and more efficiently. Explore different builds, test your designs, communicate improvements, and do it all entirely online. No need to download or install. You can all work together in your Onshape document at the same time, from any device, anywhere, collaborating digitally in real time. Learn more about getting your team sponsored by Onshape by visiting us at onshape.com/edu.
There's a place that makes dreams feel touchable, like you can reach up in the sky and pluck it like a star. where you can feel the vastness of it all and know that you are but a part in this big, big story. In the dusk, in the silence, and in the desert night sky. A place untapped, but leading the way in a new frontier. Visit Las Cruces, the real New Mexico.
Well, welcome back.
Nice to hear from our sponsors. We've been thanking them all week. But our lead sponsor, PTC Onshape, thank you very much. And to all of our sponsors as we wait for our last 2 hybrid teams to fly. We're going to stick with you until those rockets do fly. I know that one of them is armed, and I haven't heard any latest status yet, but we're waiting. We'll see if we get some footage out and see what's happening. It looks like, I bet that's the control area.
This is our students clean.
Oh, that's students cleaning. I stand corrected. It's like, that's totally the control area for hybrids. No. That's thank you to the teams actually for helping to clean those rails. If you can hear me over there, wave to the camera. Where's the camera? Up high on the scissor lift over there. Thanks for helping to clean. We appreciate it. And that's all going to help for our prep as we put things away and get ready for another Spaceport Cup in a whole year from now.
Man.
Seems like it's a long way away. But you know what's hard? This competition starts in October again. So we only have a few months of downtime, actually. This competition will start right up again in October of this year. That's academic year start, and then you're only seeing the final week, which is the culmination of a full academic school year's worth of effort.
Yeah, these students are working basically from the start of their school year till the end, and even beyond that. And for some students, it's even in between. So it's kind of a crazy week.
Yeah. The multi-year teams, especially where they're continuing their designs, they may have come out and flown, or maybe they're not even flying yet. They're just doing that design work for multiple years, and then they'll come and apply and come fly with us. So, yeah, wow. It's huge. So, just looking on our live stream. Oh, yeah, there we go. We got a, super chat. It's like smart chat. No. Michael Smart, thank you. And a nice shout out to Tripoli, North Texas. Had a lot of love from Tripoli, North Texas.
Oh yeah,
and so great to see, and again, all the super chats are super helpful to us, and help our organization and help us put on the live stream, and it's fun to see what's going on out there too in the world, and sharing the love.
Thank you, Tripoli. All right.
Thanks to everybody that's been sticking with us on the live stream. I know it's been kind of a long day. It's always interesting when you're winding down. We have a bunch of rockets that went in the morning, and a couple of last rockets on the solids. We got the 2 stages off, and now we're just waiting for those hybrids.
Yeah, we're just waiting, right? And it's super helpful that we have students coming along and helping us tear down, because not all us volunteers want to stay out in the sun for the rest of the day. We want to be able to come home and be able to see the closing ceremony and have fun with you guys. So thank you guys so much for helping us out here.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, as I look at the clock, if I pull up my app on the phone to look exactly at the time, with 20 more seconds, this will close out the scoring portion for the teams. So teams that have not been able to find the rocket and get the telemetry data, unfortunately, that data won't be available in time for scoring and being able to calculate that into the awards tonight. That doesn't mean that a team that didn't get their data is ineligible for some awards. The technical awards are certainly a possibility, with the exception probably of the Jim Barrowman Award, which does rely on your telemetry data, and also the Team Spirit and Team Sportsmanship Awards. Those are 2 separate awards, and there's always opportunity to get those. And again, at the award ceremony, all those teams get to share in what's happened for the week. And so yeah, with that, we're just now 30 seconds past noon, so that does close the window. And that said, our flight window continues to 3 p.m., so we will continue to stay on and with you on the live stream, because we do want to see the hybrid teams go. And again, that's Team 152, Roclaw University of Science and Technology, and Team 62, National Autonomous University of Mexico. So
two of our international teams. They've been working really hard all week to get their hybrids up and running. We're going to stick with you right to the very end, and hopefully you'll get those rockets in the air, soon.
Soon. And yeah, as far as the weather update, how are we looking so far?
Good question. There's a light breeze coming through this way. Just a few puffy clouds, nothing too overcast, which is really nice to see. I'm not sure actually what the altitude flights for these remaining two hybrids are. They might be 30K. Those 30K rockets, we'll have to dance with the clouds just a little bit and make sure the skies are clear. But the clouds are small, and there's certainly a breeze up there. And so we'll just wait. It would be a few minute wait for them to clear out of the area. And hopefully the conditions will continue to be that stable. In the background, there's a few more clouds building. And we'll just have to keep an eye on which way those are moving. But hopefully, again, the teams can work efficiently and safely and get ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, Cliff, can you tell me a little bit of what are the different awards that teams can win? I know we just talked a little bit of some of them.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually going to pull up the rules on my phone because I always forget sometimes because we have a lot and it's easy to miss. We've said earlier, I'm going to start actually with the Technical Achievement Awards. There's 4 of those. One of them is the Jim Farfara Award for Technical Excellence, and that is a team that demonstrates exceptional overall engineering discipline for their rocket and technical skill through their analysis and conclusions and through the project itself. So we're looking at the overall rocket, the quality of the build, how well they understood as an engineering team, not just individuals on the team, what their rocket does, why it performs the way it does, why they chose and made design decisions the way they made their rocket. There's lots of choices to go into that. Sometimes it's easy to say, well, I'm just going to build a rocket based on this one because they had a good flight. And we're gonna probe into that and say, well, why did you make those decisions? And if you don't really know the answer, well, that's not going to be as highly evaluated and scored as a team that's like, oh yeah, we understood exactly why we made this choice and we took past experience into account, whatever that it might be. Another of the technical awards is the Dr. Gilmore Award for Innovation, and that's looking again at kind of the overall project, the rocket project itself. Payload is separate from this, and actually payload is separate from all of the technical awards in the Ezra part of the competition. We'll talk about the SDL payload challenge separately. In the Innovation Award through Dr. Gilmore, that's looking for overall just innovation in how the rocket was designed and built, new technologies, new approaches. There's all kinds of things that can go into that, and so judges will be evaluating those as they have looked at the teams over the week. They can say, okay, well, which ones do we think were the most innovative and pushing the boundary in the field of rocketry? Moving on, the Charles Holt Award for Modeling and Simulation. I think Steve Taylor mentioned this. That's focused on the modeling and simulation aspect and how strong the team is in the analysis of their rocket, assessing performance, assessing material properties, whatever that might be. And then we talked to the Jim Barrowman Award, and that's for flight dynamics. So what that is teams have target altitudes of 10,000 or 30,000 feet. They also predict exactly how high they will fly to the foot. Write that down on a piece of paper, and then when they go fly and get the telemetry data back, we look at that and say, okay, well, how close did you get? Mm-hmm. Closest team wins. That's a straight numbers game. And I think last year, I'd have to pull up those scores. I think last year the team was certainly within 10 feet of their prediction. Like, it was very, very close.
Yeah.
Remarkable.
That requires a lot of precision and actually knowing what your limits of your rockets are and how to get to that limit just as close as you can.
Exactly. The other two awards that we have, again, before we get to the place awards and the overall, is the Nancy Squires Team Spirit Award. We talked about that earlier, and what Nancy Squires meant to us and how she helped not only particularly with the Oregon State University teams, but with the Ezra organization as a whole. She was our chief academic advisor, and so we wanted to honor her legacy with her spirit and energy. And the other one that we have is the Sportsmanship Award. Team Sportsmanship Award recognizes the teams that go above and beyond to assist other teams, assisting Ezra. We always look for that. Mm-hmm. We really want to promote that. There were 2 other new challenges this year. We didn't have these last year. One is the Team Video Challenge Award, and that's the video challenge that recognizes teams who do an exceptional job of communicating their team's culture and excitement and achievements in video form. That can be an edited video. So they would put something together and send that to us as part of that competition. The other award is the Live Rocket Video Challenge Award. And that's the one that says recognizing teams who accept the technical challenge of providing live streamed videos from rockets or their telemetry. And I know we saw a couple teams that had live telemetry.
We even had, I know I was the guy that was helping most of these teams kind of set up their equipment and make sure they're getting a visual to our live stream. And it seemed to work very well on our end. We were able to see teams' telemetries, their video feeds, and so far I think it went really well on our end. So we're excited to see the results of how that will go for next year and for this closing ceremony.
Exactly. Yeah, and I know that those represent new technical challenges for the teams to kind of get their heads around, and you got to think about that from a design perspective and what you're going to do. So
yeah. And I mean the entire purpose of it is it's something that is thoroughly integrated with most commercial spacecrafts right now, for example, SpaceX or Blue Origin, that are sending videos and telemetries over their live stream. So we're trying to get students to partake in that challenge and see how they can achieve that and showcase what to the world their telemetry and their visuals through a live stream.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really excited that we could be able to do that part of the competition and add that into as a new kind of category and award that teams can do. It's really nice to be able to push the boundaries. We should talk about the SDL payload challenge too.
Yeah.
And so the payload challenge is with Space Dynamics Laboratories, SDL. They've been in a partnership with us for many years, even before it became Spaceport America Cup. And they said we would like to sponsor a payload challenge where teams design and build their payloads. And we'll evaluate them from a technical perspective, from an innovation perspective, all kinds of things. There's a bunch of categories of that. I think they have a first, second, and third place winner, and those are cash awards for the SDL Payload Challenge.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's honestly awesome for these students to even have a monetary gain from getting it, but not necessarily to themselves, but to their teams.
Right. Exactly.
And that's just something they can add on to their budget for their next year competition.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure. And so we'll cut to some student videos in a minute, but I do want to cover a couple more awards before we do that. We have individual place awards for the rockets in each category. And as I scroll through, so we've got 6 awards. And they start at the 10,000-foot level. We have 10,000-foot awards for the solid rockets that have commercial off-the-shelf motors. Another 10,000-foot award for students or teams that have the Student Research and Development, or SRAD, solid motors. And a 10,000-foot award for the hybrids. And then what we do is we have the same awards for the 30,000-foot level. Mm-hmm. So again, that's COTS, SRAD, and hybrid teams are all eligible for those awards. Based on overall performance. And then the final award is the overall. And actually, as I scroll through just to get the kind of wording right, where is my overall award? There we go. First place award is granted to the highest scoring eligible team in each of those 6 categories. So out of the categories that I outlined, the 10,000 and 30,000 foot, between the different types of rockets, we grant the first place award, and we also have a second place award to the second highest scoring eligible team in each category. The trick with that is each team is eligible for the place award in their category after launching successfully to at least half of their target altitude. And if there are some particular rules, if no team reaches that in particular, but that will result in first place is the coveted Spaceport America Cup trophy. And it's just an awesome trophy. If you haven't seen video of the entrance of Spaceport America, it's got that arch sculpture, and that's what that trophy's based on.
Oh, that's amazing. I bet those. I'm excited to see how all of the trophies are going to look like this year. I remember seeing the trophies from last year, and I was just in awe
Yeah.
in awe.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and tonight we'll see all those trophies laid out on the table, and we'll showcase those as they certainly before they get awarded, and then you get to see them handed out. I think we're going to cut to some student videos. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and make the jump to that and look to see what they put together. Maybe.
There's a place that makes dreams feel touchable. Like you can reach up in the sky.
For the team to participate at the Spaceport America Cup 2024, to be able to exchange ideas with other aerospace enthusiasts from all around the world.
I find it really fascinating that no matter where we come from or what language we speak, we all have the same passion. Rocket has been participating in the IREC competition for more than a decade. We are one of the oldest participating teams, and we are really proud of that. The team had to overcome many challenges this year, the biggest being having our entire project canceled less than 2 months before the competition. We had to find a new launch site to break the altitude record for a single-stage O-class motor.
We also had to find a new project for the 2024 Spaceport America Cup. We designed our very first double-stage rocket in just one day. The next day, we had a design review with our mentor and flyer of record. The day after that, we ordered all the parts from external manufacturers. And finally, the following week, we manufactured all the composite parts in-house. The beginning of May was absolutely crazy for the entire team. And let's not forget that it was also the start of our summer semester. Classes are divided into 3 trimesters per year. The team has been working hard to make our 10th participation in the IREC unforgettable and extend our reach to the stars above.
Everybody's in it for the space. Everybody's in it for innovation.
We want to win. We know that this is the biggest cup in the world and we want to make our names known. A lot of our team members are ambitious and they want to succeed. So competing in this competition is, well, since it's the world's biggest competition, it's where you make your name. It's where companies are going to see you and where they're going to want to hire you. So it's just for all of our better good.
So competition ended last year and we won the Chili Cup. So go us, 2 back-to-back champions. And immediately we celebrate for maybe 1 day and then it's right back to it. A week later, we'll have the elections for the upcoming president. So after that, we got together, we designed the rocket, we laid it out. This is what we want to do. These are the subsystems that we want. These are all the target specifications. And so we plan those out, then we call our 7 officers in and we say, this is what I need, this is what I want done. Any obstacles that they come across, they become our obstacles now. And now we try to solve them, get them back on track so that they can finish the task.
So the process after last year's cup was seeing where the previous team had flaws and how we could build on that. This year, taking over as project manager, I wanted to make sure that none of those flaws would happen again. We spent really long days, really long nights in the shop just to make sure everything went right.
We've had a lot of challenges when it comes to the weight of the rocket. That's one of the challenges we have to overcome, and that didn't happen until recently when we had the test launch, when we found out that it was too heavy. We can cut a little bit of that or make sure the bulkheads are a little bit smaller. We can always try to find a way to make it as light as possible. I'm hoping we can cut off enough weight so that we don't have to worry about it being too windy. Also, we want to get as close as possible to our predicted apogee, which is where you can get points at the Spaceport American competition.
The test launch from a couple weeks ago, honestly, I thought everything was going to run smoothly. I learned that day that I should not expect that ever again. This is a rocket, and I did put it down a little bit, so it is pretty tough to be out there and to get everything ready. I think one thing that we can work on is making sure that all subsystems are ready to go once we arrive, and making sure that the rocket lands safely. We had a pretty good flight, a bit lower in altitude than we expected, but we found the failures to that. So this time we're going to be extra safe.
We have a test launch coming up on June 2nd before the launch, and all of our systems should be pretty much ready to go. And this will just be like the final one of, okay, this is what's going to happen on June 17th. This is what we're hoping for.
Next test launch, we've been watching YouTube videos, we've been on forums. We're going to build the motor in a different way to ensure that it does properly work this time.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, baby.
So on June 2nd, we had unforeseen circumstances. Almost everything but 2 pieces of the rocket were lost and the rocket went ballistic. We don't know what
it could have been yet.
Honestly, we had no clue. We've analyzed our data and stuff like that, but everything was just like so raw, and none of it made sense. A lot of the stuff, the numbers weren't even matching up. Instead of analyzing that, I think our team spent more time on just prepping for 2 weeks.
We didn't let that put us down, though. We came right back to the shop. We started building up again. We're proud to say that in 2 weeks, we've built what we built in a year. So we're really getting there. We're going to be there for competition, and we're going to be there to win.
Let's get it. Yeah, let's do this.
Matthew Montoya, avionics.
Jackson Perrine, Special Projects Lead.
Alyssa Pina, Special Projects Lead.
Ariana Yanez, Lead Engineer.
Juan Diaz, Product Manager. Samuel Diaz, Manufacturing Lead.
Austin Salas, Payload Lead.
I'm really excited just about the airframe in general, being unique in the competition because we make all of the carbon fiber here ourselves. One of the biggest things that I've learned this year is the importance of high-quality engineering behind our rocket and our project. We have been aiming to really do real engineering analysis, testing, and decision-making to document everything really well.
There were so many things that we had learned from last year that we were able to optimize, that we were able to get functioning very, very well. And just getting that last little bit, just getting the last little bit of juice out of the orange, like that was what we ran into this year.
The rocket's name Alta initially came from our team's tradition of naming our rockets after locations in Utah, and then come to find out that Alta is also tall in Spanish, and this turned out to be the tallest rocket we've ever built, so it kind of has a double meaning now, which is super fun.
So I think this bodes well for Spaceport here in a couple months.
Are you gonna win?
Yes, we're gonna win. We're gonna win. Back-to-back champs, baby. We're going to the Spaceport America Cup to show that we are one of the best rocketry programs out there.
We're competing in the Spaceport America Cup for two primary reasons. The first is to learn how to do good engineering, and the second is to demonstrate that we can do good engineering.
Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Our biggest challenge this year was trying to eke out that last couple of percent out of everything that we did.
I'm excited to go watch all these rockets fly out in the desert, as well as go to the awards ceremony and bring home some awards back to BYU.
I'm Christian Haugen. I'm the team lead.
I'm Derek Reister. I'm the payload lead.
I'm Ryan Lemker. I'm the launch vehicle lead. And we are Team 129, the University of North Dakota Advanced Rocketry Club, competing with our rocket Perception.
There it goes, there it goes. Beautiful. Nice lift.
Hello, my name is...
We just got rapid fire notification, Team 62.
4, 3,
6-2.
2, 1, 0.
All right. Waiting for that smoke.
Oh,
we
yeah.
have a liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Little wobble. Listen to that sound. Hold it together. Hold it together.
Wow.
Little bit of chuffs coming out of there. You can hear that.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's a cool sound. That's great. Oh, man, I'm so glad we got that. We had no notification. So a little bit exciting to get on camera.
That's the thing about hybrids. It's whenever it's...
Okay, this is a replay. Just coming right up.
Wow.
Look at that. Just a little bit of that.
Little bit of that wobble, and then it just found its weight and just went. Found its balance.
Trying to get that stability. You've got liquids in there. You've got kind of the solid piece of, oh, yeah, that's...
It's all complicated. And especially out here in the desert, that just becomes a hassle to work with.
Yeah, right. The breeze has picked up just a little bit, so it's a gentle breeze, but it is a breeze. So looking back, good job. That was Team 62, National Autonomous University of Mexico. We got the Polish team standing by. That's Team 152, Wrocław University of Science and Technology. Really helpful that they put those flags. It really makes a difference. So we can see what's going on. Okay, there you go. We've got the nice graphic up there for Team 152. And again, that was Team 62, National Autonomous University of Mexico, that just launched. And I don't actually know the status of how their rocket went. We got some tracking on that, but we didn't get to see the whole flight. It was just too hard to keep a visual on that. It's really, really difficult on the camera work. But we did see the launch take off there. It's great to see.
Yeah, and with these hybrids, it's just whenever they're ready. So we go and we go.
And they definitely don't want to delay. The clouds continue to slowly build, and they're slowly creeping out here, and they're low enough they could, in fact, impact our 30,000-foot attempts. So we want to make sure that they stay out of the way. I hope that our Polish team is close to being ready to launch.
I do believe both of these are last 30Ks, I do believe.
Okay. Well, I don't see, obviously, there's no people there because they just had the launch. But I suspect and would hope that they're kind of on the control panel, and they're working their way through what will become the fill process and then get ready to launch. I haven't heard from Holly, so I want to check to see if maybe she's got her headset and can provide some status. But as soon as we hear from that, we'll get some updates. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll do the best we can to get the information that we have available to you, so that we, can get these launches going.
Yeah.
And last one.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong. So hybrids, these guys don't go out there already set up and everything. They have to do that when they're ready, and once they fill up the entire tank, they just go.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's no time to delay.
Mm-hmm.
Once they're filled, they have to go. And so exactly, that's just what we saw. Sometimes it happens really quick, so I'm glad we got some cameras on it. But yeah, moves pretty quick. So once we get that status, we'll know better. Meanwhile, we are continuing to clean up here at base camp. We've had teams doing a great job, carefully taking apart electronics and picking up trash, cleaning rails. And I just want to say I appreciate everybody, all the teams that are doing that work. It really helps us a ton, because it is a lot of cabling and stuff to clean up, and the trash and things like that generally clean up around the area, but there's always stuff to find.
Yeah, I think we had one cable that can basically goes from our live stream all the way out to the solid pads. I'm pretty sure that is what Chris Meyer was telling me about that.
Could be. We actually have fiber optic cables out here, and one of those is a kilometer long fiber optic cable. That's to provide data out to the pads and help us get camera footage back, those kinds of things. So putting that kilometer worth of cable back into its box is a big challenge. So it takes some time to do that.
Luckily, down here at the booth, we don't have that long of a cable, maybe 150 feet, but
That's true. We just have about 50 cables that are all about 50 feet.
Yeah.
And exactly. So I do see people out at that rail. It looks like they're doing some hopefully final adjustments on the rocket and getting ready. Our time frame is still good. It's just now 12:26 p.m. in the afternoon here at Mountain Time at Spaceport America. Our window stays open till 3 p.m.
Yeah.
So, again, we're going to give every opportunity for this team and both of these teams to launch. Obviously, we had the University of Mexico go, so that's great news.
Yeah.
And
honestly, I commend these teams that are out here and working on these hybrids. It's not an easy feat to be out there, continuous tuning the hybrids and things like that.
Exactly. And I will look to see what the latest weather report looks like. Right here at Spaceport America, we can get data coming from the horizontal landing area, the HLA. We're at the vertical landing area, vertical launch area, and that's a few miles away. But that's okay. We can get data that gets pretty close to what the real conditions are. Right now, the winds are pretty low at 5 knots. That's certainly not a problem.
Yeah.
Temperature is still steady at 89, but our humidity, it's actually coming down a bit, 32% humidity.
Hey.
It feels like it's getting warmer out here.
Yeah, it's getting. I'm feeling the more dryness of it. It's getting hotter. It's one of those things of. It's the classic old, what's better, dry heat or wet heat? And it's like, pick and choose.
Yeah, so you got to feel for the teams that are out here in the heat at their rockets. You know, they've got to stay on station and work really hard to get all those final preparations ready. And there's no shade. So, you know, we got to take safety into account, make sure they stay hydrated. Hey, teams around camp, too, if you have not had water, do make sure you're staying hydrated. It's easy to forget when we're just cleaning up stuff and putting things away. So take a chance to get some water and cool off if you need to. Pour a bottle of water down your back.
Yeah.
I may or may not have done that this morning.
I might be hearing some sloshing back there. I don't know.
I had ice cubes melting earlier. It was cold. But it helps a lot. Very refreshing. Sounds like we'll go back to a replay. And this will be Team 62, University, what did we say? That was National Autonomous University of Mexico. Oh, yeah, look at that. Nice.
Yeah, as we were setting, it was just, once it got off the rail, it started to wobble and found its stability, and once it found it, it flew pretty straight after that.
Yeah.
Still didn't hear anything about if there was a drogue or.
Oh yeah, it just went out of the field of view in that camera shot. Unfortunately, off to the right, but it looked like a good flight on the way up. Yeah. I don't know if they had an event to bring that down undershoot. I haven't heard, but the team is over at their control panel, and so if they were cheering, they wouldn't have been right here because the solids teams hang out, and so we'll find out more. I didn't hear the LCO call, so they may not have seen either. That's okay. And so, once again, we continue to wait here. And what else is happening? We've got our dedicated, trusty live stream crew is still standing by.
We still have one of our NSF crew still on the scissors lift. Hope he's surviving up there. Hi, buddy.
Thank you. That's a space flight. You guys have been awesome. Camped up, and I think Logan probably gave a tour of that. Camped up on the top of the scissor lift for days. We do let him down at night. We let him down at night to use the bathroom
we do feed him. We do feed him.
Well, we send that
once.
up in a bucket.
Yeah.
That's fine. I am totally kidding. I'm just joking. That was sarcasm. Yes, he comes down and stays hydrated and safe. But our LCO team is up at the booth as well, and they are continuing to wait for conditions and watch what happens. And as soon as that hybrid gets ready, they will make the call. So I can see them They can't hear me, but I can see what they're doing, and they're just conferring and waiting for status.
It's almost like they're scheming over there. Like, all right, is this team gonna launch? We gotta get a launch. We gotta get a launch.
I know we're all good. We've all got our fingers crossed. And so anyway, otherwise it's pretty quiet. I think. I don't know if we have any footage of what's happening over at the solids pads. If all those rails have been taken away, it'd be interesting to see what that looks like now without all of that equipment there. I know it's a lot of stuff to pick up and take back and just do the preparations for cleanup.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hopefully they're all set. I do believe I did see a vehicle come down with all the rails, so they're.
I know they're cleaning the rails now. Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, I think there's some other equipment to take back, and we certainly have the launch control system that's out there, and all those cables and such will have to get cleaned up. We've had another shout out to the live stream crew. Each of the pad areas has had pad cams, as we call it.
Yep.
And so IP streaming cameras and sending that data back here so we can get that when it's available. And sometimes bad weather and we're relying on Wi-Fi, so it gets a little iffy, but they've got to take all that down too. So shout out to the crew.
Do believe he got shouted out, but it was Chris Meyer who kind of really helped us out with that. That was awesome. Thank you so much, and him and his family. Thank you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's what I know.
I know. I'm like, I'm out here. There's not a lot happening. We're starting to dwindle down, but we're trying to just stay alive out here.
This was our list of teams, and I know you won't be able to read it, and that's fine. But we've been using this as the cheat sheet for which team members are for which teams, and we don't have them actually crossed out, but we're basically just down to the last one.
Yeah.
And again, just to be exciting to see them get that chance, especially because they traveled so far.
Yeah,
traveling from Poland, and that's a lot.
I wanted to give out a shout out to our NMSU team that is helping us with live stream as well. They've been the folks that have been going out and roaming and getting interviews out in the field and into the interview booth. They've been a great help to our live stream and getting us content as well as giving us commentators a break.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of the roving cam setups, a lot of the setups that we saw over here in the team area, that was all co-hosted by the NMSU student team, and super, super appreciative of that.
Yeah,
couldn't have done it without you because, man, it takes a big team, as it turns out, to run a high-quality stream, so thank you.
Yeah, takes a big team and a good team, and honestly, it's volunteering with the live stream. You get to learn a lot of different things, and you get to experiment and try out and just have good, fun ideas, and we kind of just take it and run with it. I know I only joined officially as a volunteer this year. Last year I was with the NMSU team helping out with roaming and things like that, and I got to learn a lot of the different technicals of rocketry and just everything about Ezra and Spaceport, and kind of fell in love with it and came back again and tried it again. And so having a lot of fun with that.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely scratches the technical itch. I enjoy working on things that are technical from time to time. So, and it's cool that we can switch roles and do different things like you on screen right now.
Yeah.
Instead of just behind the scenes.
Yeah. Usually the PA over here that's back kind of smiling at the commentators going like, "You're doing great." And then now every once in a while I'll jump in, take over if I need to, and just do my best to help out our team and help out anybody that actually needs help.
Exactly. Yeah, I had a chance to work at the control board that you saw earlier in the footage that Logan was helping to host.
How was that experience?
It is very overwhelming at first. There's a lot going on. It's a really nice board, and there's a lot of inputs. I mean, we've got cameras everywhere, so all that's coming out, as you saw, right into that control room, and you have to be able to kind of take a step back and see what's going on with all the cameras, and make some choices about what makes the most sense in the context of what's happening. And if rockets are starting to launch, you got to make calls to drone cams and, hey, we got launches coming up in about 2 minutes. And so go, go, go. They have to run out and put batteries in the drone cams and get those over to the area. So you're coordinating that, and then you're coordinating with here, the booth, and telling people what's going on. And then you've got to hit the buttons to make all those camera moves happen. And so anyway, and actually Matt in the control booth has done a stellar job of setting that all up. He actually made it easier for me.
Yeah.
I think there were some things that are like, whoo, yeah, I couldn't have done that without some assistance.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, our team is dedicated to just like, I know Matt and Logan have spent long hours, even beyond the time that most volunteers are out here, to just make sure things are working, to get things to look nice, and just make sure it's just pleasing for you guys, and also it's a lot of fun for us. So thank you guys so much for all the work that you've done out here, and we're excited to see what comes up next year for sure. All our team members over here are kind of brooding with what ideas.
Right. Did you see the control, or not the true control, but the flow chart of all the signals that come into?
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's, that's pretty crazy.
I think we had a team meeting 2 weeks before, and we got to see a little visual of that diagram, and I just remember sitting in not even at home. I was at one of my friend's office, just sitting there, and we're looking at that, and I'm like, oh boy.
Yeah,
we've got a lot more on our hands.
What have we done?
What have we done? But I think it's turned out well. I think I'm quite happy for what we've been able to do, and I honestly thank you to any of the commentators that came out here and decided to join us here at the booth, because, man, you provided a lot of value to our team and to our viewers. So thank you guys. And
yeah, for sure.
To our viewers that are watching right now, thank you guys for watching. We would not be able to actually do this without you, because otherwise, who are we streaming this to?
Right.
Thank you guys for joining in. Thank you for all the support from from the different countries, from universities. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate you and love you guys so much.
Yeah, it's, and especially for teams that are distant from here, being able to bring this to them, because there's families and friends and coworkers and you name it that want to see what's going on. And it's not just that; it's people just have an interest and have heard about Spaceport America Cup and want to see what's going on. So, we want to bring this to you live and as up close and personal as we can get.
Yeah, and just speaking to the younger folks that are just tuning in and looking at rocketry and being inspired about this. Even though we're doing some of the advanced rocketries, you don't have to start with advanced rocketries. You can find I'm pretty sure they make some like introductory rocket models that you can build and kind of understand the mechanics of the rockets, and then kind of dive into a little bit of what is more efficient, and what kind of different motors, and nose cones and fins, and where do you place the fins, and all that. There is a good starting point.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think one of our sponsors, SD's Rockets, they make the small little rocket motors that you can do that with. I think they even sell, if I understand, rocket kits and all those kinds of, the little small kits that you could play as a kid. And yeah, it's a great way to get started. And in fact, we see that with, I know there's the high school challenge, and then as you move into the college level, you could start forming a team and either come to Spaceport America Cup or join one of the competitions that may be local to your area. You can also join with the EEE organization. They have prefects that have launch events, if not a competition, and the NAR as well, NAR organization too. So there's lots of opportunities.
Lots and lots of opportunities. Honestly, I think I might need to go find the STL and go be like, can I get a little rocket kit? Because I've never built a rocket of my own. So.
Oh, man.
I know.
You got to do that.
I got to do that. I need to be official over here. Need to
For
learn.
Sure. So let's see. I think I already read the weather report. And so, again, just continuing to stand by. right now, it looks like, yeah, we still got a consistent following on YouTube. Just thanks for everybody. You know, been hanging out at today about just shy of 500 viewers consistently, and, you know, I love it. It's super helpful. And, you know, remember, we're only active really this time of the year, and those other things posted on our channel from time to time, but smash that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the Ezra channel. And if you want to, you know, if you want to help contribute to what Ezra does, hey, send in a super chat. Give a shout out to a team. Give a shout out to your favorite vehicle at Spaceport America Cup, or anything else that you've seen.
Yeah, find your favorite team. Even maybe find your favorite mentor and be like, give a shout out to your favorite mentor.
Right. And I'm seeing the Polish flags all come in on the chat.
Woo!
Still a ton of excitement. We're waiting for Poland to finish their, you know, their preps that they've got there. It looks like they're just working through the technical issues. Their rocket is on the rail. That's a good sign. Yeah. And, you know, so I don't know exactly what they're working on in the moment, but I know once they finish that, you know, obviously those folks will head back to the control area and we'll get ready. So hopefully they'll get that fixed soon.
Yeah, it's now getting down to the wire of all right. I'm pretty sure they're figuring out what they need to get fixed, what needs to actually work and tweak and tune. So it's one of those stressful moments of, all right, we got to get this set to launch.
Right. Yeah. You know, as a former president, I can talk a little bit about what we have done and how we operate over the course of the year. The beginning of the competition is October, and so we have to work with the universities and you know, get the word out that there's going to be the competition starting, and those teams will then apply, and we evaluate all those applications. We look for teams that have got a good amount of experience, because we only have 150 slots for the competition, and so we want to be selective on how those, you know, which teams are admitted. Once they're admitted, then we go through the steps of saying, okay, you've been accepted. And there's a lot of logistics on the back end that start happening in our, you know, cooperation and coordination with Spaceport America and with Da Vinci Baker Labs and all of the organizations that are involved in helping to set things up and be ready for the next Cup event. You know, there's all kinds of aspects ranging from making sure we're going to have porta potties available, and the Mr. Potty Time truck is very popular. You know, Spaceport America coordinates to do all that. We coordinate with the Las Cruces Convention Center to make sure that space is going to be set up and available for us, and we have to do this almost a year in advance with them to make sure that we can stay, you know, on top of their schedules and just ensure that everything is all planned out. So it's a huge effort. There's a kind of a core Ezra team that works throughout the year to make sure that that starts happening. And then as we start ramping up into the new year, we start getting our judges together. We know with more certainty which teams are going to attend, and then assign those judges out, and then bam, before you know it, it's the third week of June, and away we go. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Glad we have extra here to join us in the live stream booth, and you know, we've just been we're waiting for one team, so there's activity, but not a lot of team activity other than waiting for that last Polish team.
Definitely interesting. This has been a great experience for me so far, so it's definitely exciting to see the last team launch. How are you?
I'm good. It's been a busy week, and I'm just happy. You know, yesterday I felt a huge amount of relief that we got that last salvo off for the day. We got, I think, 19-ish rockets in the afternoon. I think it was a total of 37 rockets completed yesterday, despite the bad weather. So I was nervous because, you know, we weren't sure about the weather conditions today. And actually, as it's turned out, although it really would have been stressing us, we probably could have gotten those rockets off today too. I'm just glad that we didn't have that much pressure, and that also the weather's really worked out well for us.
Yeah.
I'm just keeping an eye behind. We do have some high-level clouds, but it looks like, although they were encroaching on us, they're now kind of pulling back, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, definitely.
You've done a great job with the interviews this whole time. How's it been?
Thank you. It's been great. It's been amazing. This is my first time volunteering with Ezra, part of the NMSU media team. But it's been amazing. It's been an incredible experience. I've had a lot of fun getting to meet a lot of the teams from different countries and just getting to know people. And yeah, it's definitely been an experience. Very tiring, but definitely very rewarding. And I'd love to maybe come back here next year.
Yes? Yes, please?
Yeah.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I'm a journalism student, so this has been an amazing opportunity for me to kind of, I guess, get to know the field.
Yeah. We've talked about a lot, in planning for the live stream, even in past years, saying, well, geez, this is a huge opportunity for some practical experience, even though it's unpaid volunteer work, and we're out here sweating in the sun to get the chance to do interviews, and you're working with professional camera gear and crews and the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, definitely. I got a lot of experience. I learned a lot this year, like from this event, just in general, not just about media and cameras and stuff, but also about rockets. Right. Yeah, I'm not a huge science nerd, but I did get to understand and learn some really cool things about that. Right. So yeah, it's been very incredible experience, very hot, tiring, but very rewarding experience.
Yes. We'll make a science nerd out of you yet.
100%.
Okay. So we just got some latest news. Unfortunately, it sounds like the Polish team is standing down. I think that may mean that they are not going to launch. That's unfortunate news. I don't exactly know what the technical issue is, but it sounds like maybe they are unable to resolve that technical issue, and they're going to have to stand down. So we'll have to decide what that means in terms of our continuing live stream, but we can continue talking for a few anyway. I think it's great to kind of outline.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to know, what was your experience like? We didn't get to talk much because I think everyone was kind of busy in their own little section, but how was your experience?
My experience, so I've started with Ezra in 2016. And I was with a student team at the time, and Ezra, the then president, said, hey, we need somebody to help kind of run the rules and maintain the regulations document and help us coordinate judges. And I said, okay, I can do that. So I did that from 2017 to 2019, and with the first Spaceport America Cup. And then in 2019, after that event, I became the president. And we put together a whole team, and we said, okay, let's get ready for 2020. And it was March, so you can imagine all that prep work that I talked about. We were doing a bunch of work. We were coordinating what activities we were going to have and reserving spots at the convention center, so on and so forth. And then the pandemic hit. And so in March, to my memory, we had to make the call that said, are we going to hold this event or not? Because we're at the point where we got to start writing checks. And, we can't afford if we're not going to have the event. And so we made the call to cancel the 2020 event. And it's disappointing for sure, and everybody knows what that experience was like. It was pretty challenging. But 2021, we said, okay, we got to do something. I don't think we're ready to have an in-person event yet because, again, the event starts in October of each year. So that would have been October of 2020. Pandemic is still raging. To try and start planning an in-person event in 2021, it's not happening. So we said, let's do a virtual event. And so we did that. It was actually, I think it was pretty successful. We had teams participate. Obviously, we didn't fly rockets, but we focused on the technical challenge piece, and that was great. So kind of fast forwarding to today, I was president until the last year's event, 2023, and I said, okay, I've had my fill. I'm going to step back. And joined the live stream team, and it's been great. I've really enjoyed learning this side of the house because I am an electrical engineer by degree. I'm a system engineer at my work at L3 Harris Aerojet Rocketdyne. So we do a fair bit of work with specifications and technical challenges associated with actual rockets used on in-space flight for satellites. And I should rephrase that. I don't mean actual rockets. I mean commercial rockets used on satellites. Not to say that the rockets we're flying here aren't real, because they absolutely are. And so overall, yeah, it's just been really good. I think it's been a fun experience.
Yeah, definitely, I agree, and I think it's been great, like meeting people like you, and just live stream team in general, like Logan and Matt. So it's been a great experience. So thank you to everyone. Yeah.
For sure, yeah. Thank you all to our viewers. It's disappointing. I know that we couldn't get the Polish team in the air, but I want to thank you for joining us, especially those that have been in this live stream and watching us for all 4 days. That's been a big challenge. And again, make sure that you like and subscribe on our YouTube page. And you'll see us on social media, but then tonight, 6:30 p.m. Local time, that's Mountain Time, we'll be doing the award ceremony. So make sure you tune in for that. Watch our channel, and when it goes live, jump in, because it's gonna be a sight to behold.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you guys.